This year, during COVID, has taught me so much about how strong our coffee community is and our coffee family. Like, it's not just a community, like we are freaking family. So when the shutdown first happened, 2 weeks into it, I was like, I have to do something. Like, I'm getting so stir crazy. I actually started serving coffee in my building because I had to do something. I ordered up some black and white coffee roasters and threw it in the hopper, and we would go deliver it, ring the doorbell, and run. That lasted for a couple weeks, and then after that, I was like, this is not just a 1 month thing. This is going to have a huge impact on people, on our communities, on our world, and affect lives everywhere. It was really hard for me watching people lose their jobs, and I felt so helpless in this scenario. That energy of just wanting to help people. When I started at Cafe Vita, I threw a lot of that into my work at Cafe Vita. As a business, we've had to learn how to be resilient in this time. Now, the first stage in that is really just looking at our people and what they need in this moment that I don't think any of us really knew how to respond to at first. But humans are the number one piece of that. The second is how can we get creative? Like, really identifying ways and looking at people's strengths more than ever of like, what can you do to offer more and really bring people together? Because that's a big thing. Like, we can talk about business all day long, and we are a business at the end of the day, but money is a byproduct of what we do. What we do is build community. How are you supposed to build community when everybody is told that they have to stay in their home?
My name is Brian Spillman. I am, first and foremost, Sam Spillman's husband. I am also the Seattle Community Dinner Initiative leader. The original concept of it is to invite people who feel maybe isolated, marginalized, oppressed in some way, to find a space where they can be known. There's free coffee, it's free food, there's water, there's an artist painting live in the background, there's also music being played live in the background, and then we leave that table and do it again the next night. It's been a very beautiful experience using coffee as a way, and food, and just hospitality in a way to invite people into spaces and like be known. And so as Sam has now grown in her career since I met her, and I'm also growing in this like coffee world / hospitality world of like hosting dinners and meals, and watching our two paths, even though might seemingly look so far apart, they intertwined so well together. It's not transactional. You're trying to create an experience for someone that is memorable and enjoyable and like brings a little bit of peace to this very chaotic life that we all live.
When we look at our teams at Cafe Vita, we want every individual to feel like they are playing a part in the bigger picture. That is so important to us. I know I've been in positions where I didn't feel like I was valued or I was really adding anything to the company, and that was really hard to exist in. So for me as a leader in the company, I want to make sure that all my team members feel very valued and that they're given a platform to really thrive in and do what they were made to do. I find that when we can have that style of leadership where we are encouraging and empowering people to be the best that they can be and really showcase their talents, then that trickles down all the way into the community and how this coffee and these products and this customer service and these experiences are delivered. Without focusing on that internal piece, then you can't have the external. Like, you can't have that genuine experience that the guest gets. For me, community dinners, when I first started going, I fell so deeply in love with it because it's all about coming together and being around people. This is the same reason why I fell in love with coffee, is that it's valuable. Like, every conversation you have has an impact, and it's using food or coffee to really break down barriers, to really create an experience where you can get to know somebody for who they are. Whether the time is 30 seconds or it's 20 minutes, coffee and food have the ability to really break down these barriers to bring people together and build community on a very genuine level.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Retail Summit. We are continuing the live virtual portion today. So if you missed any of yesterday's talks, we've recorded everything and we'll upload it to our YouTube and on this site. So make sure that you're on the mailing list to be notified when these recordings are uploaded. So also you are on retail.sca.coffee right now. Which is a resource library as well, curated with coffee retail businesses in mind. So you'll see articles, reports, things, static documents that you could come back and find in the future, and also all of the videos here with retail businesses in mind. So yesterday, the live portion, we talked a lot about the business of coffee. We started with some practical tips and tools to use when planning a business. We had a panel discussion that was focused on relationships with staff, internal structures, systems, and culture. We also talked with a retail expert about the challenges of engaging with customers in meaningful ways. And innovations and trends we also looked at with the podcast crew and talking about just the different innovations in the beverage market. And then we also had a talk on investing in retail businesses from financial experts. And then we capped the day off with a deep dive into marketing and marketing plans. So these 2 days of Coffee Retail Summit and the Resource Hub were made possible with the support of our title sponsor, Pacific Foods Barista Series, our lead sponsors, BWT, San Remo, Brewista, and Baratza, and supporting sponsors, Nutrimilk and La Marzocco. So thank you so much to our sponsors. This couldn't be possible without you. So we begin today with a presentation on branding, how to think about the voice of your business, your purpose, positioning, and customer loyalty. I'm really honored to introduce our next speaker, our first speaker of the day, a friend and former colleague of mine at SCAA, Israel Serna, who is the digital marketing advisor and independent consultant. Israel is a digital native. He has spent the last 15 years working in various roles within the public and private sector across various industries. He's presented at hundreds of industry conferences on topics related to e-commerce, email marketing, loyalty, and customer retention strategy, and overall brand development. He will be joined later in the presentation by Chèrmelle D. Edwards, founder of The Coffeetographer, an independent webzine. She's a writer, storyteller, cultural strategist. Chèrmelle has traveled the world on commission to document coffee origins, fashion industry, and broad cultural insights for a variety of brands. So first, we have Israel. Welcome, Israel, and I will hand it off to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Heather. Can you just confirm that my slides are showing correctly? Just want to make sure that I'm doing everything right.
Yes, we see them. Got it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are joining us today. And welcome to Beyond Your Logo, Creating and Cultivating a Loyal Customer. Before I begin, I did want to thank the Specialty Coffee Association for hosting us today. Once again, my name is Israel Serna, and I'm joining you virtually from my home office in West Hollywood, California. It's a true pleasure to be with you this morning. As Heather mentioned, I did form part of the SCA's marketing team back in 2012, where I had the opportunity to work with and work on marketing initiatives for the annual expo, new product competition. I dabbled into the barista camps and barista competitions as well, and also had the opportunity to work with the Roasters Guild Retreat on their summits. During this time, I learned so much about the specialty coffee industry and really learned to love and appreciate the entire seed to cup process. I'm excited to be here today because in many ways, I get to merge my marketing background, my specialty coffee background, and my love for small businesses all in one session. As someone who takes pride in staying on top of marketing and technology trends, pop culture news, and I'm always on the hunt for new coffee experience, I feel very fortunate to be presenting my findings in this presentation. So let's review the agenda for today. Now, while there are many ways to go about today's topic, I thought it would be a good idea to break it down into 3 sections before we invite our guest speaker on. We'll start off by going through a quick review of the differences between branding and marketing. This will allow us to set the foundation and for us to use the same terminology for our discussion around branding with purpose. Then I'll talk about the customer journey and discuss with you the new age of loyalty. The objective here is to share with you strategies and tips for attracting and cultivating your loyal customer base. And lastly, we'll have our special guest, Chèrmelle Edwards from The Coffeetographer, to join us and talk to us about insights and trends that she is seeing in the specialty coffee world. So let's get started. Let's talk about branding and how it differentiates from marketing. While both are critical to the success of your business, we'll learn how both of them take on different tactics and approaches. It is said that marketing is for businesses while branding is for clients. In one instance, branding can be seen as the way you portray yourself to your customers, the way you talk about your brand, the way you position your brand. And in this case, branding in this instance is not a push, but a pull tactic. Furthermore, branding is the truth, the reputation, and the value a small business's images and ethics and craftsmanship. It is also the communication of characteristics and attributes that clarify what your particular brand is and isn't. On the other hand, marketing is the act of promoting and selling. It's how your message gets out via a set of processes and tools promoting your business. This can include SEO, social media, PPC ads, mobile, and traditional promotional methods and tools. An example that I could use to further clarify the difference is this. Let's assume we're talking about a roaster retailer versus a roaster wholesaler. Both offer a similar product, but have different objectives. In this particular instance, a roaster retailer wants to offer quality coffee to as many people as possible. They would position their brand messaging as such and rely heavily on marketing tactics to get the word out on their business to get people to buy. A wholesale roaster, on the other hand, wants to set their brand apart by being particular with which vendors they want to work with. In this case, they want to be known as an exclusive brand that is only served at Michelin star restaurants. This exclusivity can help them stand out from their competition by offering a unique offering that can only be experienced at particular destinations. As you can see, while both brands are selling the same product, their brand and marketing tactics are totally different. One other way to remember the difference is to look at branding as a strategic initiative and marketing as a tactical initiative. Let's dive a little deeper into what this means. As you can see in this Venn diagram, branding is much more than just your logo. It also includes other aspects like brand guidelines, brand identity, and visual style. Branding can also go into deeper aspects like your brand purpose, customer expectation, your reputation, which is all vital to your business. While marketing is a set of processes and tools used to promote your business. Marketing in this case can be seen as a sales-driven tactic which stands behind your branding. For those that attended Dr. Ross's marketing session yesterday, you heard him cover this in his presentation. Now, when we align the different tactics, you do see that there is a bit of an overlap when talking about your message and your value proposition. For the sake of it, since we're here, let's take a look at an example of a brand campaign that is leveraging both tactics and, in my opinion, doing a great job with it. In this particular example, we're looking at a couple of social media messages from the brand Onyx Coffee, where they're leveraging user-generated content to push out a very unique message. From a branding perspective, the brand is strategically trying to pull in a very specific audience with this marketing tactic. They are leveraging user-generated content or reviews, in this case, to showcase the stamp of approval that they've received from these notable media brands. I believe this message and these campaigns are very powerful and can hit on the emotions of an existing client as well as a new customer. Let me explain what I mean. For an existing buyer, a message like this could provide validation and a sense of pride to be affiliated with this brand. Both media companies carry a lot of weight and significance to some people. It may give an existing customer a sense of joy or pride knowing that they're part of the subscription club and that they already know who this brand is. Again, there is a sense of validation that comes with this messaging. From a potential buyer perspective, a message like this could inspire them to buy because they want to feel like they want to be a part of the club. For both media companies in this case, like I mentioned, they carry a lot of weight and significance, which may influence a potential buyer to take their word for it and subscribe and buy their coffee. This, again, is a good example of when branding and marketing merge, and a good example of getting customers to feel like they are part of something more than just buying your product. Let's talk a little bit more about what that means. So branding with the purpose is essentially a brand's reason for being beyond making money. It's important to note and to not confuse this with brand promise. A brand promise may give the buyer an idea of what to expect from the product or service, but branding with purpose goes way beyond that. Let's take a closer look. Branding with purpose allows you to connect with consumers on a more emotional level. Likewise, brand purpose isn't the same as social purpose, though there are many similarities. To clarify this some more, branding with purpose can be product-led or experience-based initiatives, which can help the brand achieve business success and benefit society simultaneously. Here are some key advantages to having or conducting branding with purpose. For one, your brand purpose can add a value not just to the lives of customers, but to the society as a whole. Branding with purpose can also help build a more emotional relationship between a brand and its consumer, which in turn can help to boost sales as well as loyalty. It can also help differentiate you by having a unique brand differentiator, just like the roaster wholesaler who wants to remain a unique and exclusive brand. So the question here is, what is your brand purpose? Let's break down the different segments and examples so that way you can think about what this could mean for your business. So the question that I'll start with is your brand purpose driven by emotional connections? Are you looking to offer exclusivity and a sense of belonging to your customers? Does your brand purpose add value, not just to the lives of customers, but to society as a whole? Is your brand purpose experience-led? This is a second piece. Believe it or not, packaging and unpackaging videos are a thing these days. People are traveling also far to experience a unique location or destination. Pop-ups and capsule collections are also a really good draw, and we've seen a lot of brands have success with this. And lastly, the question is your brand purpose product-led? Are you offering merchandise that's only accessible at your shop or your online store? Are you a brand that is offering a subscription? I've seen brands who've introduced unique products like cold brew, matcha lattes, lavender lattes, or even their own house-made almond milk to their menu, which has really drawn a unique customer. Remember that those unique offerings can be a thing that you are known for. And remember that a unique brand purpose can differentiate your brand from competitors. So now that we've done the work of understanding what branding is and positioning our brand to be purposeful, let's now talk about our customers. The important next step is ensuring that our brand messaging and our brand purpose is resonating with our customer base, and that we're doing what we can to cultivate a loyal following or a loyal customer. Let's take a look at the different types of loyalty and loyalty customers that exist. To start, you've got the rational consumer, who is transaction-driven and only really interested in getting that 10th punch card on their loyalty card to get that 11th coffee for free. These folks have no problem having a transactional relationship with you. Airlines also come to mind when you think about rational consumer. Then you've got your consumers who are loyal to you out of convenience. Your shop may just be conveniently located next to their place of work, so you are a convenience to them, okay? And therefore, they are loyal to you because of that. And then you've got your emotional invested buyer who is sold on who you are as a brand and what you represent. In this case, you may represent their lifestyle or product that they want to be affiliated with. The emotional invested buyers or consumers in this case have forced us to look at loyalty different and what is now known in the industry as the new age of loyalty. Let's talk about that next. New age of loyalty is a reimagined version of what a typical loyalty program provides or what a typical loyalty customer looks like. Most of us think of an airline or a credit card when we think of a loyalty program or a loyalty person, right? These earn and burn programs that offer punch cards or point systems are really only transaction-based and no longer enough. New age of loyalty forces us to prioritize the customer's needs first. It's about them, not about us. So the question brands should be asking of themselves next are, what needs is your brand looking to solve? Are you trying to help a customer, for example, become the best home barista? Are you trying to introduce the best and easiest home brewer around? Or are you looking to provide a fast and easy way for consumers to get coffee supplies at home? So these are just some of the questions and some of the things you should be asking yourself in terms of what you're looking to solve for the customer. And finally, new age of loyalty has us considering the emotional connection we have with our customers. When it comes to leading with emotion, remember that people today are buying on emotions, which are largely driven by experiences. When someone subscribes to your coffee subscription program, for example, they're not just buying it because they need coffee, but rather they're buying into the totality of their experience with your brand. Perhaps they are driven by your brand's mission, by your brand's packaging. I've done this, or by what they're hearing and reading from an industry influencer. There are many variables to consider here, so why don't we take a look at a Bain & Company report that looks at the psychology behind consumer behavior. In 2019, Bain & Company conducted a report on consumer psychology and identified 30 elements of value that consumers look for when choosing a product or service. The report outlined the 30 elements in 4 categories and came up with the elements of pyramid, which you're seeing on your screen now. The 30 elements fall into 4 categories, which are social impact, life-changing, emotional, and lastly, functional, which across all industries tends to be the area that most businesses focus on the most. And that makes sense. That makes sense that logical is at the priority of many businesses, because you want to make sure that the product or services you provide hit the mark when it comes to functionality. However, for us to connect with consumers on a more emotional level, we need to make sure we are hitting more of the areas towards the top of the pyramid. So for example, let's talk about a few brand examples. For a brand like Patagonia, they've done a really good job at tapping into the many of the emotional and life-changing values of their customers by coming out with several campaigns and messages regarding their stance on climate change. They've done print ads, TV, and social media ads that have allowed them to reach customers with similar values. In return, they've built a tribe of loyal followers who stick to the brand because of these values and align and want to be affiliated with them. So as we can see on the screen, this is in the life-changing portion of the pyramid. This is where Patagonia, the brand, is really focusing a lot of their marketing efforts and brand messaging around. Let's talk about another example. Let's talk about Leica cameras. We all know that these are very expensive cameras and carry a lot of prestige and have become known as a camera that many professional photographers and famous photographers have used in the past. So if you talk to an owner of this camera, they're going to talk about the quality of the product and the pictures it takes, right? So a photographer who's invested in a Leica camera will, be able to fulfill some underlining life-changing elements through self-actualization. So now we're tapping again into this life-changing section. So what happens here is for a camera owner, a Leica camera owner, they are now going to feel like they're buying into this lifestyle, this brand identity, and in return, to them, the value is that they can be affiliated with the camera that has been used by professional photographers across the world. Now, an industry example could be a coffee subscription. The elements of value in this case that you are providing can fall under functionality because you're providing a convenient way for the consumer to get coffee. You could also be providing access to a rare and specialty coffee source varietal. Or you can be tapping into the life-changing elements because they want to be affiliated with your brand, okay? By the way, this pyramid can also be used for B2B brands. It's not just for B2C brands. So what does this all mean? And what are the takeaways from brands that are looking to invest more in customer retention, engagement, and loyalty initiatives? A study by Capgemini showed that customers with high emotional engagement are more likely to have strong brand affinity compared to those with low engagement. Those with less emotional engagement fall under the rational and behavioral models, making decisions based on logic and routine over emotion. And so what can an emotional investment and focusing on the values that matter most to your customers mean for your overall business? Well, when done right, it can help solve and provide solutions to some of your biggest pain points. For example, it can help you with your margins for retaining your existing customer base. It can help you with repeat purchasing, your average order value or your lifetime value of your customer. It could also, especially for those brands that have high ticket items or high ticket priced items like espresso machines or machines of that nature, it can help you stay engaged with customers in between purchases, because we know we're not buying espresso machines every day or every month or once a year. We're buying them maybe every 5 to 10 years. So tapping into some of these tactics can help you keep engagement with some of those customers. It could also help you incentivize customers without discounting. And that's sometimes a default thing that we think about with loyalty. or with loyalty programs is we feel like we need to provide a discount to our loyal customers. And that's far from the truth. As you've seen, there are many other tactics that you can take to reward your customers that won't hit your bottom line. And lastly, it can help you to reward your customers for referrals, for ratings, for content that they're providing, for user-generated reviews. And so this is just a look at, when done right, how this can help your overall business. So with that in mind, I do want to now move our conversation over to our conversation with Chèrmelle. So if I can have Chèrmelle join me on camera.
Good morning.
Hi, Chèrmelle.
How are you?
Good, good. I'm
Good
so
to
happy.
be here.
I'm so excited that you're able to join us for the second half. As Heather mentioned, you're the co-founder of The Coffeetographer, an independent webzine with a very unique social and cultural element tied to it. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work with your webzine?
Sure. First, thank you for having me and inviting me onto your panel. And thank you to the Specialty Coffee Association for having me. Basically, I run a webzine called The Coffeetographer, which is also my namesake. And I document coffee culture. My goal is to look at coffee, specialty coffee, through the lens of pop culture, right? Things that contribute to our lifestyle, things that we're interested in, things that matter to us. And so my goal is to cartographize those things, to be able to look back 2 or 3 years ago and see what people were talking about in fashion, or what they were talking about in design or architecture, or what they were talking about in roasting or just coffee itself. So takes me all around the world, and I love that.
That's excellent. So when you describe your work, you mentioned that it gives you the opportunity to experience culture through coffee. And I think it's great, and that you're here and able to share your perspective from both a consumer and a specialty coffee insider perspective. So I thought what we would do is chat for a few minutes on trends you're seeing and insights you've gained being out in the field. And I am being intentional when I say field here, because when I think about the work that you do, I actually think of your work as more of like a cultural anthropology perspective. You in many ways document, take notes, analyze, and then come back to us with your findings. And so I was intentional when I said field, because I feel like that's what you do.
It's a big part of what I do.
It's a big part of what you do, exactly. So let's start by asking you this. So I know that prior to the shutdown, you had been traveling the world in search of experiencing culture, the coffee culture in different parts of the globe. So if you can, tell us a little bit about what you saw then and any experiences that stood out.
Okay. I saw a lot, so I'm going to try to keep it brief and intentional. I even have notes. So I was actually in Paris for Fashion Month, and had hopped over to Lisbon and was coming back and got caught in COVID. So I was had to quarantine for like 2 weeks, and so I've been in LA ever since, even though I grew up here. And what I saw a lot there before COVID hit was just a lot of boutique coffee shops and customization. And I saw a lot of international roasters, and I saw a lot of people waiting for something good. And I don't mind waiting. I don't mind being patient, but especially like in Paris and Lisbon and in European cities, spaces are really small. So kind of the way that we've had to adjust here in the States to the pandemic with like little to nobody in a shop. I feel like in Europe, a lot of shops are used to dealing with like 6 seats, 8 seats, that kind of thing. It's really interesting because sometime last year I was thinking about the coffees that I had tasted as I was being in quarantine. And I was trying to think about like, what was the best coffee that I tasted? But also what was like the best experience that I had, because they're different. Like you can have a great coffee shop experience, but the coffee can be okay. And you can have a great coffee, but the coffee shop experience can be okay. And I went to a shop called Dreamin' Man. And there's a man named Giuliano who runs it. And he used to run Two Boots, which was a pretty famous coffee shop in Paris and Marais. And a lot of people went there. maybe like 6 seats and something like that, and crates outside, and you would sit and wait for your coffee. So he left there and started Dreaming Man. And what was awesome was that, like, maybe there are 6 seats there as well. He's behind the bar all the time. But you walk in there and you feel like you're walking into this person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like his shop is his soul on display. And I had a coffee that was phenomenal. I almost didn't believe how great it was until I came back like a second and a third time during Fashion Week, and the coffee was just brilliant. And so when I inquired about the coffee, he told me that it was from Prologue, and I never heard of them before. And that caused me to like research them, look for them, and eventually order their coffee from Denmark while I was here in the pandemic. And there was something about the experience, but also the quality of the way the coffee was made. You know, it was like this creamy body, peach fruit bombs, and this person from behind the counter serving it with like every ounce of who they were. So it was a whole situation. I was feeling it. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing. Yeah, no, that's amazing. Yeah, and it's true. I mean, I like what you said. I mean, oftentimes, you know, you can be providing really good quality coffee, but just maybe not the experience that the customer has may not be, up to par as well. So I think it's important that brands do consider the totality of the experience, right?
Yeah.
As you saw on the pyramid, oftentimes we get so stuck in the functional piece of our product or service. In this case, somebody can get really caught up in only providing quality coffee and forget about how this is going to be, perceived, or how this is going to be drank, in what environment. So I think that's a really good something important that you said. Great. So is there so in a separate conversation with you, I also learned that you're getting back into the cafe scene here in the United States.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what you're seeing and hearing. You had mentioned that you were going on a coffee sprint. Can you share with us maybe one or two trends that you're seeing, and particularly we're talking about the United States here, but that you're seeing?
Right. Yeah, I just want to preface that, when the pandemic hit, I just stopped going to coffee shops altogether. Like, we really took it really seriously, but it's tricky, So over the past year, I've had these like out weeks where I go and I'll go to like 40 shops in a week. And I did that like in, I think it was October, end of November. And then I just did it like 2 weeks ago. And what's interesting about that is that on the one hand, you get to have so many experiences back to back that it's easy to kind of like parallel them and see like what's happening, what's not happening, what's different, what's not. And so at first when I got back, I was seeing like just cafes adjusting, right? Just trying to figure out how to do a cafe in COVID, how to have like your glass up or have a mask, like using apps and people ordering from apps and coming up with their order from an app versus like the person walking up. How do you differentiate that and monitor that queue? Then there was also like the reduction of menus. Like there were like menus in person and then menus online and then menus in the app. And sometimes they don't always line up. So how do you deal with that? And then I'm starting to see, or I've seen a lot of localism. So a lot of coffee shops are aligning with their founders or their communities' passion points, right? Like maybe that's surfing, maybe that's clean water, maybe that is CSAs, maybe that is merchandise, you know what I mean? Maybe that is just community, maybe it's music, like whatever this organic, intrinsic thing that's a part of your lifestyle, your being. I'm seeing coffee shops take that and make that as a part of their brand, like not just in the walk up, but in their digital presence. So I'm associating with coffee shops primarily now digitally first. And then I'm associating with them physically. And I'm looking to see congruency. I'm looking to see like what's almost omni-channel. Like what am I getting from them socially that matches up? And what can I get from them physically when I go there that maybe I couldn't get from just scrolling a feed or reading their website or ordering their coffee and getting that coffee at home in a package with a postcard or a note. So a lot of localism, a lot of individualism, and what I kind of call like like coffee and serve, or coffee and bikes, or coffee and lifestyle. I mean, these things aren't necessarily new, but I'm just seeing a lot more coffee shops embrace those things as a way to like bring people into who they are.
Yeah, no, you said, you mentioned omni-channel, which, essentially now is like a subset of marketing and branding. But you're right. I think it's important for brands to know that the one thing you don't have control over is how somebody is going to learn about you and your brand. So it's important that whether that touch point is just walking down the street and stumbling upon your shop, or somebody forwarding you a post, or coming across an article about you. We don't have control over how people discover us, but what we do have control over is the experience that they get through all of those channels. So I think it's so great that you said omni-channel, because now we do have to think about all of the channels that we're in, and all of those, and what each of those is providing, right? Like you said, in some cases you're interacting more with somebody online than you are physically because of the situation that we're in. So what does that look like, right?
Yeah, and we don't know, right? Like I don't always know. Like, even though I'm a consumer, I'm also like a journalist, like documenting what I'm seeing. So I don't always know what I want, but I can feel it, right? So like sometimes I may not even be looking for a perfect coffee, but I'm looking for a great coffee, and I want a really good experience. So it's like sometimes I get to a place and that coffee is so good at being who they are that now they're putting me onto something. They're tapping into something inside of me that I didn't know that I liked. And so now you got me, because I'm like, I want to see how else you're going to show me myself, appeal to me, Maybe I do love a cappuccino in the morning, or maybe I'm by the beach and I want an espresso, and your espresso is really good. You know what I mean? So it's like, there also has to be this idea of fluidity, and knowing that the better you as a brand know yourself, but also are malleable and you can pivot, the better you are able to like adjust to like being who you are, but also encompassing who your demographic is, right? Because if your demographic is, they wake up early and they're active and they're in a surf town, or it's sunny, like that's going to kind of fuel the character of who they are, and they're coming into your shops. So you have to kind of take that into consideration too. But the foundation always starts with like who you are. Like,
who you are.
That's really important, because
At the core.
Everyone's not going to necessarily align with that. And that's okay.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, I think that the advantages that a lot of the smaller retailers or brands have is that they can be and act quicker and faster. So they have the opportunity to adapt. And we saw this, like you mentioned earlier, many businesses having to adapt quickly to how they were going to serve coffee, or how they were going to be able to provide an experience. And so that is a total advantage I feel like businesses have, is to, what I like to call test fast, fail fast, so that if it doesn't work, you can move on.
Right. And we were talking about that before, a little bit about, like the trends. That's one thing that I saw, because ironically, when you're still, you can feel a lot and you can see a lot. And that's what the pandemic has done for us. But that's also what being able to like be in a space, leave it, and think about it can do, as, for consumers. And so like, as far as trends, like here in LA and Chinatown, there's Endorphin, which is run by Jack. And, he kind of like creates this character where he speaks in the third person, and he talks about himself as if he's not himself. And like, Jack is going to go do this, and Jack is going to deliver you coffee, and Jack has this map, and like, where are you on the map? And I can deliver you bottled coffee or bottled drinks. And it's like, now I'm like, I can't go see Jack in the coffee shop, right? But Jack can come to me. Jack can deliver the coffee that I want to me. And I thought that was super smart, super malleable in a pandemic, to become your own driver, bottle your coffees, get out of your shop because people aren't coming. And now you get to know where your customers are. You're delivering to their door. You know what they like. That's all this extra data that
Oh my
you also
gosh.
get. You know what I mean? And it's like I would just wave through the gate and say, like, you know, hey, Jack, Mom and I, you know, we thank you. Sit some of his coffee to some friends. And I just thought it was like a way to put yourself into
Yeah.
your brand.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then there was one other one. I think there's another brand I never engaged with them in person, but I found them in the pandemic, and they're called No Free Coffee. And I got hooked because of Instagram. It was like they never really showed coffee. It was more like their color palette. It was ideas about structure, architecture, environment, ideas, memes. And then it slowly morphed into like, hey, we're going to be popping up and we're going to be serving coffee. Then it went into like a little bit of that, and then like ideas about coffee, all in like their color palette. And then when they announced their first pop up, I was like, Mom, we got to go. Like, we just have to go and support, first off. But I also want to see it, right? Like, so their pop up was in Silver Lake at the Counterculture Training Center. And, you know, Counterculture is a pretty, you know, standard quality coffee. So we went, and when we got there, it was just like, it was a vibe. It was like all kind of culture. There was music. There was like a couple of merchandise. There were like hand stamped cups. There were logos. People were talking. We all had on masks. There were special coffees, and they've had a couple since then. And the one thing that I like about this brand is that they don't have a physical space. So that means that they're creating a brand just through the content that they're giving you on Instagram, but also they're applying a character, a message. And No Free Coffee is all about one of the founders having interactions with people who always wanted him to like come out for coffee. We'll buy your coffee, but they wanted to tap his brain. And he was like, I don't want your free coffee. Like, I'd
We've
rather
all
you
heard
just
that.
pay me, right?
Right.
Pay me for my service. I'll buy my own coffee. And so when he told me this at the pop-up, I was like, word. Like, I was
Yeah.
like, this is so real, especially if you're
Right.
a freelancer. But to name your brand after that, put that on all of your cups, your sweatshirts, your tote bags,
Hmm.
your bottle glasses. And now people are not only engaging with your brand, they're wearing your mantra, they're living your philosophy. And so when you go to their profile, they even tell you like the coffee is cool, but it's the clothes that hit. So it
Hmm.
lets you know like they're serious about coffee, but they kind of want to have like this cult following with you. Like I told him in DM, I was like, "What, you trying to just get me to come out and stand in the line so I can get like, you know, the first 100 bottles of coffee or something?" So, not every brand is about merchandise, right? Not every
Hmm.
brand is about a motto or a slogan. Like, I'm not saying that, but I think both of those brands knew who they were and what they could
Yeah.
do, and they moved in that direction, right?
Well, they're being intentional. I mean, there's no denying that, you know, the messages that are being put out, the imagery,
Mm-hmm.
it's super intentional, and it's thought out. You know, and it's consistent too. You know, when you go and study, like I have these last couple of days, from like just the marketing and branding perspective, you know, it would, you know, back in the days, you would have to pay an agency tons to like think
Yep,
about this idea or to help you launch this idea, and here you have at your disposal the tools to
the
do it. all
tools.
you all you really need to do is have a really good strong sense for who you are and what you want to be, and then run with it. And I think that's so genius, and I have been diving into what they've been doing and really enjoying it.
Yeah,
um, but I did want to go back to endorphins, right? That's the brand
yeah,
with
endorphin.
Jack, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think it's so, I mean, I'm going to call it a silver lining in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But also I'm going to, you know, just say how great it was that Jack was so intentional about delivering the product himself. I've
Yeah.
seen other brands do this. And I think what you said is so powerful, because I think that oftentimes as business owners, you know, we are welcoming our consumer in our door and, you know, giving them an experience of what, you know, who we are and what we want them to get out of our brand.
Mm-hmm.
But what a powerful, insight to be able to go and see probably where, you know, much your customers vary in terms of like
Yep.
lifestyle too. I think that's so cool and
And
so
to see
smart.
what they order, right? Like maybe you really love this drink that you're making, and that's cool. But maybe your audience really loves this other thing. And now that you know that, it's like that can grow into your content strategy, right? Maybe you
Yeah.
show that a little bit more in your feed. Maybe you share
Right.
recipes. Maybe you talk about it more. Maybe,
Yeah.
if you're moving into RTD, it becomes a part of your bottling menu. Like, there's just so many ways to take that information. But it took like him saying like, I'm willing to put myself out there. I'm willing to do this. And I've seen other shops like they have jug programs. People are walking in saying like, can I just buy a jug? Because I may not be able to come back in tomorrow or 2 days from now. It could last me for a couple of days. Yeah, it's really cool. Really
Yeah,
ingenious.
it's so true, right? Sometimes, we don't have control over what's going to be a hit or not. Sometimes it's unintentional, right? We become known for something. I mean, I'll just say it, like how early in the early wave of third wave coffee, I mean, how many of us were traveling to Intelligentsia to literally get a photo of the tile? I mean,
Come on.
I'm sure that wasn't
Like us,
intentional.
we're human. Yeah, let's be real. And I think like I think when we talk about like loyalty and brands, all that kind of stuff, and about feeling, because I'm about feelings and being connected, we can't negate the idea of the power of social media and the power of visuals and why people may come to a place. A person may be drawn in by your tile, right? Or your storefront, or your ceramics or whatever. But what's going to keep them? What's going
Right.
to retain them? What's going to make them feel good? How are you responding to their DMs? How is your subscription program? How is your retention of your subscription program?
Yeah.
How is your customer engagement? Like, how do people feel when they come into your space or to your glass? Right? Like, there's a lot of
It's true.
touch points that
There are. Yeah, I
we
think
can't afford
also
to forget about anymore.
we cannot. And I think that's something really interesting too. For those brands that I think that found themselves during the pandemic, for example, getting us, new customers coming in or being discovered by new brands because now all of a sudden maybe you were more convenient or had the item that they needed. For those brands, now the work is really in how do you get that new customer to stick around? How do you retain them? How do you engage with them? Because that's really where the work is, right? We know that we spend a lot of money trying to do outreach and getting customers to come in. But oftentimes, we forget like that there's a strategy to retention, right? And sometimes we're so focused on the new that we may forget about our existing customers. So I think I love that you said that or that you brought that up.
Yeah, because customers are going to be loyal to more than one brand. Like,
True.
I see this myself, like there's brands that when the pandemic started that I didn't really engage with because I was always going into coffee shops. And then the engagement shifted when I had to start buying coffee myself. So it's a different engagement I have with the coffee brand online. And when I send my friends coffee and I ask them about like, how does it look? Send me a picture, show me. Because when I'm ordering coffee, I know it's like the coffee photographer is on it. And not that I think that's going to mean anything to someone packaging up my coffee, but sometimes I just like to see like what my friends get, if it's the same thing, you know what I mean? If it's packaged the same way.
Packaging is a thing. I mean, we've seen it in the wine industry. We see it in the coffee industry,
Yeah.
that can be a motivator. And like I said in my presentation, packaging videos and unpackaging videos are a thing,
Yeah.
people are driven by that. So we're going to open it up for Q&A in a few, but my last question for you, Chèrmelle, is for you, like when it comes to like loyalty, and you've touched a little bit about that. Is there one thing that you think what you would want from a brand for them to win you over from that perspective?
I feel like what draws me is a feeling, and I know that's so subjective, but I think I'm also looking for authenticity for them, right? Like, I don't need them to be something that they're not. I don't need them to put on and be another brand. Just need them to be themselves. And if that is simpler than someone else, that's okay. just do you and be you well, right? So it's like understand your constraints, but you can
Yeah.
still be creative with them,
Yeah.
right? So I just think I'm just looking for authenticity
I
and a
love
good
that.
time, a good
Yeah.
coffee time.
And there's nothing wrong with being inspired by, by someone, but I think you're right. How do you take that and make that your own, or,
Mhm.
make it unique to you? So I love that you said that. So I'm
Totally.
going to check out the questions to see if there's any questions for us. We've got
Sure.
about 8 minutes, so you've got us both on. We'd love to hear from you. Let me just pull up and see if there's any questions. Okay, so there's a question here that says, what elements of the coffee retail brand experience have you missed the most because of lockdown restrictions?
You want me to answer or you want to go?
Mhm.
You
Sure,
want me
go
to
for it.
answer?
Yeah.
I miss sitting in a coffee shop. Just the act of being in a coffee shop. And I miss other humans making my coffee. I've gotten really intimate with my coffee routine by being at home, but I really enjoyed other people who do coffee excellently making coffee for me. So I miss that. And I also miss discovery, right? Like
Mhm.
coffee shops are such an ecosystem of everything, of like a barista's music, of like someone walking in and wearing like, some really dope platforms or something, or like
Yeah.
seeing an artist do their work, or just having a conversation, with
Yeah.
another human being. So I think that's what I miss, what I have missed the most.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's important to tell, or, to share with the audience that you and I actually met at a coffee shop.
Yes,
um,
we did.
I saw you,
Right?
doing your thing with your camera, and I actually was like so inspired by what you were doing, and I came up to you, and this was maybe like, I don't
And
know,
where do we meet? Like
9 years
downtown
ago.
LA, right?
It was
In the
downtown
handsome
LA,
roaster days.
Handsome Roaster Coffee. Um, so somebody's asking, can you talk about the difference between roasting your own coffee versus buying roasted coffee with focus on branding? Is there a preference in your opinion? So can you talk about the
Mm,
difference between roasting your own coffee, which is a hard thing to do? So
right.
that's already a very niche market. And I think that
Hmm.
possibly a bigger market after the pandemic, right? People
Right.
experimenting and wanting to take that on, versus buying. Um, well,
Is
I mean,
that is that from the perspective of a coffee shop roasting your own coffee or
I would
buying their
say
coffee
probably
to sell it?
from a consumer.
Oh, okay.
Can you talk to the difference between roasting your own coffee, yeah, versus buying roasted coffee with focus on branding? Well, I mean, I think that they provide two different experiences. I mean, I'll tell you that I take a lot of pride when I make somebody a cup of coffee and I'm hosting somebody. So I think that being able to roast my own coffee and being able to share that, I think is awesome. So I think that that's a very personal thing. Um, and, obviously when you're buying into a coffee roaster's coffee, it's also an intimate thing, but I feel like, I don't know, it feels a little bit more personal.
Yeah. I think I'm going to answer this from the coffee shop perspective.
Okay.
Just in case the question is about like what I'm also seeing is a lot of like independent shops are moving into roasting their own. Like usually you would see a shop, maybe like a Go Get 'em or something, who has like their third or fourth or fifth, and they're going into roasting, right? Like private labeling or something, or being a multi roaster, and then they say, okay, we want to start roasting our own. And I'm starting to see like shops just have one shop and they're roasting their own, or they have two,
Ah, yes.
and then they start roasting their own. And I think that I think it's a challenge because when people know that you carry a certain brand, they expect a certain profile or flavor, or certain coffees to come in and out. And the ones that I think that have switched over to roasting their own, it's kind of like this seamless thing where maybe it's a private label, so you don't even know that it's someone else's coffee, but it's under their label, and they're allowing
Mm,
the customer to experience that, ask questions. Oh, I noticed something different with the roast today. What is it? And they can talk you through it. That's how I learned that coffee shops are now not carrying this brand. This is actually their own brand. But the whole time it's been underneath their own brand, like Hi-Fi Espresso in Hermosa Beach. I love them. They carry counterculture, but they're doing their own coffee now. So it's like sometimes I come in, it's theirs, Sometimes it's counterculture, or it could be somebody on guest roast. So I think that it's going to depend on, like, you know, if you want to get into roasting, if that's a passion of yours and you want to authentically pursue that and you're good at it. And I also think
commit to it. Yeah, because you can't just start and then all of a sudden it's like we're no longer doing it. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I think that's, so the way that you answer the question is actually the question. I misread it. So I think you're right in that you know, roasting your own versus carrying a multi-roaster. So somebody's asking, do you have any examples of co-branding or brand alignment that resonates with you? Trying to think here. Co-branding. Well, we see this a lot. I mean, a common one that we're seeing, and Chèrmelle, you spoke about this, is collaborating with a food truck, or collaborating with another retailer to provide a, you know, multi-experience opportunity. You had mentioned, Chèrmelle, that you had been to a shop where they're now selling plants, for example.
Right. And I mean, that's like a big trend that we're seeing. Like, everybody wants a plant. And it's like, that's cool, you know, but like Commodity in Long Beach now, like they took out that wall that they had to separate like the store that was there before and their bar. And now they have a whole plant store. And then there's like Wolf's Brew in Long Beach. They have like this really cool curated room of plants. And down in Highland Park, like there's one coffee shop, they have like a little plant sale. So I think that the coffee and is a big part of that branding, right? Whether you have like another small business pop into your space or pop out, because, you know, we're not really in shops that much, or you find something that resonates with you and you say, okay, I want to put my name on that with you, or I want you to come in with me. You know what I mean? So it's like, there's a lot of that, because that's how a lot of these like sub indies get their start. Even when they have multi-roaster shops, like you may have your main roaster, and then you go to a place like Daydream, which is like my fave, and or one of my faves on West Coast actually. But they'll have like their Cat Cloud Espresso. Then they have Onyx, and then they have Manhattan coffee roasters, and you know, they have a couple of things. And then even recently, Onyx, who's in your presentation, they just did a big collaboration with Everybody's Busy. She's out of Chicago. She's a woman. She's been doing her coffee thing as a pop-up for years. And she just did a collaboration with Onyx, and like her face is on the box, on their brilliant box that just won that award. Excellent example, like co-branding.
That's excellent. Great. Well, we are at the top of the hour, Chèrmelle. I can't thank you enough for joining me in the second half.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks to the SCA for having us as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. That was really a great conversation, great content. So thank you for contributing. Okay, we're going to kick off with the next session just in a few. So it's called Tech and Retail, the New Normal. So just grab that second cup of coffee, or third or fourth, whichever you're on, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi there. You're all very welcome to Coffee Retail Summit. My name is Stephen Morrissey. I'm the Deputy Chief Commercial and Community Experience Officer for the Specialty Coffee Association, and it's an honor to be here with you today. We are joined for our next panel today for the second session by Luisa Castellanos, who is the co-founder and COO of Science on Call, a boutique IT consulting agency dedicated to helping independent coffee shops and retailers with technology. Today, They're a low-cost subscription service, Science on Call, helping coffee shops, restaurants, retailers navigate the pandemic and the future of tech in hospitality. So please join me in welcoming Luisa.
Hello, could you hear me and see me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you, Stephen. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for that introduction. So as he mentioned, I am the co-founder and COO of Science on Call. We have helped over 100 different restaurants, coffee shops, retailers dealing with technology during the pandemic, even before the pandemic and post-pandemic. So we have seen it all. We have dealt with just about every kind of technology issue, from internet outages, online ordering not going through, contactless payment transitions, all the great stuff that we've probably all experienced at least a few times at this point in the long ongoing pandemic. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what trends we've seen and where we're seeing the future of technology in the restaurant, retail, hospitality industry. And so just to kind of kick it off, here's a great slide about the name of this presentation, Technology in Retail and the New Normal. So I'll sort of start out talking about the technologies that we see a lot of operators using. And, you know, for any of you that are coffee shop owners or retailers or restaurant owners, you probably all seen or heard about some of this. I'll give a few tips on things that have worked for our customers, things that haven't. And I'm also happy to take more questions after the fact if I didn't touch on something that you wanted to hear more about. All right, so as we know, restaurants and hospitality cannot survive without technology. There's a picture of a barista right here working with all these lovely tablets and computers and printers, and probably taking online orders, maybe punching them into the point of sale. And, you know, it's just part of the job now. So it's nothing new. Maybe you've dealt with it before. If you've worked in a coffee shop, the breakfast rush, the morning rush, and you're trying to serve your customers, but at the same time, you're trying to make sure that online orders are coming through or credit cards are processing. So this is a pretty common situation for many coffee shop owners or retailers. And so this is you know, just an example of what we're probably all dealing with right now. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the solutions that are really essential to technology, to retail today. And I'll give a few examples. So this is sort of a list of what we've seen in restaurants and retail establishments. Pretty much you can't survive without these. So first off, internet and Wi-Fi. Everything revolves around your internet at this point. You probably have your point of sale connected to it, your phone system, your printers, your online ordering, your website. All of this revolves around internet. And you know, everybody thinks like, oh, my Wi-Fi is down. Well, it could be so much more than that. It could be that there's a local outage. It could be that your router or your modem isn't working correctly. Everyone's heard the classic unplug it and plug it back in scenario. And yes, it works some of the time, but sometimes it doesn't, and you're stuck without internet for hours at a time. That can cost hundreds of dollars for anyone who's processing credit cards or taking online orders. And something that we've actually seen a lot with our customers is experiencing an internet outage on a busy Saturday. We had one customer, you know, their typical hourly sales are over $500. And so without internet, that would have meant, you know, thousands of dollars lost if they weren't able to stay connected. And, you know, another thing too, when you don't have internet, and you've probably, if you haven't experienced this in your own shop, but out and about, you go to a place and they give you the classic, oh, sorry, we can't take credit cards right now, or our system isn't working. That is also a huge loss because you might be turning away paying customers. And so something that we always stress is stable internet. And something that we've actually helped some of our customers implement is backup internet. So having a failover for your primary internet that rolls over to, you know, like a 4G LTE backup. That is a great solution and can save a ton of money and prevent any of those outages. So with point of sale, this is a huge topic for every retailer that's out there. You pretty much have to have some way of accepting credit cards, taking orders. It could be maybe you have one of those old banger cash registers. We like to joke about those kind of being like the dinosaur way of doing things. But over the last, 6 years since we've been running our company, this has changed so much. There was the classic NCR and Aloha systems that any of you who've worked in the industry for a long time have probably worked on. There was always, those classic like touchpad screens. There was always issues and not a lot could be done on the fly when you're working behind the counter. And so when you come to point of sale in the modern age, you've probably seen Toast, Upserve, Square. Those are some of the bigger ones that are very common today. One of the great aspects of the changes in point of sale is that they've allowed for a lot of extra integrations. So later on this list, we're going to talk about online ordering. There are several point of sale systems you can use to integrate online ordering, whether it's your own native online ordering, so taking orders from your website, or online ordering, or taking orders through in person. But point of sale is obviously very important. All right, so I'll also talk about phone systems. You could sign up for a phone plan with your internet service provider, or maybe you have, just a cell phone that everyone at the shop uses. This is another reason why internet is so important, is because there are voice over IP systems you can use that allow for you to not even use a classic phone line, and you can use the internet to use your phone. But again, if the internet goes out, your phones are down, your customers can't reach you. That can be a huge problem. People are trying to find out if you're open, trying to figure out how to order. And this is another reason why technology is just so important to the customer experience. If they can't get a hold of you, if they can't place an order, they're going to be frustrated. Printers are definitely something that I'll talk about a little more later, but the classic Epson printer, kitchen printer, Expo printer, these are probably another area where you as a coffee shop owner or staff are probably experiencing issues all the time, where either you punched in an order at the counter and it didn't go through, or maybe you are using some sort of third-party delivery apps like Uber Eats, Grubhub, Postmates, and all of a sudden the orders aren't printing from those third parties. That could mean you missed an order, or it could mean that you don't know what the customer was trying to order. And so making sure that everything is all synced together with your point of sale and your online ordering system is super important. And we tell our coffee shop customers all the time, you're good at what you do. You're a barista, you're a coffee shop owner, you're not an IT person. To understand all the intricacies of IP addresses and adding new devices to your point of sale, it's pretty complicated. So that's something that we are really helping our customers with a lot, is these, all these different complexities with printers. It could also be a printer on site for just printing menus. It could be, just your office printer. That's another thing that internet is super important, is making sure your printer is connected and your device is connected to the printer, your desktop, your laptop, whatever it might be. Online ordering. So I already talked a little bit about how that relates to your point of sale. There are so many different apps out there for online ordering, and some of you may have heard of like Olo or Hunger, or obviously Toast and Chow Now. There's so many different systems out there. Every time you order food, there's something new. Maybe they have a custom built website. But this is obviously the way that everybody has been getting their food for the last year. And so if you haven't figured this out yet, you're going to have to, because it's not going away. We have several of our customers that have experienced over 400% growth in online orders during the pandemic, which is just crazy, but it makes a lot of sense. People aren't going out, they're not dining in. Even coffee shops can use it if they are experiencing long wait times, avoiding people crowding around the front of the shop. It's a great way to encourage your customers to order ahead, and they can just walk in and pick it up. It's really easy. And something I'll talk about later too is just the fact that so many more customers are used to ordering ahead. Whereas, if you went to dine in at a restaurant, you might sit down, read the menu, order, eat your food, and then you pay. And so that's, I don't think that's going away, but we'll talk about it more about how customers are becoming more used to paying ahead of time. And so just making sure that your customers can order the way that they want to. I do have a question coming in, but I will save them for the end. And so I'll keep going. Online ordering, yes. So there are several different ways to do that. And, as long as you have at least one, that's great. But another reason why you might have third parties is that a lot of customers are used to ordering from Grubhub or Uber Eats or Postmates. Maybe they have the app on their phone and that's just their default. Being on those systems is great. It can also help if you do not have your own delivery people. So I have that on here too, is being able to deliver is a huge option for customers that don't want to travel to your shop or leave the house for any reason. This is another way that you can pass the cost off to customers is, maybe Uber Eats is charging you 15 to 30% per order. It may mean that you have to increase your prices, but a lot of customers we're finding are very used to the additional fees at this point. And so it really shouldn't be, we've talked to some of our customers and they haven't experienced a drop in the orders that have been placed because of the higher prices. It's just becoming the new normal is expecting to pay a little bit more to have your food delivered. Because obviously someone has to get in their car or get on their bike to bring it to you. It's just part of the way it is now. Let's see. So, this all relates to online ordering as well as your website. There are so many great solutions out there for online ordering that integrate with your website. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we were helping a lot of our customers make really simple websites. So the name of your shop, some photos, your phone number, your address, and then maybe a big button at the top that says order now. It doesn't have to be complicated anymore. Maybe 10 years ago, it made sense to pay thousands of dollars for a website. Today, it is not, there's just no reason to spend that kind of money. Even if you're not a tech savvy person, there are solutions like Squarespace or Wix or, some people still like WordPress if that's your thing. But if you're not a developer, it's not rocket science to create a website anymore. There's a lot of shifts as far as online ordering that is integrated with your website. So Square, for example, has released a totally new platform for online ordering that integrates with their point of sale. We'd love to see that because it eliminates some of the complications between your website and your online ordering. So if somebody, and your point of sale. So if somebody places an order on your Square website, it goes through your point of sale, it prints a ticket in your kitchen. It's much easier to manage that whole process. And e-commerce too, that's another thing we've seen a lot of customers adding to their toolkit is what kind of merch can we sell? Can we sell t-shirts? Can we sell mugs? Can we sell gift cards? It's just another really great way to kind of upsell your customers. They're already buying something on your website and, maybe they've been thinking about buying a new bag of beans and it's just right there. They can put a whole cart together and go pick it all up at the same time. I know I've done that many times where I'm like, oh, it doesn't hurt to just, maybe I'll add like some extra bagels to eat tomorrow. And, kind of, it's almost like grocery shopping. Like there's definitely a merge between grocery, retail, and restaurants. I'll talk more about this later too. Just the process of ordering has changed so much that you really need to have all of these systems working together to power your retail shop. All right. So obviously, like I mentioned before, internet outages are a huge, huge loss to your shop. So, not only are you losing money, but you're ultimately impacting the customer experience, and that is the worst situation you could be in, is having a customer have a poor experience. So internet outages can be a huge thing. That's affecting your point of sale. It's affecting your ability to take credit cards. It's affecting your phone system. Um, there's so many stories we have of our customers calling us, maybe it's 6 a.m. and they just opened and their point of sale isn't working. And we get those calls all the time. Frantic baristas trying to figure out how to make things work so that they can be prepared for their customers to place their orders. Another thing is, maybe their website is down and people aren't able to place an order in the first place. They might just assume you're closed. So that's lost money right there. Customers not ordering. Maybe you're cash only for the day and customers don't have cash, so they just go to the next coffee shop down the street. And when that happens, and I'm sure you've all had this happen, is you placed an order, it didn't go through, or they messed something up. And so that ultimately will mean a poor review for your shop. They might assume, and maybe it's the first time they've ever been there. They don't know that this is just sort of a one-time thing. It can really leave a bad taste in people's mouths, and could affect, cost you hundreds of dollars. Maybe they were a loyal customer and they had a poor experience, and then they decided it's not worth it to come here anymore because they've had so many poor experiences, and then they'll probably tell all their friends and their friends won't come there. And so it's really expensive to have those kind of issues come up. And then lastly, knowing your customers. So everybody at this point probably has a point of sale, and within your point of sale, you're collecting all sorts of great information. So you have your the names of your customers. You probably have their email, their phone number at this point. You probably know what they are ordering most frequently, what times of day people are ordering most frequently. Are they spending a lot of money? Are they spending a little bit of money? And so there's just so much data out there that a lot of operators are not used to having. Whereas, 10 years ago, when you were just taking cash, you don't know who's in your shop, what they're buying. You really didn't know anything. So it was a lot of just like, oh, I'm an owner and I know what my customers like. Everybody likes our pizza here, or everybody likes our bagels. But now you actually have the ability to prove it and go into your system and see who's ordering what and what's selling fastest. And a lot of that can be used to optimize your business. But obviously, when you have a million things on your plate, data is probably not the most exciting thing to look at. If you started a coffee shop because you really liked coffee, you probably don't want to sit and look at spreadsheets of all of your customers' ordering habits. But because of the ability to collect this information, there's also other places where you can get information, such as your Wi-Fi. And something that we've seen throughout the pandemic is obviously people aren't in your shop, so they're probably not connecting to the Wi-Fi. Before you paid $50 a month to have internet available to your customers. We had so many of our customers canceling those types of subscriptions because why do you need it? No one's in your shop, nobody's connecting to Wi-Fi. So that was a huge cost savings for many operators during the pandemic. Things like ZenReach or Troglo, there's a few others that we've worked with. And so something that we're really thinking about as a company is, what is the future of Wi-Fi for your customers? Is it something that customers will want to come in and connect to your Wi-Fi and spend money, spend more money sitting at the cafe and ordering extra food? That's something that you probably won't know until you're fully open. And I think we are still a little ways away from people sitting at a coffee shop for 3 hours. I don't know if we will ever go back to that, but there's a lot of opportunity to reinvent the wheel with this. Maybe you're using QR codes. So when somebody's in the restaurant or coffee shop, they can scan the QR code, connect to your Wi-Fi, and maybe they get a free coupon when they connect. It's really one of the best ways to learn more about your customers, and maybe you're offering coupons, maybe they're viewing your website, maybe they're buying beans when they get to your website through the QR code. There's just a lot of opportunities as far as what you can market to your customers. And I know there's been several other conversations that have been had as far as marketing in your restaurant or coffee shop. And this is just one of the many ways that you can collect the information to more accurately market to your customers. Maybe you're seeing that everybody's ordering bagels, and that means, hey, maybe we should send out an e-blast or post on social media for buy one, get one free bagels. It's not going to be the same for every customer, and there's a lot of ways you can customize that. So maybe you send out an e-blast to everyone who's spent over $100 in your cafe, or maybe you send an e-blast to people who haven't been there in a while. And so it's a really great way to target based on consumer habits. All right, so I talked about printers earlier. This is such a fun topic to talk about because it's very techy. So hardware, routers, printers, the real physical technology in your space is so important. It's not going away. As much as we like to think, oh, everything's Wi-Fi and everything's online ordering, there's real hardware required to make that all work. You're going to need printers. You need your kitchen staff to know what orders are coming through. We're not quite at a place where we can eliminate printers as much as we think we can, especially the kitchen printers. And a lot of this doesn't work without a hardwired connection. And I'm sure in a dream world, it makes sense to have all these Wi-Fi and Bluetooth printers, but more often than not, there's issues with that. They get disconnected really easily, and maybe you're going to miss an order because the Bluetooth printer didn't connect, or somebody really needs a receipt and it's not printing. So we really do encourage people to hardwire their printers if possible. And if you're not a cabling expert, there are a lot of great resources of people who do this kind of stuff that you could hire to help you and make sure that everything's working appropriately. Especially if you're opening a new shop, there's a lot of these things you're not thinking about. You're not thinking about how much bandwidth your internet needs to have, or how are the phones going to be connected, or what about your speaker system? All of that requires real hardware to be plugged in somewhere and needs to be working 24/7, or however long you're open, it needs to be working all the time. And so you want to have the best setup possible so that you don't experience issues. And then when you experience issues, then you have poor customer experience. All right, so the new normal, we're already here. COVID's coming to an end, hopefully soon, but a lot of this is not going away. And the industry had a lot of problems in the beginning. Before COVID, there was a lot of issues with low margins and difficulties with labor, and the list goes on, and everybody's experienced them. But as far as the customer experience, people have gotten used to ordering a certain way. Those habits aren't going away. Maybe people will be in person more, but they're already used to a lot of this contactless, really seamless experience. So, these are a few examples of ways that customers are placing orders. Obviously, QR codes are everywhere. It's a really great free tool that you can use to allow your customers to scan and view a menu, scan to place an order, scan to maybe connect to your Wi-Fi. And it's as simple as just printing one of these out, and customers can use their own phone. And so contactless payment is another great way. If you don't have QR codes, maybe you want people to just go directly to your website. Maybe you're doing some kind of ad campaign or email blasts, and you want them to order from your website. You can lead people straight there. They can order. They never have to talk to a real person. They never have to be in close proximity to your staff, and they can just purely scan a code or go on the website. And I mentioned this earlier too, the idea of ordering ahead. is saving people time. A lot of people don't want to wait in line. They don't want to order and sit around for 15 minutes to wait for their food to be ready or their coffee to be ready. And so I think in the future, we're definitely going to see a lot more of that. People are used to ordering ahead. Maybe they're ordering from a third-party app like Grubhub or Uber Eats, and that's just the way they have become used to it because of COVID. There are a lot of ways you can actually encourage people to order direct, which we try to tell our customers to do so, because you really want those to be customers forever. You want to build that relationship. You want them to order directly from you. We have dozens and dozens of stories of DoorDash drivers. Even just yesterday, a DoorDash driver delivered some food and the customer told them it looked like it had been crushed by a bike or something, like it had been run over. And so that reflects poorly on your restaurant as well. So you have to really think about, are these good relationships to have when you're representing your brand? Or do you want to put that trust in a random delivery driver? It's very expensive to have your own delivery drivers. You have to think about insurance and labor costs and coordinating and planning how to deliver those orders. So obviously that's complicated and not everyone can do it, but it's just something to keep in mind when you're bringing in third parties. And curbside pickup and delivery, there has definitely been a little bit of a drop off as far as curbside. I think people are a lot more comfortable coming into a space to pick up food, but having that as an option is still a great idea, because there will be people who would rather just not get out of their car. And I don't blame them. The first time that I ordered online at the beginning of the pandemic, I had ordered from Talk. So I had ordered my food. I drove to the spot. They told me to text when I got there. Someone came out and just opened the back door and threw my food in there. And it was the coolest thing ever. I was just so excited to not have to get out of my car in the middle of winter, or, I'm from Chicago, so it's always cold. And so being able to just have the food put in my car without having to get out was a really, really nice experience. And delivery too, with the third-party apps, it's just such a convenience that people are always going to like. And even if people do go back to the office, the fact that you can just order online, come pick it up, and get back to the office right away is just such a convenience. When you're busy, when you're running around, maybe you have a house full of kids, you're trying to get home in time for dinner. A lot of this is just making customers' lives easier, and the more of this that you can do, the better. All right, so here are a few of the trends, and these are trends that maybe existed a little bit before the pandemic, but during the pandemic, it became more and more common for operators to try and innovate, do something different. Customers love the experience. They love brands. They're probably coming to your coffee shop because they love your Instagram, or they love your branding, or they love the staff. People are so much attuned to the experience that they're getting from your shop. And so that is absolutely not going away. Anything you can do to encourage people to come back, try something new. Maybe it's a meal kit, or a virtual cooking class, or a, talk with the chef. The chef. There's so many great ways to make that experience more exciting. And ghost kitchens, shared kitchens, this is a really big trend that is definitely not going away. We've worked with several brands that have opened a space in a shared kitchen as an option because it's cheaper than starting their own new brick and mortar space. It's a great way to test out new concepts, new menu items without the expense of opening a whole new shop, doing all the branding, doing all the marketing, doing all the install work. For a low monthly fee. I mean, not super cheap, but somewhere in the $1,000 range to have access to a full kitchen and all the equipment you need, with other concepts, other restaurants in the same space, is a really great way to roll out some of those new concepts. Ghost kitchens, it's funny when I talk with some of my friends who have never heard of a ghost kitchen, and explaining it to them is like the most shocking thing that they've ever heard. I tell them, like, that Joe's Juice Bar down the street, or it's not down the street. You're ordering from Joe's Juice Bar on Grubhub, and it's coming from somewhere, and you've never seen Joe's Juice Bar in your neighborhood, but somehow it's listed online. That's coming from a warehouse, probably a couple miles away, with a uniquely branded Joe's Juice Bar, or maybe there's a burger place on there that you've never heard of. A lot of this has to do with the data that has been gathered by customers in that neighborhood. So ghost kitchens are popping up all over major cities. They're using the data of the demographics of the area to say, okay, there's no barbecue in this neighborhood, but people are ordering a lot of barbecue from Grubhub. So let's throw a barbecue restaurant in there. People are ordering a lot of French fries. Let's throw a French fry place in there. It's something that is not going away, and it's definitely making the world more interesting for customers, because you can get whatever you want whenever you want. And that's just sort of the way that the world has become in general, not just for the restaurant industry. You can order anything that you could need at the touch of a button, and food is not any different. If you want, maybe this is different in more rural areas, but if you want a hamburger, you're going to get a hamburger. You can have it literally delivered to your doorstep in a matter of minutes. That's just not going away. People love the convenience. And pre-orders, just the idea of ordering ahead and not having to pull out your credit card, deal with signing a check at the end of the meal. There's great ways that you can do this by setting like a prefix menu, or maybe there's an experience package that you're offering, some sort of meal kit as well. A lot of that has to do with just setting something up online that allows your customers to purchase ahead of time, come pick it up, and not have to deal with the headaches of charging a credit card or signing something. And then what I spoke about earlier too with customer data, that's just going to become more and more of a big deal for any operator who wants to learn more about their customers and really improve their business. So using that data, I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but if you're trying to grow business, you have to look at that data. And the more data you have, the more you know about your customers, the better experience you can provide. And we've already talked about all of these online ordering techniques. Maybe you're finding that maybe a majority of your customers are ordering ahead. Maybe that means you have to innovate and open a new location that is takeout only. And we've seen several customers decide that they're just doing takeout forever, because it means less staff, it means less space is needed for their location. And a lot of that was evolved from the data that they received from their point of sale or their online ordering system. They just realized it's not worth it to have our staff come back because we're making so much money from online orders, which is great in some ways. And I think a lot of us will be a little bit bummed if we can't go hang out in our favorite coffee shop like we used to. But there's so much to say about the cost savings and the ability to innovate when you are looking at the data that you have. That's just about all I have as far as my presentation, but I did see quite a few questions come in. Here's my information. If anybody does have extra questions that we don't cover today or wants to learn more about a specific industry, this is sort of a very broad presentation. I know some of you maybe own coffee shops, maybe you own a cafe, maybe you own a retail store that just sells beans. A lot of this is going to be different depending on your business. So we really encourage you to reach out if you have other questions. I do see Andy has been answering questions while I was talking, and I did see quite a few questions pop up. So hi, Stephen.
Hi. Hey, Luisa. Thank you, first of all. That was excellent. There's just so much to it. There's just like, I haven't worked in a cafe setting for a while, a good while, and I felt like I was kind of on top of it. And there's a certain amount I think I've like observed as a consumer, as a
Yeah.
customer, but it's
Yeah.
like it keeps going, and it is kind of a topic that's come up in a few times. That we had the talk yesterday with Laura Marrero from Gensler, and we talked a lot about how like she had this idea about like, you know, electricity has kind of like went from being not a thing to a thing that is now invisible, and that technology is kind of going the same way, and how much we digitize the space is sort of just like in everything. And there was lots of questions from everyone watching around how do you do that in a way that doesn't feel intrusive. And there's a lot of questions here, but I want to sneak my question in first, which is just about, you know, what do you think is there a rubric for doing it? So like, how do you, if you're assessing which tech to introduce to your space that might be on top of the fundamentals, is there a rubric to kind of decide like, is this worth doing? Do we want to wait 6 months to a year to 2 years to see if it pans out? Like, how do you think people should assess new ideas, new tech that they hear about?
Yeah, I think it depends if you are a brand new coffee shop or cafe, and maybe this is the first time you've ever done anything like this. And so that's going to be a lot of research up front if you haven't done this before. But if you have worked in a space before, there probably are a few systems that you really enjoyed using. There's probably a handful that you really didn't like using. So we always, you know, encourage people to use their experience with the systems that they have used before, maybe talking around and asking other operators what they've used and liked. Obviously, you want to be cautious of the costs. There are a lot of systems that cost way too much money, and maybe you can get that price down by negotiating a lease for equipment, for example. Because when you're opening a new space, you think about all the terminals you need to have, all the credit card readers, all the printers. That can be really expensive. So you want to do your research, make sure it's the right system, because pulling that out later and replacing it with something else is going to be quite the headache. And we're helping do that. We're helping people do that every day. We have restaurants that made it this far into COVID, and they're realizing this isn't going away. We need a system that is really going to help people order online seamlessly. It's going to save our staff time. And so that's something to keep in mind too, is, you know, is this going to make your staff's life easier? Because if not, they're going to be complaining about it, and they're going to be frustrated, and customers are going to be frustrated. So anything you can do to ask your staff's opinion, because if you're the owner, maybe you're not there every day, maybe you don't know what the process is like. That's probably the advice I'd give.
Well, I promise I'll get to the questions because there's quite a few of them, but there's been a running theme throughout the Retail Summit so far about the necessity of people and the role people play, and the need to find good people and treat them well and kind of trust in them, and how much they will define the success of a business. And I think about the education needs with all of this, and how much training is required to sort of create that comfort level and create that sort of trust. Do you think that's recognized? Do you think that people understand that all of these tools require a lot of training, or is that a flaw of the tool that needs a lot of training?
Yeah, that's a huge issue with, you know, people who've been working in the industry for a long time, and they've probably gone through 3 or 4 different systems.
Right.
When you're hiring, you know, you can't always say like, oh, have you used Toast before? Because maybe they haven't. But that's something that these tech companies are really trying to improve, is the experience for the person actually using it. So is it going to be user friendly? Are the buttons really big? Is it easy to close out at the end of the night? There is a lot of skill required in some of these systems. And we tell people all the time, you're in this industry because you like to make coffee. You're not in this industry because you like unplugging printers and plugging them back in, or checking if the internet is down. But unfortunately, that is kind of part of the job at this point, is, you know, making sure everything's running smoothly. And some of that's just operational, you know, training your staff to know what to do when something goes wrong.
Right.
But there's just so much that can't be done on the fly. Like sometimes you're the only barista in the shop. Like I've seen this before. There's like 10 people waiting in line and orders aren't coming through. Like if they have an issue, they can't just drop everything and call support. Like it's impossible. And that's like why we do what we do, is because we understand that there's just no way you have time
Well, you missed it at the start of
to do so.
the when you first started speaking. There was a number of people in the chat just talking about their anxiety levels, so that was kind of remembering kind of just anxiety-inducing moments around tech. And
Yeah.
I can still remember when I worked my first job as a barista, like when the card reader would go down and you have to make a phone call. And
So stressful.
I never actually fully figured it out. I always just like, asking that, Joanne, do you know how to do this? Would you mind? You call the number. You've done the number before. Because it was, okay. Let's go to some of the questions. So there's a first question here about should we accept Dogecoins, payments, and tipping? I think
Dogecoins.
may have got to that, but I guess the question of just like non-traditional currencies and payment types.
Yeah, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it with our customers yet, but with the transition to online ordering and being able to pay with multiple sources, obviously like Venmo, PayPal, all these different ways to pay. I think you talked about this earlier. It's just there's so many ways to pay, and we want to make sure that every customer can order the way they want to. So if that's the way that the industry shifts, then you're going to have to keep up as an operator. You're going to have to be able to accept any kind of currency that people want to pay.
Yeah, you did say that before. Is you gotta help, make sure they can order the way they want to order and pay the way they want to pay. That's an interesting idea. Okay, so another question here: what is the one bit of tech that food and beverage businesses always overlook, but is either A, super integral, or B, really key to creating a smooth customer experience?
Yeah. Well, I already stressed a lot about internet because everything revolves around the internet. So you have to have stable connection, maybe, and probably all of you have upgraded your home internet too at this point because it's so crucial to everything we do. And it's not the most glamorous or exciting thing, but it's so important. Like, yeah, you can have a beautiful website or you can have a beautiful shop, but if that doesn't work, then it's going to totally destroy the customer experience. So if you have even the first outage and during the first week, if you have a major outage and you can't accept credit cards, that's super important. Another thing too that probably gets overlooked is the data that you have, because operators are so busy on a day-to-day, they don't really, and they're probably not data analysts too. They're not tech people, they're not data analysts. It's not something that we're all skilled in, and some people will hire like a consultant to help them figure out what their next moves are. But just being able to export, your customer list, even if it's something as simple as that, exporting your customer list and trying to retarget them through different means. And we see this all the time. People don't have a marketing person internal. And so it's usually the owner or a manager handling all of that. But yeah, it's great that it's easy.
Sorry for interrupting. Is that true for single operations, or is that true for even small chains?
Yeah, it's definitely for everyone. If you are a larger chain, you probably have the advantage of having a marketing person who can weed through all the data. But as a single owner operator, even just taking a look at what your POS offers, because there's probably a lot of features you're not paying attention to. There's just so much, like everything that's been rolled out because of COVID. And a lot of times the point of sale company will charge extra for things like integrated online ordering or integrated gift cards or integrated third-party apps. A lot of this does cost extra, but if you can get on their website, and maybe it means talking with a salesperson and saying, hey, do I need all of this? What can I add on? What will make my life easier? It's really great to double check that you're using the system to its full capacity.
And you said earlier that hardwired is kind of like key. I've got a neighbor who used to work for Comcast, and I remember his house was just like everything was wired. And he was like, no, wired everything. And he had like his lighting system in his garden was all wired. And I remember scoffing a bit, but I guess it's just more dependent, or is it?
Yeah, it's going to be more dependent.
Or is it performance?
It's mostly the performance, and probably if you're working from home, you've had experiences where it gets kind of glitchy, or sound cuts out, or video cuts out. Being hardwired is always going to be the safest bet. Or if you're far away from the internet source, Wi-Fi can be spottier. And it's just something that a lot of operators don't think about too, is like, what is this going to look like when I open my shop? Are there going to be wires hanging all over the place?
Yeah.
Where's the IT room? Where's the IT closet going to be? And so that's usually why we like to talk with like brand new locations before they open, because that way we can see where are the data jacks, where are you going to put a phone, where are you going to put all the hardware, how is it going to, like, what are the cables going to look like when they run through the whole shop? That's something that you don't think about when you're trying to open a new coffee shop.
Yeah, in fact, I'm having a vivid memory of, so, you know, disclaimer, I used to work with your business partner, Andy Freivogel, at Intelligentsia, and I can remember Andy insisting he be involved in the build out of a new space, a new coffee bar, for exactly the reasons you're talking about. Yeah. All right. Less me talking, more, let's see, question from Josh. What are your thoughts on the Shopify retail POS so that there's no need for a CMS on top of Shopify and Square, for example, and there's total integration from the get-go? Basically, do you recommend using multiple vendors for solutions, or is it just better to streamline and use the same vendor for e-commerce and POS ordering? Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. It definitely depends on your business, what you're selling, and how much your budget is. And so we come across this all the time with single operators, is that they don't have a very large IT budget and they think, I need something that can do everything. It's like, okay, well, if you want that, it's going to be pretty expensive. If you have the budget for it, great. You know, like Shopify for retail POS, it's a little pricier than Square, for example, because you have all of these extra add-ons that you need to make it work. If you really want it to be super customized, like offering subscriptions or really gathering more customer data that you can retarget to them, that's all great, but it's only if you can afford it. In Square, right, there are some integrations, and they're great, but it's also not going to be the solution for someone that is doing a lot of online ordering. Like we have a customer in Chicago who's moving to just takeout, like just a window you order, and so she wants to also sell, you know, frozen goods, books, T-shirts, hot cocoa kits, all this other stuff, so that she can sell it across the country. Square is not going to be the best system for that. So it depends too, if you're planning on selling all across the country, if you need to drop ship stuff, if you need to, if you want to do like local delivery. I know Shopify has rolled out a few new features as far as like curbside pickup or dispatching delivery drivers. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question. But we do free consultations with a lot of operators, and we kind of go through this checklist of like, what are your major needs? But let's get it all on the table before we make a decision, because we don't want to change later. We want to make the right decision from the get-go.
And I would imagine there's always this kind of conversation about the peril of people opening cafes as passion projects and not really going into it with a business plan, so to speak, that's kind of beyond just like, I love being around people doing this. And so do you find in those conversations it's pretty enlightening for people that like they're going, oh, I didn't think of any of these things?
Yeah, I literally just talked to someone who's opening a bar yesterday, and I was like, okay, well, like he had a checklist of things. I was like, well, let's go through your checklist. He's like, well, I have point of sale. And I was like, okay, well, what about phones? Yeah. What about online ordering? What about like, are you going to sell merch? Like all this other stuff. And he's like, oh, yeah, I got to think about that stuff. And a lot of that's not fun stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's really fascinating. Okay, let's see. What percentage of the specialty coffee shops do you feel rely on landline phones as essential hardware? I don't think I've really seen a barista take a phone call, maybe being replaced with texting.
Yeah, so a lot of that is probably texting. They probably are using their own cell phone to, like, if they need to communicate with the tech support person, they're more than likely texting. Yeah, it's not often that people they're probably not calling in their orders. Customers aren't calling in their orders. But if you're a restaurant or somebody wants to know your hours, it could be as simple as just setting up an auto attendant. Like, hey, this is our store. These are our hours. This is how you order, whatever you need to tell them. It's probably, if they're calling, it's probably to ask one of those questions. So it's better to just have some sort of auto attendant rather than like no phone number at all, because I think that frustrates customers, is like knowing that they have no way to get answers when they need them.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Okay, what are some of the key elements of a delivery partner that a business should consider if they have options? And there's sort of a secondary question to that same thing about, is there a checklist? What should we be looking for in potential tech partners? I think we kind of got to, but I think with the delivery partner piece, I'm curious what you have to say on that.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of third parties that said, we're not going to charge fees, or you can sign up for free. We'll send you all the equipment you need. There's always a catch. And we and they were struggling just as much as everyone else at the beginning of the pandemic. So I understand. But you really want to make sure you're being charged the right commission fee. We've had to have those conversations with third-party apps is, hey, you're charging this customer, this restaurant 30%, and you told them that it would be 15. And they're like, oh, yeah, sorry, we'll correct it. Like, there's just so much of that going on. Yeah. And so you definitely want to be cautious of that. And a lot of people think like, okay, let's get on all the platforms. That's great. But if you don't have a way to integrate that with your point of sale, you're going to be punching in all those tablets, just like the picture I showed earlier.
Yeah.
You're going to have all these tablets and you're going to be checking at the end of the day, did everything go into our system? Because then you have all this data in different places too. You have to think about that. Like, are you getting the data from Grubhub, Uber Eats, and your point of sale? Like, do you even know how much your sales are? Because it's across all these different systems. So if you can find a way to integrate it with their point of sale, that's definitely key. And then the commission fees, and are other restaurants happy with their service? Like, are a lot of people complaining about delivery drivers showing up late or delivery drivers ruining the food? So you really have to be careful with that.
And are there any kind of, ERP systems that I'm thinking of that's at a more micro level that would serve as a dashboard for all of those various inputs? Does that exist?
Yeah. There are several aggregators that exist, like Kubo, Chowly, Otter. These are all systems that pull all of the third-party apps into a system, and then they print out a ticket in your point of sale, which is great. But we found that is definitely the most trouble tickets that we get is related to online ordering integrations, because the tickets aren't printing from Uber Eats. They're not coming into the point of sale. And that's just,
Wow.
I think because a lot of these systems rolled out so quickly and they, had all these high expectations. But we've had several customers sign up for these aggregators, and then later down the road just say, let's just forget about it. Let's just do something else. Let's switch to a different system because it's not working.
Right. Okay. I'm going to flag that we have 7 minutes left, so I'm going to try to get to all these questions. Any technology, tech services you're particularly excited about, or that we should keep an eye out for?
Is this related to systems that we're excited about? I'm guessing.
The question just says services. I guess there's any things in the works or that you're in the horizon that you're excited about?
Yeah. So we're really excited about different ways to collect customer data. Like I was saying earlier, like people probably aren't coming back into the cafes as much as they used to, but if they are, you want to know as much as you can about them. And so if you have the ability to collect, data from the Wi-Fi portal that you're using, that's great. If you can collect it through, maybe offering coupons if someone gives you their email address or something like that. There's just so much going on as far as retargeting your customers. That's really exciting. Like I'm definitely a marketing person, so I love the idea of customized ads. Like when I see stuff on Instagram and I'm like, oh my gosh, how did they know? That's what I actually want. Like I love to see that too. When I get a coupon and an email from my favorite coffee shop, like how did they know that I wanted to order that latte? So there's definitely a lot going on there. And I just get excited about the physical space in general. Like I'm such a foodie. My whole team is made up of foodies and coffee people. And so we love the actual experience of going into a shop, having that like friendly barista, and they know what you want already if you go there all the time. I don't think that's going away. I think people are really craving that. It's just a matter of finding the right technology to make that as seamless as possible so that there's no issue of your order getting mixed up or getting forgotten.
Yeah, that it can. It's a way to enhance rather than to distract. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it should all be behind closed doors. No one has to see all the technology out in front of them.
Okay, let's see. Two more here. Earlier today, another presentation referenced omnichannel. I'd love to know if it's possible to create that kind of thoughtful, consistent experience using third-party software and just being mindful about it, or is custom the only way to really own everything from top to bottom?
I would definitely advise against anything customized. I mean, if you're a super large chain and you can afford it, it is an option to consider, but there's so many third-party solutions out there that you can pick and choose and make it all work to your advantage. Like I mentioned, the online ordering aggregators, although the technology isn't totally there yet, I think it will be a great solution in the future for operators to take orders from just about anywhere. So their third parties, their website, in person, phone orders, it should all be coming to the same centralized place. So that's what you really need to focus on. A lot of that's just choosing the right point of sale too. And like I said before, making sure your point of sale has the ability to integrate online orders. And I think someone else mentioned a CMS. Like there's just a lot of solutions that have those included. And so it's something to definitely consider when you're choosing your point of sale.
And the last question too is whether there's value in building an app versus using ordering platforms, but I think you just spoke to that.
I will talk really quickly about that though. I didn't talk much about it in my presentation, but everyone thinks like, oh, let's make our own app. And it could work if you are like the only coffee shop in your neighborhood and everyone's going there all the time. But people don't want to download an app. Like we've been saying this for years, like the app way of doing things is probably on its way out. People want to just scan a QR code or go to your website, or they're probably Googling your name and clicking the first button. That's another thing that I didn't mention is you really need to check your Google My Business profile. Like do it right now if you haven't, because they could be sneaky. They're going to put whatever button benefits Google on the top. We've had customers call and tell us that Google had put a fake phone number up there, leading them to order through the restaurant, but then Grubhub would be taking a percentage because it came through that phone number. Like there's so much sneaky stuff going around. So that's something you really have to be cautious of, and people probably aren't aware of, is that these third parties are trying to make money any way that they can, and you want to make sure that your customers are ordering from the way that you want them to order from. Yeah.
Okay, we've 2 minutes. I've got a quick question about, in your experience of working with larger chains and smaller operations, do you see, I would imagine, and tell me if I'm wrong, the larger chains are able to invest in data analytics so that they are actually kind of have a better understanding of their customer profiles and ordering times, etc. And knowing that is now available for smaller operations, maybe don't have the time to invest in the people to do that. But are smaller operations more nimble in trying new things versus bigger operations? Is that a fair assumption? Does that still ring true?
Oh, yeah. I was just talking with an operator with 46 units, and they're still on this old, ancient system because the thought of rolling it out a new system at 46 locations is just, it's a huge, huge task. And we're helping another, 12 unit chain that's working on implementing a new point of sale. And that's months and months and months of planning, making sure you're picking the right system, training your staff. Whereas if you're a single coffee shop, you're just like, oh, let's switch to Square. Maybe it's a couple weeks of, figuring it out, getting used to it, but it's definitely a lot easier when you just have one location to deal with. Yeah.
We could talk for a long time, and I think the questions that keep coming in. Luisa, thanks so much. It was so great.
Yeah, thank you.
It's such an honor to have you, and I think so fascinating to hear you talk with us. I know you had all your contact details up there. They've been dropping them in the chat as well, so people can contact you and the team at Science on Call. What's the website again? The
ScienceOnCall.com. ScienceOnCall.com. Yeah.
All right. Well, next up is a talk. Yeah, next up is our impact of COVID on the specialty coffee community with my colleagues Peter Giuliano and Katie Jane, and what they've learned a year later. So stay tuned, everybody, and thanks so much for tuning in. Bye.
Hi, my name is Peter Giuliano, Chief Research Officer for the Specialty Coffee Association. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we at SCA have been using surveys to document the impact of the pandemic on the specialty coffee community. Today, my colleague Katie Jane von der Lieth and I will present some data, learnings, and insights from these surveys. Our hope is that these insights will help coffee businesses cope with the ongoing crisis and gain inspiration from other businesses' experience. We're grateful to Pacific Barista Series, who supported this work for the entire year through both sponsorship and collaboration. Thanks, Pacific. So to begin, I'd like to introduce Katie Jane von der Lieth, who led this research.
Hey everyone, I'm pleased to be here with you all virtually to share the results from our third and most recent survey about the impact of COVID-19 on the specialty coffee community. I'll start off by sharing some survey methodology and data characterizing the survey respondents. Then I'll go through some of the more interesting results from the survey, and Peter will follow with some additional analysis and key takeaways. Over the past year, we've launched a series of 3 surveys, one in March 2020, one in June 2020, and the most recent one in March 2021. The 3 surveys were almost identical in content, and by asking the same question at 3 different points in time, this allows us to make some comparisons and see how the responses changed throughout time. Each survey was open between 1 and 2 weeks, and though we launched the surveys in several languages, including English, Spanish, Korean, traditional, and simplified Chinese, the results we'll be sharing in this video focus on the responses from those who completed the survey in English. So keep an eye out for future SCA events and outputs sharing the results from those other language groups. One important item I want to note is that these results are meant to be a snapshot in time, and they're intended to be illustrative and highlight general trends. Okay, now that I've covered the survey methodology, let's get a better understanding of who actually responded to our survey. So below the number of respondents for each survey is a list of the top 5 most represented countries. As you can see, the United States was consistently the most represented country for all of the surveys. The number 2 through 5 spots varied for each survey, though Canada and the United Kingdom were in the top 5 every time. We asked survey respondents from the United States to share their zip codes, and then we mapped those zip codes to get a sense of where respondents were coming from. You can see that we got folks from almost every state, though we are missing some, and there's definitely a concentration in major urban areas. Looking at the different types of businesses that responded, you can see that the top 3 categories across all the surveys were retailers, roaster retailers, and roaster wholesalers. Of those who identified as having retail space, the retailers and roaster retailers, we asked how many outlets they had. Smaller retail operations, with just 1 retail outlet, comprised the majority of retail survey respondents, though we had consistent representation from retail businesses with 6 or more outlets. Okay, now that we've gotten to know our survey respondents a little bit better, let's start digging into the results. The first question, after asking about folks' roles and locations, was we asked survey takers to assess the overall impact of the coronavirus pandemic on their organizations. The available options range from existentially negative to significantly positive, with a gradient of options in between. And we also gave folks the options to say that they were unsure. So this graph here displays data from all 3 surveys. The leftmost bar for each response option, or the darkest blue bar, is data from the first survey we did in March 2020. The middle bars represent the June 2020 survey, and the rightmost bars, the purple ones, is data from the most recent survey that we did in March 2021. What I find most striking in this data is the decrease over time in the proportion of respondents who indicated that their businesses were significantly negatively affected by the pandemic. In March 2020, 57% of respondents said that their businesses were significantly negatively affected, but by March 2021, this dropped to 40% of respondents. So although it's clear that many respondents have been negatively affected by the pandemic, as we would imagine, we can see that sentiment among English-speaking respondents is less severe than it was a year ago. So I want to pause here for a moment and ruminate on what might be driving these results being the decrease in the proportion of respondents that are being significantly negatively affected. I think there's two likely drivers of this trend. The first is that it's possible that this positive shift in sentiment about the impact of the pandemic is a result of folks overcoming the initial shock of shelter-in-place orders that started around March 2020. And those folks have continued to adapt and maybe even thrive in this new normal. On the other hand, what we could be seeing is something called sample selection bias. That is, there's a chance that some of the businesses that responded existentially negative to our first survey in March 2020 have since closed. And if those closed businesses did not complete the survey in March 2021, as we might imagine, that could be skewing our results more positively, since in that case, we'd only be showing responses from the businesses that continue to stay in business during the pandemic. And it could also be a little bit of both. Some businesses are getting better at adapting, and some sample selection bias. This is something that we should keep in mind throughout the duration of these results. With that aside out of the way, let's look at the next slide. The next slide shows data about the percent loss of sales that respondents' businesses experienced as a result of the pandemic. Like the previous slide, the leftmost bar for each category is data from the March 2020 survey, the middle bar from the June 2020 survey, and the rightmost bar is data from the March 2021 survey. Also, like the previous slide, we can see that in general, responses are reporting more positively than they were a year ago. We can see a shift from the more severe losses in sales categories on the right, such as the 100% loss of sales and the 75 to 99% loss of sales, and an increase in those reporting smaller amounts of losses on the lower end of the spectrum, especially in the 0 to 15% loss in sales category, which is highlighted on this slide. This next slide shows responses to the question, which of the following impacts has your organization experienced or do you anticipate experiencing? And respondents were given a list of options and asked to select all options that applied to them. And some folks also wrote in responses. For several of the options, you can see that there wasn't much change across time. For example, approximately the same percentage of respondents are canceling events and experiencing increased legal and insurance fees, but there are notable changes in two categories. The first category is reduced customer demand, which dropped by 10% from March 2020 to March 2021. So though reduced customer demand continues to be an issue for the majority of respondents, it's been progressively less prevalent among English-speaking respondents. In reading the open-ended responses to this question, it's clear that there is a small group of folks who are actually experiencing increasing customer demand, especially in online sales channels and delivery. The second notable change across time worth highlighting is the increase of respondents in experiencing a shortage of supplies, which, as you can see, has steadily increased from March 2020 from about a quarter of respondents to over a third of respondents from our March 2021 survey. We also asked folks how their expenses were changing and what was driving those changes. And below are the top 5 results of sources of increased expenses for each survey. There's an interesting shift going on here in the top responses as the pandemic and our understanding of it has continually evolved. PPE, or personal protective equipment, a word that was most likely not in a lot of our vernaculars in March 2020, didn't appear as an increased expense in our first survey, but it was in the #1 spot in our June and March 2021 survey after we learned more about the best practices on disease prevention. Shipping also appears for the first time in June 2020, which we can probably connect to the increase in home delivery as customers shifted buying patterns from in-person to online. Finally, and perhaps related to the shortage in supplies response we saw in the previous question, we see that both supplies and products in the second and third spot for our March 2021 survey. If we combine those two categories, supplies and products actually surpasses PPE as the #1 most mentioned source of increased expenses. For this next question, we asked folks to forecast a bit into the future. This question asked respondents to gauge where their sales would be in the next 3, 6, and 9 months. Using their pre-COVID-19 revenue as a baseline, the response options were 25%, 50%, and 75% of pre-COVID sales, back to pre-COVID sales, or above pre-COVID sales. For this next question, we asked folks to forecast into the future a little bit. This question asked respondents to gauge where their sales would be in the next 3, 6, and 9 months. Using their pre-COVID-19 revenue as a baseline, the response options were 25% of pre-COVID sales, 50% of pre-COVID sales, 75% of pre-COVID sales, and back to pre-COVID sales, and above pre-COVID sales. We didn't ask this question in the first survey, so here I'll just compare the June 2020 results to the March 2021 results. Looking at the 3-month expectations for revenue, we can see that the majority of folks in June 2020 were in the 25 to 50% of pre-COVID revenue range, noted by the 2 almost equally sized bars on the left. Moving to the 6-month outlook, the responses shift to the right, with most folks responding with 50% and 75% of pre-COVID revenue. And finally, revenue expectations for 9 months shift even further to the right, and in fact about half of English-speaking respondents expected their sales to be equal to or above pre-COVID revenue in June 2020. Now let's look at data from that same question, except this time for the March 2021 survey. It's clear that at the time of asking this question, folks were feeling even more optimistic about their sales outlook, especially at the 9-month time mark, with more than 50% of respondents expecting to be at or above their pre-COVID revenue, and the most common response for this time period was about pre-COVID revenue. Let's dig into this question just a little bit deeper because it's an important question. Looking at just the 9-month time horizon, but just looking at the retailers, let's disaggregate the data by the number of retail outlets. Contrary to what some might imagine, there doesn't seem to be a big notable difference of outlook amongst the different size retailers, at least at the 9-month time horizon. We see that across all sizes of businesses, around 50% of folks expect to be at or above pre-COVID sales. Meanwhile, just over 10% of folks anticipate revenues of 25% of pre-COVID sales. All right, everyone, that's it for me. I'll hand it off now to Peter, who will walk us through some of the key takeaways from this survey.
In addition to the quantitative questions that Katie Jane just reported on, we also asked a number of open-ended questions that allowed us to get a little more detail about how individual members of our community are faring under current conditions. These questions focused on drawing out specific challenges and obstacles our community is facing, and the solutions and opportunities they've used to navigate successfully. The goal here is to share our trials and our triumphs. Now, before we begin, I want to express gratitude to everyone who participated so generously in this part of the survey. I was impressed and inspired to read the stories of members of our community in their own words. So let's begin with some challenges and obstacles. The first major theme we noticed was around frustration with government restrictions on business, and specifically their unpredictability. Lack of clarity around what was permitted and what was not seemed to be a common frustration expressed by respondents. At the same time, government aid programs were seen as an essential and important way to keep the doors open for business. One respondent expressed it this way: "Unfortunately, we are at a stage in Montana and probably elsewhere where solely brick-and-mortar businesses are facing a tough decision between safe, legal practices to follow COVID guidelines while dramatically harming revenue and viability, or disregarding safe, required COVID guidelines, but having a successful business here. Without readily available and understandable aid, it is harder and harder for businesses to follow the guidelines while using revenue." The second major theme we heard about were challenges around managing consumer expectations and behavior in a changed environment. Community members described challenges enforcing mask rules, the need for employee safety and physical separation between customers and staff, and the challenges in providing compassionate, excellent service under stressful circumstances. One participant expressed it this way: "We've never experienced so many difficult guest interactions in our 7 years of business as we have this year. And making sure our team felt, 1, prepared to handle it, and 2, knew that we had their backs was crucial." A third major theme we heard about was issues surrounding increased costs and supply shortages. Many increased costs were associated with safety equipment like PPE and disinfection supplies. To our surprise, we did not hear anything about increased costs of modifying ventilation systems or rent issues. We did, however, hear concern about green coffee shortages, increased coffee prices, and increased shipping costs for supplies like packaging. This concern, of course, will have increased in the recent weeks as shipping container shortages and overland shipping costs have increased significantly at the global level. Finally, the major theme we heard was about fatigue and mental health. This has been an exhausting year for our whole community, and we heard a clear and moving expression of extreme psychological fatigue and the need for mental health strategies in the workplace. Many respondents, though proud of their achievements over this past year, seem to be at a kind of breaking point, seriously in need of some rest and mental health strategies. One respondent expressed it this way: "It's been hard to stay open, emotionally draining on employees. While I'm proud to have been able to keep my employees physically and financially safe, I could not protect them from the emotional toll." Turning now to successful strategies and achievements, respondents were especially generous in this regard, sharing strategies that worked for them in the hope that they might be of use to other members of our community. The most prominent theme, by a long shot, was about community engagement and making business decisions according to the needs of an established, supportive customer base. The dynamic of community engagement, followed by customer loyalty and support, was repeated over and over, showing that an engaged community was seen as an essential asset to survival and even growth during these turbulent times. Now, it should be noted that this was mentioned far more often than product quality, suggesting that a key competitive advantage this year was community engagement and relationship building among the clientele. One respondent put it simply: "We've kept being there for our customers, and they've responded with rabid loyalty." A second prominent theme was similar, but about listening to staff as well as customers. A competent, dedicated, supportive staff was seen as a major asset this year, and many respondents expressed the benefit of the business being especially supportive in terms of pay, medical support, safety, and schedule flexibility. Many respondents saw staff creativity and dedication as the key to thriving in the current business climate. One respondent put it this way: "Listen to your team. Make sure everyone on your team is comfortable and supply accurate and realistic expectations of what the work environment will be like." We had many people who thought they'd be okay working in a COVID environment, but who ended up not being comfortable working in COVID in a food environment. A third theme was about advertising and marketing. A year ago, we discussed the advantages of advertising during business slowdowns, and some respondents acted on that strategy, seeking benefits in advertising, marketing, and communications during COVID-affected business periods. One respondent said, "We tried to advertise our reopening as aggressively as possible, reoriented our furniture, and put in place COVID-safe policies so that customers felt safe as in-house dining became allowed. We've run more promotions to try and drive traffic in." The final theme is about internet-based business. During the COVID era, many companies pivoted to an internet and app-based business strategies. No particular format was seen as successful. Instead, many businesses described a spirit of experimentation to discover which strategies, from home delivery to subscription sales platforms to delivery apps, would work for their business. It seemed that the spirit of experimentation with technology platforms and business models was more important than any one approach. Here's one take. Anticipate that consumer behaviors have changed. Folks will want delivery and curbside moving forward, and many of them will continue using the third-party delivery apps. So in analyzing the quantitative data, we noticed that roughly a quarter of retailers in our survey described minimal, neutral, or even positive impacts to their business this year. From a positive impact to a maximum 15% or so loss in revenue. We decided to take a deeper look at these businesses we'll call them less impacted retailers, to see what they had in common and see if any lessons could be drawn from their experiences. The first and most obvious commonality less impacted retailers had was their geographic location. Among those less impacted retailers who provided their postal code, roughly 90% were in primarily residential areas, often suburbs. This provided evidence for a long-anticipated phenomenon, that as working from home continues to be a major cultural shift, coffee shops in residential areas will benefit. Additionally, the emphasis that these less impacted retailers made on community engagement suggests that the strategy of identifying and satisfying the needs of a specific community is a good one. Less impacted retailers were much less likely to have ever closed from other respondents. 79% of them never closed, as opposed to 43% of the larger retailer population. Those who were more negatively impacted often used the word lockdown, suggesting that at one point they felt forced to close. Less impacted businesses also seemed more likely to have pivoted quickly to a takeout model and more likely to mention community engagement. Less impacted businesses were not significantly different than others in terms of size, so it doesn't appear that size of the business was an important factor here. Okay, so we're still learning more, and we're eager to hear from our community in terms of what is helpful here and what insights resonate. Thanks again to Pacific Foods Barista Series and Katie Jane Vonderleith for their commitment to this project. And thank you for watching. I'm Peter Giuliano.
Hello, I'm Peter Giuliano again. Thanks for watching. And here, there you are, Katie. Thanks for that. That was great. One of the things as we wait for, we want to encourage people to ask any questions or any discussion to have. But in the meantime, Katie, I thought maybe we'd reflect a little bit, you and I, on this project and also what we learned doing it. So as I was watching you, I was curious, it's been about a year since we, realized that we needed to have a listening mechanism for our community during that time. You've had experience in your previous kind of work and life and research in listening to communities. And I'm interested in, first of all, how you reflect on that first survey that we did a year ago, and also what the sort of experience of both designing the survey and interpreting the results have been.
Yeah, I think even as I was reflecting on reading through the results from this most recent survey, it's just such a good way to hear what's going on in the community, especially in the open-ended responses, just to see what people are going through, especially as we are socially distanced. I felt like I could almost hear people's voices when I was reading the responses. I think you maybe experienced a little bit of this too, but yeah, I just felt connected to people, and to see even some of my experiences reflected in folks' responses was really interesting. And yeah, something I wasn't expecting was feeling a little bit connected to these people that I hadn't met, but just reading what they're going through was really interesting. I think just the process of asking folks questions in and of itself, regardless of the data, is a really valuable process. I think people want to feel heard. I think people want to be able to have a chance to share their experiences. And it's, I feel, honored to be able to collect those experiences and share them back with the community. So I think even, outside of COVID, in any one of your endeavors, it's just a good practice to occasionally reach out, whether it's through a survey or informally to your customers, and just ask them open-endedly, like, how's it going? What are you working on? What's new?
One of the things that we didn't mention in this update, but we did in a previous update, is that we were inspired to begin this thing in the chaos of the early weeks of COVID. A friend of ours who's called Carla Martin, she's a professor at Harvard, she's an anthropologist, and is also the executive director of the Fine Cacao and Chocolate Institute, designed she called it a flash poll of what was happening in the chocolate and the fine chocolate and cacao industry. And when we saw that, we based a lot of the structure of our survey on her survey. And she had in turn based a lot of her survey on the kind of polls that have been done for the last half century by mutual benefit associations. And mutual benefit associations have a long history, and the SCA is one, but they have a long history for groups of people, whether they be business communities or other kinds of communities, who need to get a sense of what the community is facing together. And just like you just said, I feel like these are, it's really important that we don't guess at what people are going through. And instead have a sort of a method of amplifying individual voices and then collecting them in a way that we can make coherent sense. And you know, it's funny because it's so easy to get misled by the way that we collect information. I'm thinking about social media and the news media, because we can make assumptions about what other people are going through basis on what we're going through or what we're seeing or hearing or whatever. And one thing that I really liked about this process was that it wasn't free from bias, as you mentioned in your talk, but it was at least quantitative in some way and allowed us to see through the noise a little bit, you know. Anyway, that's something that I noticed a lot. Somebody asked about the most surprising result of the survey, and I'd love to know your feedback, but maybe I'll start, which was that we expected I expected the strong expression of anxiety and pain and negative impact to the business. What I didn't expect were the number one, the people who were kind of thriving, you know, and they were a minority, but they were there. And then also the sort of commitment to resilience and survival that we were hearing a lot of. And that was contrasted so much by what was happening, being reported in the media. There were all these stories about this is the end of the independent specialty coffee shop. It's going to lead to a collapse in the industry. And at the same time, we were hearing the voices of the industry themselves saying, we're surviving and here's how. And that there was a contrast there. And that was the biggest surprise to me. What about you?
Yeah, I think definitely the fact that we saw that some people were doing well. I feel like right now it feels, I don't know, you feel bad saying that like my business is doing really well when there's a global pandemic. Even if someone asks me, hey, how are you doing today? I say, oh, I'm great. And I'm like, well, you know, global pandemic. But so yeah, I think seeing that in the numbers was super interesting. I think the other thing that I found interesting was I was actually a little bit worried in this last survey that we wouldn't get new results or there wouldn't be something that was different than from what was going on in June 2020. But I was very wrong. And we did see a lot of a shift in what folks were experiencing. It seems like generally people who are still responding to our surveys have continued to pivot, move online. Mental health was definitely much more of an issue that was mentioned this time. But at the same time, I think that folks are kind of looking forward very much. I think people are ready to be done with the pandemic. And even, I don't think I mentioned this, but we had a smaller number of folks that responded to our survey this time. And I think that in itself is a data point that maybe people are saying like, oh, I felt like I've been heard, or I'm ready to kind of move on from COVID and start looking forward and seeing what's next. So yeah. It was really heartening.
Another thing that struck me was, and I mentioned this in my little talk, was the generosity of people in sharing, particularly what worked for them. people put real effort into telling us in some detail about what was working for their business and what wasn't. And that enabled us to take that information, and I'm saying the larger us, not just you and I, but everybody at the SCA and the community, to take that information and turn it into tools and lessons and education things and webinars that people could use, and but that generosity and sharing in the first place, it took a significant amount of time to fill out the survey, and especially during a time when people are exhausted in the first place. And it's something that kept coming back to me, was how this community, was interested in lifting each other up during a difficult time, and that's something that stayed with me. So we've got some. I could talk about surprises in the survey, and I think we'll maybe come back to some later. But we've got some more questions. The question: will you continue this type of survey, and how do you expect it to evolve? Why don't you take that, Katie, first?
Yeah, I think we won't do this exact type of survey. As I've mentioned, I think people are ready to continue talking about a different topic other than COVID, but I definitely think that there was a ton of value in just asking our community, like I mentioned, what are you going through? How are things going for you? What's on your mind? It's just such a valuable exercise to sort of systematically listen to our community. I don't think surveys is the only way to do that. I think it's one piece of the puzzle, but I hope that we continue this specific type of listening mechanism, in addition to other community outreach events that we do, just talking to folks that But I definitely see that we will continue to, systematically through surveys, listen to our community. In terms of evolving, I wonder, Peter, do you want to take that part on, how it might evolve?
Sure. I'll mention that even pre-COVID, we had adopted a strategy at SCA to listen more and listen better. I always abbreviate it as Project Listen because of something I mentioned earlier. It's easy. I think early in the days of social media, one of the things that we told ourselves about social media is, oh my gosh, it's going to be so much easier to listen to people, And then there became this habit that happens on social media is when somebody has I'm sure most people watching this have experienced, somebody has a bad experience in your coffee shop or whatever, they're tweeting about it to get their customer service, But what we've learned, I think, especially in the past couple of years, is that the weirdness of the algorithms of social media can really distort what people, and it makes it not such a perfect listening mechanism. That's not to say that it has no value. It just is unique in its way. And so we had adopted a strategy already of trying to find new ways to listen to our community. Surveys are one way to listen. And as you say, they're systematic and they can be very, very powerful. But the evolution, I think, is very important. And I think surveys are, I agree with you, I think, and I hope, and we will continue to do different kinds of surveys. We recently did, and you led, along with colleagues, Rukia Del Rue and Mario Fernandez, led a survey addressing how people use the cupping form, the SCA cupping methodology. And that's a whole different subject, but the same tool. And one thing I like to tell people is that you can learn, when you do a survey, you can learn things about other subjects besides what you asked people about. People will, because of that generosity thing that I was talking about a few minutes ago, people will tell you all about what they're facing, what they're struggling with, even if it goes off topic of the survey. And so I think you mentioned the power of the open-ended things, and I think we're going to get better at doing that. So instead of checking, off a list of things, they'll be more open-ended, and we'll get better at interpreting open-ended responses. And because you can do that methodologically as well. And so I think that we'll probably use technology to hear people's voices as whole voices rather than having them check boxes on a survey. I think that's what the evolution looks like. Yeah, and I'm excited about the way that technology can help amplify people's voices, particularly people's voices who have trouble getting heard in the first place. And I think that's something that we really need to evolve is listening better to voices that we haven't always heard very well before. In particular, I know that there was, in the COVID context, there was a lot of concern about the coffee supply chain and the producing side. And although we did intentionally reach out to the coffee producing community, we didn't gather as much information there as I hoped we would. And that's particularly, I think we need to develop some tools that are better at collecting that kind of information.
Yeah, I totally agree.
On supply, the next question's about supply chain. How useful, I'm going to try to interpret this here. How useful experience in supply chain management? Oh, how useful is experience in supply chain management for a retail cafe? I think I'll start with that. I think right now, like at this moment, there's some things that are kind of timeless in these surveys and some things that are timely. I think the feedback that we got on supply chains was really timely right now. I think people right now in coffee are struggling with supplies. That includes coffee, that includes, non-coffee consumables like, plant milk and paper cups and stuff. And so it includes food. On the one hand, I think supply chains proved in COVID to be very resilient. I think people were very worried about supply chains at the beginning of the pandemic, stockpiling toilet paper, etc. Then the supply chains, I'm talking globally, not just for coffee, seem to be much more resilient. But now I think we're suffering some aftershocks, the container shortage, things like that are worrying people. So I think although supply chains are in general more resilient than many people feared, I think there is a need for people to be much more skilled in understanding and engaging with their supply chains so that they don't have a disruption. And because disruptions can really mess up a business. What do you think about that?
I think that, I totally agree. At the beginning in March 2020, there was a lot of concern, especially in the food supply chain, that there would be really intense disruptions. And given the global nature of the food supply chain, I think I was surprised myself at how resilient we were. I think one of the challenges with, global pandemics and these really big things like climate change that are hard for individuals to wrap our head around is that we're not really good at risk management for those things. It's difficult for us to conceptualize the probability of something like this happening. And then, and because we don't assess that risk well, we don't plan for that risk well. So I think moving forward, now that we've all experienced this, maybe building that risk management and a better sort of risk assessment of these things are possible and they can happen, in building that into your supply chain. So having some redundancies in your supply chain, I think building contingencies plans is probably very helpful in the future.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question. What kind of obstacle did they detect between the lines to be able to pivot, since some coffee shops, as an example here in Mexico, continue to think about returning as they were before the pandemic, and it seems that they did not evolve? This has repercussions on the coffee industry as a whole, doesn't it? I think this question centers around probably, if it wasn't the top word of 2020, it should have been, which was pivot. And the necessity of people changing their everything about their business, their everything. And then this question of the expectation, okay, are we done with the pivot now? Are we pivoting back to exactly what we were in 2019? What are your intuitions about that, Katie?
I think the first part of the question is, what obstacles did they detect?
Oh yeah.
One of the things I think that we discovered that we were surprised about, going back to that question, is that we saw that smaller businesses were more nimble and able to pivot more quickly. I imagine a boat or a ship, maybe because it's just topical, that a really big ship, it's really hard to pivot and change your direction, but these smaller businesses or a smaller ship is much more able to pivot and change and adapt to the current situation. I think continuing to be able to evolve even after the pandemic is over, whenever that, I don't think that'll be a clear line when it's over, but I imagine that thinking about that risk management strategy and building in risk a little bit more, I can imagine that continuing to be able to pivot and be flexible, and I think we've heard this before in some of the other presentations as well, will continue to be a really important skill and competency for all businesses moving forward. I keep mentioning climate change because it's another big, scary thing, but also has the ability to disrupt supply chains, and just being able to think about those possibilities. I can't imagine that ability to evolve will not be a valuable skill to have in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Luisa and Stephen in this session just before us were talking about this very thing, about how small businesses have this nimbleness advantage. And we saw that a little bit in the data, particularly in the June survey. There seemed to be more optimism among small businesses than there were larger chains. I don't want to overreach with this, but I have developed the impression that there are some real advantages that smaller businesses have, or at least, if not smaller businesses who have sort of nimbleness built into their DNA, and have want to be able to change their prices, change their menus, change their service system. The ones that, going back to a year ago, the businesses that were able to, on a dime, move from serving from their counter to serving from their front door or serving on the curb, were the ones that never closed and were way more likely to survive. And so I think the lesson, just as you just said, is this is not the last crisis that we're going to face in our culture. And that nimbleness is just so much, we undervalue that, I think, as a we maybe overvalue something like consistency or steadfastness, when in fact ability to adapt is maybe much more important. It's another thing that brings out something that I mentioned in my talk, but I want to emphasize, which is, if we would have done a survey like this in 2019, we would have heard a lot about product quality and consumer education, which is our industry saying, our competitive advantage is how delicious our coffee is, and our competitive advantage is how we teach our consumers about coffee. In the context of COVID-19, they were saying the exact opposite. They weren't talking about product quality as often. That's not to say they didn't care about it, but they took that as, instead of a competitive advantage, they took that as a necessary thing. That was just something that they were delivering for sure. And their competitive advantage was how well they were able to listen to their consumers, not tell them about how good the coffee was, but to listen to what they needed and to respond to them. And there's a shift there, I think, for our industry. And I think that's timely, with or without COVID, I think. And I think that's going to be having a permanent effect on our industry, in that, because once you start listening to your customers, you want to do more of it. And I've been hearing that today at this retail summit, yesterday, and some of the speakers, and it's very encouraging because our data shows that that's coming through in the survey responses as well. All right, can any inferences be made of a channel shift from specialty shops to grocery retail? If so, how big a shift? Did you watch the session with the Rabobank podcast team yesterday?
I saw a quick snippet of it. Did you happen to catch it?
They talked about this a little bit, and it's something that also at 1 o'clock, Bill Murray from the National Coffee Association is going to talk about this topic as well. It would have been tough to see in our survey the shift from specialty shops to groceries, since we didn't have very many respondents from grocery. So but I do think that there's there's definitely indications of the losses that happened in specialty shops were taken up by grocery, mainly because overall consumption of coffee in the United States has not gone down a lot, if maybe at all. So so people have to be getting their coffee somewhere, and it's clear that especially coffee shops took a hit, and then if so, and the ones that didn't were selling coffee over the internet or home delivery or something, and shored up their sales that way. It's clear that grocery has taken up some of the slack, as well as online. So quantifying that is going to be difficult. That's actually a little bit more of a project than it may seem. But one of the most encouraging things, though, about the shift, and again, the Rabobank team, and especially James Watson, we're talking about this yesterday, is the biggest growth channel in grocery. The biggest growth has been seen in whole bean coffee sales. And whole bean coffee is a great proxy for specialty coffee in the grocery thing. So the other really interesting indicator is this big growth in home brewing devices. I think Bill's going to talk about that later. It's something like that segment, the home coffee brewing devices, have increased in 2020 something like 25 or 30%. And that is, so that means that's home consumption of coffee, of which a huge proportion is grocery. So the other thing that I've seen here in Southern California is that grocery offerings are more diverse than they've ever been. You still have, roasted and ground coffee in a can, instant coffee, all that stuff. But here in Southern California anyway, and I'm interested in people's experiences in other parts of the country, you can get high-end specialty coffee in grocery stores, in Target, in places like that. I mean, I was in Target the other day, and there were, Black and Bold, Counterculture, Intelligentsia, all these brands, these really specialty brands, that are right there on the shelf available to me. A selection of specialty coffee in Target. It's an amazing thing. So, any thoughts about how we might document this shift?
I think we need more market data, to be honest. That's something that we get asked so much. What percent of the coffee market is specialty coffee? And it's surprisingly difficult data to come across. If we have whole bean, which we use as a proxy, I think it's difficult, much more difficult than folks would imagine to grab that data. So I think, my bias is I like surveys and I like data, but I think we do need more data to understand the shifts.
Well, with that in mind, I think to all the people watching here, we're on a little bit of a platform, speaking to a bunch of the coffee community, and you all are looking at the core of the SCA research team, and we love to answer questions we answer, chemistry questions and scientific questions, and that's what we use research to do. But this kind of market research is a really important part of what we do. But what we want to do is we want to do research that is valuable to all of you who are hearing our voices here. So I'll maybe close by making the appeal that, you can reach out to research@sca.coffee, and if or on social media or whatever, or here in the chat, we'd love to know what particular questions are of interest to you. This grocery thing, I'm interested. I'm grateful for that question, because that tells me that that's something that we can document and it will be valuable to our community. But those kinds of questions are very valuable to us, and we want to help answer them. So, and that's what kind of we exist to do. So, yeah, we encourage you to reach out to us, visit the SCA research site where we house a lot of research, and yeah, please make use of this. We produce this for the community. So so now, with that in mind, the idea of more research and getting access to research after the event, I should mention something about Retail Summit. So if you're interested in this kind of research that we've been talking about, and other research too, we've removed the paywall from a lot of the research that existed before. There was some research that we published behind a paywall for SCA, and we removed that in honor of this event, the Retail Summit. So you can find that housed on the Retail Summit site. If there's a Explore Library link at the top of the screen, and you can use the search and filter function, and there's topic areas. And if you filter for market research, you'll see a lot of research that we've done over the years that now is available to you free for the first time. So please avail yourself of that research. We'd love to hear your questions and feedback. And yeah, so with that, I think we'll bring this to a close. There's time for a cup of coffee before the next session, which is about real estate, the current landscape for retail. So with that, thank you, Katie.
Thanks,
It
Peter.
was fun hanging out. Thank you all the sponsors that you can see here on the slide. And join me for the next session in 6 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for joining us for Real Estate, the current landscape for retail. I'm Yannis Apostolopoulos, and I'm the CEO for Specialty Coffee Association. So we have that mantra, location, location, location. Though still is super valid, the context about commercial real estate changed so dramatically over the last 12 months. We've heard yesterday from Lara how CBD central business districts might evolve to central social districts. We are joined by Ariel Schuster, Vice Chairman with Newmark Knight Frank. Ariel specializes in both landlord and tenant representation with over 20 years of experience that I won't detail today because we would run out of time. Needless to say, it's my pleasure to introduce Ariel. Ariel, welcome.
Thank you, Yannis. I appreciate it. So today I'm going to go through, my view of the retail real estate market. I'm going to talk a little bit about New York City specifically, and then touch about the entire country. So I'm sitting here in my office, 42nd and Park. Grand Central's right behind me. So I've been living and breathing New York, and that is the lens I'm looking at the industry through. I've done similar presentations over the last year, and understanding the target audience here, I've kind of catered what I'm going to talk about to the viewers. The goal here is for me to speak for about half an hour and then open up to a Q&A, which I think is the more interesting part of the hour. So I'll get started with that. So just a little bit about who we are. Again, as Yannis mentioned, I'm a vice chairman at Newmark, which is a publicly traded company. We do everything in the real estate gamut, everything from retail leasing, which we're talking about today, to project management, to lease administration, to office leasing, data centers, call centers. And to me, that's a super interesting part of my life, because up until 2 years ago, I worked at a company that was called RKF, and then we sold it to Newmark. So I mention this because there's various different people listening here on this call or watching this presentation, and obviously the world of coffee is everything from production to distribution to selling to marketing to branding. So while I'm going to talk about the retail market and that world, I am fascinated by fulfillment, fascinated by the hospitality business, and clearly with technology, the old ways of selling things has changed and continues to evolve. So I wanted to talk a little about that. This is some fluff about myself that nobody really reads. I'm going to get into it. Again, Newmark is global. Right, so this is, so I really do, beside for doing all different things, my focus on retail, I do two things. And I think that's important to point out. I represent landlords, building owners in their quest to lease space, and through that lens, we have a good visibility to what landlords care about when they fill their buildings, and that runs the gamut from credit of tenant, amenity, track record, build out, all these things. And I think the coffee industry now is super important. And what we're seeing is more and more developers and building owners are looking for freshness and newness and exciting concepts. And while obviously the big chains are still interesting, we are hearing from our clients that they want the up and coming barista. They want something with a little bit of an edge to it. So this is just a smattering of the developers I work with. And then these are some of the tenants we represent. So again, through that lens, having done the work for Pret over the years in New York, we know how they've been thinking about coffee, as an example. We're seeing some companies are now thinking about what is the store of the future? And is a store of the future just selling goods, clothing, or is it integrating and having a cafe, a restaurant? And we've seen that over the past 10, 15 years. We've seen stores adding a food F&B component. Just most recently, LVMH in Japan added a restaurant. And again, so because I love food, I've been attracted to food-related tenants. Williams-Sonoma, obviously a huge coffee component. Levain Bakery, which if you're not familiar with them, it's the greatest cookie in the world. So we're helping them throughout the country. And it ranges to Manoa Blahnik, which is high-end shoes. Who we just helped them with their Madison Avenue store. And so again, I think this is important because to the extent people on this call are thinking about getting into the retail business, understanding how some of these other retailers have thought about real estate is very interesting. So we're talking about today's market. I put this together, and again, I don't know where everybody's calling in from, but what is happening in New York, right? And New York, Chicago, and San Francisco are arguably the hardest hit markets in terms of the impact of COVID. I've tried to obviously address COVID in this presentation, but I don't want it to be the only thing we're going to talk about. But what is happening in the last 14 months in New York is that we've seen some tenants take a very long view of the market. And, people like Target, CVS, Whole Foods, they're signing 20-year leases. They're saying it's going to be tough for the next 12 to 18 months still, but we're here for the long run. We've had a tremendous amount of run-up in medical. CityMD's prevalent, One Medical, there's Carbon Health, there's Go Forward. And I bring that up because that I think that there could be a great synergy of having a great coffee presence in some of these. And I think they are replacing the local doctor. I think they are replacing in some ways how often we go to hospitals. Food tenants in New York are back and taking space. The quick service restaurants, which are Chipotle, Sweet Green, P.F. Chang's, and C3, which is a group of brands owned by Sam Nazarian. They're out there taking over space. I'm going to go back to the food in a little bit. The banks are, coming back around. Obviously, we've seen banks be thoughtful. We've seen a collaboration with, Santander has a cafe concept, Capital One with Pete's. We've seen Chase Bank collaborate with Joe in Union Square, which I think has been very well received. So again, I think that's an interesting kind of collaboration. And then we're seeing, e-commerce continue. And I mentioned before that, how people buy things is evolving, and it's not binary. It's not only at store, and it's not only online, and it's a combination. So we're seeing tenants like Allbirds and Zappos are investing in brick and mortar and are, see the value of opening storefronts. And again, I think that is a great venue for coffee operators. Who's going to be the next group of people that's going to sign leases? It's more likely direct-to-consumer brands like Allbirds and Warby and those types than it is the old school apparel tenants that are in malls. So to the extent you are thinking about collaborating in a retail environment, you don't want to open your own cafe or coffee shop, I think attracting or trying to target some of these e-commerce brands is probably the right way to do it. So the national scene is fascinating. The U.S. is really, if you think about it, the U.S. is extremely varied with different economies, different ways of looking at the world, and certainly the retail headwinds are real, and they are not as related to COVID as the office market and hospitality, and so we've had a bunch of bankruptcies that have made the headlines. There's been a lot of in the press about the demise of retail. The U.S. is absolutely over-retailed. If you look at how many square feet there are per capita, it's much higher than Europe, much higher than Canada, and there is too much real estate. There's without a doubt too many stores, too much square footage, and what's happening now is retailers and food tenants are being very thoughtful about going to the A areas, whether that's the A, whether that's Flatiron Manhattan or Short Hills Mall, and they're investing in those markets, and they're getting rid of the B markets, and they're getting rid of the C markets. So that's why you consistently are hearing about malls closing. And again, depending on where you're sitting, you could be in a town where the local mall is closing, and the reality is that mall probably needs to close as people are buying more and more online. So, we've seen over the last year, retailers are telling us we want to focus on open air centers. We want people to be able to drive up, pick up, curbside pickup. There's been a move away from interior malls. I think that dissipates. I think there's going to be a return to those malls. As a New Yorker, I'm not a big mall person, just because there aren't too many of them in New York. But that's been kind of the driver of type of real estate. Tourism is hugely important. New York, in 2019, we had 65 million tourists. 51 million were domestic, so it's almost 80%. So that's giving us hope. But you look at some sub-markets within Manhattan, they're going to take longer to recover. And I toured the last 2 days with one of my clients, and the Upper East Side feels lively and semi-normal. And then where I'm sitting here, by Grand Central, it's super quiet. And Times Square, it's finding its footing. So, we are very carefully tracking the tourism component. For New York, specifically, Broadway is a huge driver. To be honest, I didn't actually realize how important Broadway was until it went dark. But that is a huge driver, a huge impact on restaurants, cafes, hotels. And I think cities that are highly reliant on tourism, it's going to take them a little longer to get back. So neighborhoods that are very tourist take longer. Cities, and I mentioned before, San Francisco and Chicago, those rely a lot more on tourists than some other markets. The next thing is I just wanted to point out, and again, it's tough for me because I don't know who the audience is. So I kind of took a stab at, to the extent that some of you are thinking about opening cafes, I wanted to talk to you about how malls think about tenancies. Because, we walk through a mall and see a bunch of stores and we shop on them. And the reality is a mall 15 years ago, they all look the same. And what has changed is as less tenants are opening stores and are being more thoughtful about the size, is that mall developers are trying to be unique. So it is impossible to see what's in this lease plan, but the way mall developers are looking at it is they have the center, they have their anchors, Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's, Macy's, and then what happens in the middle here, there's a movement towards being unique, and more food and more coffee and more linger time and less just boring clothing stores. So if you are considering opening stores, one of the easiest ways to do it is in the mall world, because 3 or 4 mall developers control a huge percentage of these malls, and to the extent you can partner with them and give them something special and unique and different that makes their mall exciting, that is how they lease. So of course they want to have Apple, of course they want to have these high volume stores, Tesla, but they don't want to have 100 of the same stores. So and I know many of these mall developers, and I can help offline, Simon, Westfield, Brookfield, they are very thoughtful about going out and seeking the local coffee operator to help their malls be different and interesting. So the big reason malls are easier and interesting is that one mall owner owns this entire mall, meaning they can take less rent at a space because they control the entire environment, which is very different than, for example, if you want to open a cafe in Nolita on Elizabeth Street, and the owners of either side of the building are different than the owner you may be dealing with. So he or she may be less amenable to a lower rent than somebody that controls their entire environment. So that's something to think about as you're expanding. I wanted to talk a little bit about what sectors are doing well. What's interesting, again, this is in the context of, to the extent you want to do collaborations, who's getting better, who's expanding. Luxury is really held up very well. Again, some of this has to do with tourism. So in China, for example, that customer is hugely important for the entire world. But since they're traveling less, the Chinese luxury market is doing well. I think shopping with a purpose is something we hear about constantly. There's less people going to stores and looking around. They're going in. The term we use a lot is conversion rate. What percentage of people walk in the door are shopping, and when they shop, they're buying more. And clearly, the best of the best are growing. Hermes, Chanel, LVMH. LVMH specifically, they bought Tiffany. They're looking at some other companies, and they are very big believers in retail storefronts and are spending capital and expanding their footprints, adding stores. I mean, Soho, Manhattan is a great example. There's a tremendous amount of new deals that have been signed in the last 6 to 9 months. A lot of them by some of these bigger brands. The food and fitness oftentimes are grouped together. It's getting better. And again, it depends on where you sit. I was with people from Arizona last night. Their gyms never closed. In New York, they did. So we're definitely seeing green shoots. We're seeing new operators are coming in and are signing leases and opening new fitness clubs. I do think that just like regular retail, fitness tenants are looking to figure out how to become more relevant, how to get people to stay longer. And certainly we've seen over the years, Equinox adding food components. We think that's going to continue. We think, unfortunately, some fitness tenants are not going to be able to get through COVID, but many are, and many are going to come back. And then, the food industry is something I could talk about forever. And I mentioned that earlier. I think, unfortunately, as a New Yorker, a lot of the local mom and pop neighborhood restaurants are going to have a tough time competing in the future. I think the consumer has been trained before COVID, but especially during COVID, to be lazy, and is less likely to seek out the local restaurant to sit at or order from. And so, restaurants have to reinvent themselves, and they have to be kind of ahead of the time. So that whether that's through an app or, here in New York is, thoughtful outdoor seating, which is differentiating them from kind of boring mom and pop restaurants that haven't changed at all. I'm seeing some questions pop up, which I guess I'll do at the end of this, but I'll get to those. Essential, I mentioned. Target has opened a bunch in New York. Supermarkets have done very well. Drugstores continue. And medical, it sounds boring. And 10 years ago, when we talked about medical real estate, we kind of rolled our eyes, but now it's a huge part of our business. And medical is very different. You walk into a Forward, which is a concept out of San Fran. It doesn't look like a medical office. And so I think that world is changing. I think it's going to continue to evolve. I think it's going to grow. So it's interesting. And then, the discount sector, which has held up. They're doing really well. TJ Maxx, Ross, Old Navy, all those brands. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions about any of this once I get through the first 30 minutes. One common question I get asked is what happened in the last year as businesses were closed, as capacity was limited, and the reality, is the past 14 months have been all over the place. March and April of last year, there was just kind of moment of what are we doing, both from landlords and tenants' perspective. So April, May, and June, it was a lot of tenants did not pay rent, and the relationships between landlords and tenants became very involved. There was, I sat in on the hundreds of Zoom calls between landowners and the tenants, and the results, like I mentioned, were all over the place. I mean, there are some situations that have devolved to lawsuits that are ugly. There are some landlords who said, you know what, don't pay me rent for a year. I get it. A lot of it depends on the financial situation of landlords. Some landlords have lenders, they have high debt, they really have their hands tied. Some owners have owned buildings for 100 years, their families have, and they have more flexibility. So it's really run the gamut. I'll say that the common theme of the best outcomes has been constant communication, where retailers are talking to landlords, they're communicating, they're sharing sales numbers, they're talking about what they're doing to help drive business. And those tenants have gotten very different response than those who have gone silent and have not paid rent. And inversely, landlords who are collaborative and have been helpful and then are willing to add signage on the scaffolding, as example, or post announcements of store openings in their office buildings, tenants have responded well to that. And within a lease, and I don't want to get too granular, but the tenants have certain rights and obligations, and some of those have been restructured during the lease term. So blend and extend is a great example. If you have a 1 year left on your lease, and you have been looking for some support from the landlord for 2 or 3 months of COVID, where everything was closed, one solution is to add a couple more years to the lease at whatever rent is agreed to, and kind of push it out. And that's been the most common way of solving those 3 to 4 months of really quiet time. And again, it's very different in New York, that was shut down. We do a lot of work in Europe. The UK was shut down. It's a very different conversation than it is in Florida or Texas or Arizona, where things were open. So again, this is a bit more New York centric, but there's a bunch of different ways of skinning this cat. Luckily, we're now at a point where 99% of these discussions have been resolved, but certainly for the first 6 months of COVID, that's the majority of what we did. But hopefully that's behind us. So the next slide, I think, is probably the most interesting to you, and really the main theme is flexibility. So I've been doing this for way too long, but I 20 plus years I've been doing it, and I think up until about 5 years ago, the relationship between landlords and tenants was extremely rigid. The leases were 10 or 15 years, and if you were not willing to sign that long of a lease, somebody else was willing to. I guess there's some exceptions. Starbucks always has termination rights, but the majority of the time, if you want a space, you have to sign a long lease. And percentage rent, while extremely common and a big component of mall deals, was not important. And TI, which is tenant incentives, was really zero. And it was really sign a lease, call me in 10 years, good luck. And it's changed, and it changed not just because of COVID. It changed because retailers, things are moving so quickly. Technology, how big should your store be? Do you have inventory, less inventory? Do you have pickup at store? And the other part is that a lot of the founders of these companies, are 23 years old, and for them, 10 years is a lifetime. So we've seen landlords be open to short-term leases, which from a retailer's perspective is less of a commitment. Percentage rent is now a huge driver in these negotiations. So while before the relationship was very removed, now landlords and tenants are talking. They're digging into sales numbers from other locations. They're trying to figure out how to help each other with sales numbers. So now it's a much bigger component of deals moving forward in New York. And tenant improvement allowance is also shifting. It's really become a lot more of a partnership, and it shifted away from a landlord-tenant relationship into we're partnering. And so I bring this up, and I think it's hugely important because to the extent you're going to be meeting with landlords, the more you can prepare ahead of time to think through what they're going to care about, which is really your ability to stay in business, your success. How are you differentiating yourselves? How, if you have other cafes, how they performed? Has there been growth? How are you thinking about the customer? That's going to help you get better real estate deals and help you get flexible real estate deals. So, this slide is really, I don't think easy to get into, but the point is, as you're thinking about retail real estate, there's a world of things we can do to help figure that out. And again, it's a very different conversation if you're thinking about opening your first one, or if you're a chain with 35 locations that is saying, you know what, we're in the wrong locations, or we're too big, or we're not hitting our customer, or we're paying too much rent. So again, depending on where you are in your cycle, I think we could be helpful. So that's it for my presentation. I see a question already. I believe, Giannis, I should just answer that unless there's a different format.
So thank you very much, Ariel. I think that was a great presentation and gives a lot to talk about. There are questions coming up, and we're going to address those. So hearing you talking about all this, I have a couple of questions, and I would like to start with you were talking about malls and how the market is changing. Like we've seen in the last year a bit of a shift from the business districts and where people used to commute every day to go to offices. Like this is changing, and working remotely, we've seen a lot of research and trends that it's here to stay. Not to the extent that we're here today with completely sat down in offices, but to a great extent. And we have seen also from our community, from coffee shops and retailers, that those that they had a footprint where housing market was and near, I would say, residential areas, they were able to cope with the crisis much better. So I want you to comment a bit on this one. And what do you see the trend there?
Sure. I mean, so we've spent a lot of time, and again, I listened to all the Newmark office broker meetings and presentations, and it's certainly a conversation that I could talk about forever. What is going to happen to the office? I will say that there's been several iterations in the last 12 months about when and how the office worker is going to come back. And while I'm not an expert, I do believe in the concept of homeostasis. I believe there's a return to norm. I believe that I don't think the office buildings will ever be as full as they were 2 years ago, right? So I think there's going to be people who are going to think and work differently. And I think now, as I sit in my office, and I've been here for 6 months, and there's 10 of us, and it's the same 10 people, it's hard to imagine the office being full, but I'm starting to hear from CEOs of companies that June, July, it's going to be a soft opening. In September, it's going to be a not so soft opening. So while obviously a lot of coffee is based in Midtown, as an example, or downtown, and those areas have been really hurt, I don't think sales will come back to where they were. If you were doing $1 million in a Midtown location, I don't think you get back to $1 million, but you get to 900 and change. And yeah, I mean, I mentioned before, I was in the Upper East Side today, and every cafe is full, and every quick service restaurant's full. And in Midtown, I went to have a salad, and I was the only person there. So it's hard to imagine things coming back, but and I think also you have to get really granular, right? You have to. Some industries do not need to interact. If you're an accountant, we've heard from a lot of accountants, they don't necessarily want to be around other people. They work better from home. If you're a retail broker, as an example, you can't be at home. You have to be in the offices. If you're in sales, you have to be in the office. And I do think it's going to be a wave. I think as people start coming in, I think some big publicly traded CEOs are going to, to the extent that they do it thoughtfully, are going to mandate people to come back because it is important. And I think to the extent people are not coming to the office and they're getting passed up for promotions, that's going to change the psychology of it. I mean, I personally love coming to the office. But we have certainly heard, to your point, we've heard certainly tenants are saying to us, should we think about the Upper East Side and should we think about Greenwich and Westport? And we have, and they've signed leases and they have thought about getting closer to where people live because they're going to have a bigger proportion of their time out there. So yes, I think that is a trend that I believe in, but I do think that Midtown and downtown and other major cities, the CBDs are going to come back.
Perfect. So to build on that, there is a question here that says, do you feel that New York real estate is reflective or perhaps ahead of the curve for real estate in the rest of the US? Or does it tend to stand uniquely alone in this field?
I think New York is in some ways a bellwether for the rest of the country, but only for 5 or 6 cities. I think what happens in New York, may not translate in a lot of markets, the suburban markets, but it does have an impact on Chicago and LA, and they are all interconnected. I'll tell you that New York, differently than the rest of the country, had insane rent growths. So, if some of you recall, maybe some of you were too young, but 08, 09, the world was ending with the financial meltdown. I mean, people were literally buying land and building bunkers, and we all thought the world was going to end. But within a year, rents in Manhattan went up and up and up, and they were higher than they were before. And the peak was 2016, where rents were double what they were, if not triple. And that wasn't the case in Boston, in Miami, in Chicago, and LA. There was growth, but it wasn't this massive run up. And then we've had the correction has been much more drastic. So when I go to Boston, this hasn't been the same seismic shock. But listen, New York is always going to be New York. It's most often going to be where tenants come in for their first location from internationally. It is still, the main tourist market. It is still, despite the fact that some offices and some companies are dispersing their workforce. You're seeing what Facebook and Google and Apple, they're all investing in New York. So I guess in some ways, New York is reflective of the whole country, but in some ways it is a bit of an anomaly. So that's kind of a long-winded way of answering it 2 different ways.
So there is a very relevant question here to build into this. It says, in your experience, are there some real estate locations or element that seems to be working better for coffee retail businesses than others?
Yeah, I think that the markets that have been working the last 12 months are really markets that are as residential as possible. I live in the Upper West Side. There's definitely more activity there. But generally speaking, I think people should be thoughtful about not committing to deals now based on today, right? The world is changing. I think if you sign a lease today, by the time you're open, the permits, it's 6 to 9 months from now. So I would just advise people not to overreact and say we have to be in neighborhoods, we have to be in the suburbs. I think moving forward, the areas that have multiple day parts, meaning they have a morning rush, lunch, obviously for coffee it doesn't extend too far out, but to the extent there's tourism, to the extent there's students, I love the idea of being near hospitals and residents. I think having a varied customer base is the way to do it, as opposed to pure office, pure tourist, or pure residential. So if I was going to open a cafe or a coffee operation, I would be thinking about where can I get different groups of people at different times.
Okay, so let me make a transition slowly to malls and some other questions, because there are multiple topics I see on the questions here. But I will start with a major one to drive into malls. So would you comment on Starbucks closure of many locations? What is driving it, and what implications are for other brands?
I don't represent Starbucks, so I can't talk too much about what's not really my business. I know Starbucks has a really smart real estate department, which is obviously robust, and I think they have a tremendous amount of data. I think they are signing new leases in Manhattan as an example, so they are committing to Manhattan. I think to the extent they've closed some, they've either realized that they don't need as many in certain locations, or they're upgrading the real estate, which I know they're doing. Certainly, it's public knowledge that they are focused on the mobile pickup stores only. In our building, 125 Park in Manhattan, it used to be a regular Starbucks. Now it's mobile only. So again, technology is hugely important. And some landlords, when Starbucks lease expires, some landlords are holding out for rents that they think are going to come back. And Starbucks is very prudent about not overpaying for real estate. So I think some of those closures are most likely the cause of landlords who are not reading the market correctly.
Okay. So let me move a bit to the malls, and then I will go to the relationship between tenants and landlords. I have two questions that seems very similar. One from Luis says, what is the future of shopping malls? What type of experiences will draw the traffic for those locations? And I would combine it with a question that says, what are some elements that make coffee shop distinctive to a mall owner?
Sure. So, again, as a New Yorker, with a few exceptions, we don't really have malls. And I grew up a New Yorker. So as a consumer, I'm not a mall person. But undoubtedly, there are towns and cities and areas where the mall is where you go to shop. They're there to stay. And there's some malls, Aventura, South Coast Plaza, Roosevelt Field, like those are powerhouses that are going to be there forever. But I think my point is that there are too many malls. There are way too many malls. And some of these malls shouldn't exist. And so when you have a mall that's slowly withering away, and you can usually tell because one of the anchor department stores leaves, when an anchor leaves, everybody that's in that mall is thinking to themselves, why would I stay in this mall? It costs a lot. There's CAM charges, which I can get into some other time. It costs a lot to operate a mall. And I think the consumer, even before COVID, was saying, we want convenience. And malls, while they're conveniently located, it's not convenient. You park, you walk in, you have to go through. And what is convenient is a lot of times power centers or open air centers where if you want to go to Staples, you drive in, you go to Staples. You want to go to Old Navy, you have a coffee pad with drive-throughs. And drive-throughs, by the way, is something I should have mentioned. That's something we're consistently hearing about, is that everybody wants to have more and more drive-throughs, double drive-throughs, triple drive-throughs. So I guess my point is, I believe the A malls are going to get better, they get stronger. The retailers are going to want to pay more to be in those malls. But if you're a C mall, you're dead. And if you're a B mall, I would worry also. In terms of elements, it's interesting. It's an interesting question. And uniqueness is something that is very important. Meaning if you're a 1 million square foot office building and you can choose between somebody that has something unique about them, and that could be, oftentimes it's the materials you use. Oftentimes it's the fixtures, is it metal, is it shiny, is it wood? So we've certainly represented buildings where we've been tasked to bring in a coffee operator, and oftentimes it's the presentation, it's the aesthetic, it's the passion about coffee that is the driver beyond rent. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the question, but to the extent that you want to be different and you want to get a landlord to take your particular operation, I think it's really being thoughtful about what the store will look like. If you have a few open, obviously it's easier. If you don't, what is the concept? Like I said, is it, to say we're going to just sell coffee at $3 or $8 or $2 is not interesting. To put together some mood boards and renderings, that is what's going to drive the decision for these landlords.
And a question that I'm seeing here it's really interesting, and it's again about malls, and it says, how can coffee operators and mall owners address the day part issues? And meaning that the peak hours for coffee shops are earlier than the peak hours for malls, and often malls open like later in the day, which does not quite combine with the business of a coffee shop.
Well, because of the headwinds with the normal retailers, you are seeing mall developers are clearly changing the makeup of these malls. And a great example is a Dillard's or a Bloomingdale's or Macy's closed. That's a 150,000 square foot box. Now they're putting in a gym for 60,000 feet. They're putting in some co-working. They may put some medical. So that's going to change the day parts. Certainly fitness is a big driver. And I think malls are moving away from, again, pure apparel or electronics. So the better landlords are thinking ahead and are thinking about how to stretch it, both on the earlier shift, the later shift as well, with more restaurants. But again, knowing the coffee doesn't extend too far out, I think the earlier part is more important. So to the extent you're talking to mall developers and you're looking at a specific mall, I think to say, what are your plans? What is the long-term redevelopment plans? And it's also important to make sure that the developer you're talking to, the mall owner you're talking to, has the capital to actually execute on this business plan. Because it's one thing to have an idea, but you have to have the money to actually execute on it. So that's an important.
So that gives me like a good segue to the next, I would say, part of questions that I have for you, and that has to do with the relationship between tenants and landlords.
Yeah.
So yesterday we heard a presentation about how to design a business model and then how to articulate it in a plan to share with investors and landlords. What questions should a potential tenant ask to the landlord in order to learn what is important for them so that they can make an effective pitch as to why their business is the best fit for the space?
Well, I think understanding what that owner is and what they own is very important. And I made the analogy before, not analogy, but the difference between a mall owner who owns 100% of everything in a mall or somebody who owns a store. So understanding what this owner owns. And in New York, there are many owners who own 10 to 900 buildings. So doing a little research, thinking through, you own not just this, but across the street, figuring out how can my coffee operation help the rest of the block is helpful and is impactful. If it's a big office building, with a little effort, you can actually figure out if they have a big office tenant leaving, right? So it matters more to a landlord about the retail component if tenants are leaving as opposed to if they have the same tenant there for the next 20 years. So I think doing a little due diligence on your landlord before you walk to the meeting allows you to think through what their drivers are. Have they had a bad experience, which is possible. If they have a bad operator that you're replacing, and what differentiates you from them. But most importantly, it's understanding what their makeup is and what they control physically beside the one space you're looking at.
Perfect. And I have a question here that seems on the same space. It says, it comes from Liz and says, she would love to hear about what landlords are looking for in the many new developed apartment or office buildings that they have like 2-6 retail spaces on the ground level.
What you cut out for a second. What they're looking for?
So what the landlords are looking for in the many new developments that they have apartments or offices, and they have like 2-6 retail office, spaces on the ground level? What the landlords are looking for there?
Well, they're looking to help attract tenants. So it depends if the development is in a remote area, like an area that does not have a lot of retail around it. It's even more important as opposed to if you're building a building in, call it downtown Brooklyn, where there's plenty of amenities everywhere. But it's, in some ways the retail is the face. It's the first thing you see when you walk in. So again, going back to aesthetics, build out, I think that's hugely important. But to the extent people will be working from home, or they want to know that they have access to coffee whenever they want. How you physically interact with the space is important. One of my it's an office building, but one of my favorite coffee shops execution is in Boston. I forgot the address, but it's actually where Newmark's office is, in Boston. And Intelligentsia has a store, but it's really in the lobby. There's no walls, and to me, that feels great. It feels like you're part of the office building. It's not separate, but it's separate. So I think a thoughtful approach of how to interact physically with the lobby is interesting.
Okay, so let me shift a bit topic and go to those negotiations during COVID. We have some of our attendees asking the following question. From a tenant perspective, in this COVID and the coming post-COVID environment, do you have any comments on the force majeure clauses? Thoughts on how to best structure wording to create a mutually beneficial framework within which both landlord and tenant might best be able to weather restrictions such as the ones that we're seeing in the past year?
Sure. So I'm not a lawyer, but I've learned a lot over the last 20 years. And just for some of you, force majeure is essentially defined as an act of God, which is if things go totally out of control, there's rights and remedies. It is, with a few exceptions, widely accepted that what happened with COVID does not legally fall into force majeure. But I think the question is, how do you use the force majeure concept to move forward to protect operators? And how I've seen it resolved is worded differently than force majeure, but it's essentially protection. And it's typically tied to the percent of government restriction. So to the extent you sign a lease today, right now New York is open, and 3 months from now, the restriction is that only 25% can come in, rent comes down for a certain amount of time. And it's a negotiation. And if it's 100% shut down, you don't have to pay any rent. If it's 10% shut down, you're still paying 100% because it's not really a huge impact on it. So it is a negotiation, and I will tell you that the best outcome for operators is when they come to the table with a thought-out response, meaning if there's a 50% shutdown and you can only allow 50% in your cafe, what are you doing about it, right? Have you applied to the city for the outdoor seats? Have you designed it? Have you designed it with signs around it? Are you willing to invest? Because landlords respond very well to that, so that they then see that you're willing to invest, and you're not just saying it's half, I'll pay half. To the extent you're investing in Instagram and social media and your app, all of those things will allow you to get a better deal on this closure issue, which is in probably the majority of leases moving forward. So it's a great question, and it's nuanced. But the more involved and thought out your position is up front, the better you're going to do. And I've seen it all different ways. I've seen tenants say, I will only sign this lease if we're shut down more than 25%, my rent's down. And it's not a great way of doing this relationship. It's really all about a partnership.
So I have a couple of more questions for you. One comes from Manhattan, and it says, particularly in Manhattan, with trying to make coffee shops mobile order only store, not just pick up only. do you think this is a mistake in more residential neighborhoods?
It's above my pay grade. I know about real estate. I don't know about operational. I'll tell you that there's certainly a convenience to it. I mean, I drink coffee at home, and so I rarely actually order mobile, but the fact that it's here and I don't have to wait through 16 people and I can just pick it up and there's no distraction, I think is a positive. So in a lot of ways, to me, it does make sense as a consumer, but from a real estate perspective, Starbucks is better at it than I am. So I don't have an authoritative response to that.
Yeah, completely get that. So let me build on this question a bit. So I know that you're not an expert on this one, but you've seen a lot of your customers, how they use the space. And we've seen over the last year, like restaurants, as they're going to reopen, we know that a lot of what is in a restaurant or a coffee shop is the experience. And we've seen that because they wanted to use that space for sitting space, because of the leases, we've now seen that they are expanding the preparation area. Either it is chefs and kitchens that are becoming more public, or coffee shops that are bringing like their baristas more in front so that they can have that interaction with customers.
Yeah.
And that is driving like sitting area down, but yet the experience is going up. Like, have you seen recently a trend that people are either looking for increased square space or smaller square space when it comes to coffee shops?
The big driver is labor, and especially in New York, the labor cost is often what drives how operators think about their space. And so I think part of that is why mobile, you have less people in there working, which lowers your cost. And I think the trend is to go smaller generally. I think it's less. It is, listen, I think a lot about robots taking over the world and what that means for the service industry. But I do see operators are thinking about just the payment system, pay on your phone, all these things are to get the workforce leaner, more efficient. And I think I haven't seen too many coffee operators going bigger to add this concept. I mean, clearly there's different operators where the actual coffee making is a bigger component of it. But it's not like a celebrity chef Vegas thing where you're cooking in front of people. That's been a big trend. At least I haven't seen it. So I think the general answer is, I think people are going leaner and meaner, getting people through faster, and trying to maximize those kind of rush times.
I have a question here, which is interesting. If this is your first time opening a retail cafe, how do you convince a landlord that you will be able to stay in business, even though you're not a veteran, but know what you're doing? So I guess there are friends in our audience that they're just about to start their first coffee shop.
Right. So I think putting together a team is hugely important. Having an architect in mind that he or she may have had experiences building out, having a general contractor that's built out other operations, having your business plan in front of you, having a designer. If you walk into a landlord's office and you present this team, and while you may not have experience, your team has experience, will give that landlord a tremendous amount of confidence that you can do this, as opposed to if you come in and say, I love coffee, I have experience, it's going to work. So I think assembling the team, to the extent that you can get the landlord comfortable financially, you've thought about it, that you have the capital reserves if 2 months don't go well. But really, if you've really thought it through, like, what will it cost? You have a budget. Is it going to cost me for that 1,000 square feet? Will it cost me $120,000? Well, why is that? Because my general contractor has done 25 coffee shops. I have the expediter. I have the lawyer. I know what I'm doing. That's going to get you very far.
Perfect. So, Ariel, thank you for the time today. I think it has been useful, and I know that you had your contact details there. People from our audience can reach out if they want, and I really appreciated your time and being with us today.
Sure. Well, this 5
Thank you
minutes.
very much.
5 minutes till Liverpool beats Real Madrid, so I'm very excited to end on that note.
Perfect.
Right.
So it's a pleasure to have you. Our next session is Retail Reboot, Coffee After COVID with Bill Murray from NCA. See you all in a few minutes. Thank you all so much.
Hello, welcome everyone to this session entitled The Retail Reboot. My name is Peter Giuliano. I'm the Chief Research Officer for the Specialty Coffee Association, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to the next speaker. His name is Bill Murray, and he's the CEO and President of the National Coffee Association. National Coffee Association is a long-standing organization, the longest standing organization in the United States representing the coffee industry. And they do many activities to support the coffee industry, particularly though, and especially to what Bill's going to be discussing today. Since 1950, they've done a study that's now called the National Coffee Data Trends Study, which collects information from consumers about coffee consumption, coffee attitudes, etc. And it's the biggest and most significant ongoing study on coffee consumption that I know of. So it's really fantastic work, and I'm extremely grateful to the National Coffee Association for this work. I'm also very pleased to say that this year, the Specialty Coffee Association started collaborating with the National Coffee Association on this study. So, but it and that collaboration is leading to more insights for the specialty coffee community and the specialty coffee business. So, but there's lots to learn for specialty coffee and non-specialty coffee businesses alike in this study. So, with that, let's see if Bill is going to join me here, is able to join me with his camera. There he is. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Peter. How are you?
Really well. Thanks for taking the time, and I'm looking forward to your talk.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Peter, I'd like to not only thank you, but everybody at the Specialty Coffee Association and Giannis. As you mentioned, we're collaborating on this research now, and I'm really excited about what this means in terms of where we can take the research, but also in terms of a much overused word. You know, we talk a lot about synergy, but I think there really is genuine synergy between the SCA and the NCA, like two circles in a Venn diagram, if you will.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Really appreciate this.
Thanks.
So normally when these types of presentations are teed up, you know, it's almost become a cliche. It's been a challenging year. Well, hopefully we can really get to some key issues about coffee. And I'm going to start by blowing up the cliche. It hasn't been a challenging year. It's been a horrific year. I mean, let's face it, 500,000 of our countrymen have lost their lives, our families, our neighbors, and in the course of this, not to diminish anything here, but entire businesses have been completely destroyed. You know, some people have lost their livelihoods, and if you look at some of the coverage over what's been happening in the retail space, you'd think it was the end of the world completely, and it's been pretty grim. I mean, not to overlook that. But even as we look at some of these headlines and what's been happening, there's another perspective. And the other perspective is that some of us have found a way to be really successful, that we're thriving. We found our niches. You know, I looked at this saying here that Frida Kahlo is famous for saying. You know, if you know anything about Frida, she was married to Diego. Maybe the nicest thing to say is he wasn't an easy man. She had a number of really severe and debilitating physical limitations, medical conditions. And so, you know, Frida Kahlo says we can get through this, but I think, you know, we can look a little deeper and look past these headlines. Is it the end of coffee? Are we going to thrive? Where are we going to go? So maybe we can look at some of the experts, McKinsey, the great management consultants, the gurus. They issued a report not too long ago, and they said behavior changes. Consumers in the pandemic, these behavior changes, they're not linear. and their stickiness will depend on the satisfaction of new experiences. Well, actually, I don't really buy that completely. I mean, and I'm not picking on our friends in the UK, so before you write to me, that was a convenient headline here. We've seen these types of numbers in the US and a number of places. People stop buying toothbrushes and deodorant and putting on makeup. Are they satisfied with those experiences? Is it convenient? Are they sloppy? Are they depressed? There's a lot of things that go into this. We're emotional creatures, right? So I don't think all of this, all these consumer changes can be reduced to any one or any simple thing. The question we really want to ask is, what's that intersection between coffee drinkers, their new habits, their perspectives, and retail coffee? Now, normally in a presentation, especially if we were in person, I would take you through each of my observations, each of the little bits of research and data, and build up to the conclusion. I've got a lot of data to show you today, but we're in a different environment. I think one of the realities is we want to get to the chase quickly, right? There's a lot going on. You're in a different office environment. So hopefully, if I tell you the end of this story, you'll stick around to see how we got there. So let me tell you what the end looks like. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about coffee, about specialty coffee, about retail coffee. And I'm optimistic, not just because I want to be optimistic or I think it's a good way to be, but because we have extensive research which gives us a lot of reasons for optimism. And I'm going to share all of these with you. What does our research tell us? Over 2/3 of coffee shop customers are back or they're anticipating coming back. It's the other 30% roughly that are going to be a challenge. We're going to have to work hard to get them back. And this is according to the research that's out there, okay? But ultimately, when you talk to coffee drinkers, as we do through our research, they tell us that they miss coffee shops. They miss the experience. They want to come back. So if you look back at what McKinsey was saying a moment ago, whatever else is happening, there's that emotional connection that consumers want with their coffee, with the old way that they were drinking coffee. Now, I'm going to telegraph a little bit what I think is the key to getting these people back. And we're going to go into specifics on the research, as I mentioned, in a minute. But the key to getting these other 30% of people back is going to be education, it's going to be communication, and it's going to be a relationship with your customer. And the good news is when it comes to specialty and retail in particular, these are strengths, these are great strengths of retail specialty. I know my barista. She knows what I like to drink. I miss her. I miss seeing her. So these are built-in opportunities that are just waiting to be had. So what we're going to do today, as we dig into the research and the time that we have, we're going to set some baselines. We're going to talk about what the research is telling us about overall consumption, some of the basics, penetration, what percentage of people are drinking coffee, what they're drinking, when they're drinking it, where they're drinking it. We're going to connect this information, what we see, to the financial situation of coffee drinkers. And I can't stress this enough. And that, of course, is related to workplace and the changes that we've seen economically. We're going to talk about some of the things that we're seeing more of, and these things are probably fairly obvious: low touch, more grocery channels, more online. And we're going to talk about some of the opportunities. What are consumers telling us about what they want? And then finally, we're going to talk about what we call perceptions and claims. Issues like living income for coffee farmers or coffee and health, people's perceptions about coffee, and the claims that we can make in the business. So let's do some level setting. Let's talk about this research. As Peter mentioned a moment ago, since 1950, we here at the National Coffee Association have been commissioning this survey. We've been here since 1911. So I guess we were a little bit late in getting started with the research. Traditionally, we have done one very large piece of research every year. Very, very rich, very extensive, something we could remine over and over again. But last year, something unfortunate happened. Right, we did our field work in January, as we normally do. It takes a couple of months to put this together. We top-lined the results at our March convention, the first week in March, and then pretty much the world shut down. And suddenly we were asking ourselves the question, is this research even relevant anymore, given what was happening? So we did something different. We commissioned a second survey last year for the first time ever. In the late summer, we went out with a specific focus on those types of questions that would indicate behavioral changes as a result of the pandemic. And then in January of this year, we did our annual survey once again. And one of the lessons that we learned is once a year is not enough. So we are now routinely going to at least be doing 2 surveys a year. And as Peter mentioned, we'll be working with the SCA to learn more about specialty and to work more closely. Now, if you're a statistician, if you're a data geek, if you're a hardcore business person, this is the stuff that you love. And if you're not, this is where your eyes might glaze over. You can see a little bit here about the sample size and the methodology. Here's what you really need to know. We weight the sample so that regardless of the raw numbers, when we process the research, we get an output that is representative of America with respect to geographic region, age, gender, household size, income, and certain types of ethnicities. The margin of error is plus or minus 2.5 percentage points, and you should keep that in mind as we look at some of that information. The nomenclature, there's a lot of prints here. I'm not going to get into. I'm going to point simply 2 things out. First of all, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, 50% plus 50% does not equal 100%. What does that mean? There's so much data in here, and it's so rich that you need to be very careful in looking at numbers and thinking what you know and making assumptions. Well, for example, we can ask people, where do you drink coffee? Do you drink coffee at home or away from home? And the answer could be yes. Yes, I drink it at home and away from home. Well, if chunks of people are saying, yes, I do this, and yes, I do that, and yes, I do that, you add them up, and it looks like more than 100% of the research base. But that's the nature of the research that we're doing, some of the questions. And like I said, it's just something to keep in mind to avoid assumptions that would be easy to make, but might lead to misinterpretations in looking at the data. The other thing that I want to mention here is that this year, for the first time, we are specifically asking people about specialty coffee. Now, in earlier years, we used the expression gourmet coffee. That's really a legacy aspect of this survey. It's one of the valuable aspects of the survey. It's longitudinal, right? It goes over decades. But it also means that periodically we need to update things, tweak some of the language, and be mindful in case those tweaks or changes have an impact on the outcome. Now, this sort of begs the question, well, what exactly is specialty? All of you as experts, you have a good, if not expert idea, scoring over 80 and certain attributes. Keep in mind that we're talking to American consumers, and therefore we are not giving them a definition. We're not imposing one. We're asking them to tell us what they believe they're doing, what they're drinking, and how they're doing it. So let's start to look at the data a little bit and see what's happening out here. Overall, when we looked at the numbers in January, we're looking at a small but not statistically relevant decline in overall coffee consumption. I think from my perspective, what's more interesting here is if you look over the last 10 years. You'll see these dips and these rises over the years. This really seems to be part of a normal pattern. I believe that this may be connected to people's economic situations, but we'll look at that question in particular, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. Looking at this from a different perspective, we're looking not just overall in terms of long-term trends, but just more recently and on a shorter-term basis, what have people been drinking over the past day and the past week? So again, similar to the long-term trends, we're seeing a bit of a softening overall in the coffee category, which again, we can get into the reasons in a moment here. Now, as I did indicate, we're asking questions this time specifically with respect to specialty. And if you look at these numbers and you compare them overall to the trends, what it's safe to say is that specialty, or at least consumers' perceptions of specialty and what they're drinking, are not dropping off in a disproportionate way to the overall changes that we're seeing. Or to put this differently, specialty is holding its own despite the overall trends that we're seeing. Now, you can ask yourself this question: why is this, right? And this is where I think this research tends to get interesting, because it's one thing to ask people, are you drinking coffee or not? That's important. It's important to have that longitudinal data. But we also want to go a little more deeply. Why? What's happening? Unsurprisingly, when we ask people about their financial situation, right, we can see a market measurable change in the number of people who are telling us that their financial situation is much worse or somewhat worse than it was previously. And so if we're thinking about coffee overall, if we're thinking about some of the treat aspects of coffee, some of the indulgences, the connection to the workplace, drinking coffee in the workplace, right? This would be consistent with a potential interpretation that the relatively short decline that we've seen in coffee is a result of the economic situation and what we see happening overall. If you look outside of this research for a moment, there's a lot of conversation overall about an economy that is ready to come roaring back. I don't want to be overly optimistic or Pollyanna, but if this linkage is correct, if this decline is related to the economic situation, and if the economic situation is going to come back, that definitely could be a cause for optimism. And again, we're looking at specialty here. I think what's interesting in this trend in particular is if you look back historically, you can see this increase in specialty. And so overall, we see these ups and downs as we saw in the longitudinal presentation. But again, with respect to specialty, it's been growing, it's increasingly significant, and it's holding its own. A time of day, I think what's interesting here, generally speaking, people are still drinking their coffee in the morning, no great surprise. What we did see is a bit of a decline in the afternoon. And again, this could be accounted for by the circumstances. Is that afternoon coffee typically something people are drinking out? They're with friends, they're in the workplace. Is that an excuse to get away from their desk in the office? So perhaps it's unsurprising to see that afternoon drop off in terms of when and where. Again, no great surprise here. We're seeing a significant increase in at-home consumption. I think for me, the last bullet here was the real surprise that people who are traveling and commuting over the course of the pandemic, and perhaps these were truckers, first responders, and other people who, Uber drivers, people who had to be out and were out regardless, they're still out there drinking their coffee, commuting, and doing their thing. This question gets to the workplace question and connects once again to the economics of the pandemic and what's happening. We see here, for example, what's happening in terms of the workplaces with the coffee area. But I think, again, more interestingly, for those people that say they're using their coffee area less frequently, there are a number of reasons they can give us as to why they're drinking coffee in their workplace area less frequently. And if you want to be optimistic, I leave it to you to pick your own perspective here. A number of these answers are very interesting. For example, the third one, I'm buying coffee from coffee shops and cafes nearby instead of a workplace area. Perhaps there's a perception that that's safer rather than a communal coffee pot. Or I'm ordering coffee from shops and cafes, or I'm bringing something from home. So this is not necessarily signifying a disinterest in coffee, but an overall change in what people are doing and how they're doing it, driven by the pandemic. I mentioned a little bit earlier the things that are growing, low touch and grocery. Obviously, I think this issue of out of home and purchase through a drive-through, this is a very interesting number. It's certainly up, and I think this is obvious here. This is why, again, people are using their pandemic concerns to make their changes. But this is particularly interesting, and I think what this is showing us is that last fall, we saw an incredible use of increases in apps, and that has diminished somewhat into January. I think we're going to have to see how much of this remains. It would be interesting for us to learn more about this, and this is potentially an area of inquiry. Let's face it, managing all these outlets in a coffee shop, you've got people who are driving up and they're getting curbside service. They've got apps they're ordering and they're coming into the shop. They want the barriers and all the hygiene. Clearly, it's not very easy to manage all these things successfully, right? I mean, these are just a lot of balls to juggle in a time-critical way for something that's got to be served very quickly. Is this drop off in app ordering because consumers feel that it's not as an efficient way to get their coffee as they'd like? Is it because they feel more comfortable? It could well be because they feel more comfortable. We're going to call this pandemic fatigue. Keep in mind, this was back in January, before the vaccine rollout really got going. We're going to look at some other indicators in a moment or two that might speak to this question of pandemic fatigue. Here we're looking at grocery and online. No surprise here for me, except the grocery stores. If you look at the cluster on the left, I think what's interesting is this increase that we're seeing in grocery. I was talking to some of my members earlier today, and they were telling me that the grocery channel just seems to be continuing to build. I think this speaks a little bit to questions about diversification, the extent that you're in multiple channels and able to deliver to consumers in multiple places. This also may be in relation to the fact that a curbside ordering or curbside pickup of groceries has really come on strong over the last couple of months. And so this may be making consumers even more comfortable with that grocery outlet than they were before. Certainly one of the opportunities, we have heard from consumers that they've been trying different things at home. And here are a couple of examples. They're trying new ground coffees or single serve coffees. Is this going to be temporary? Is this going to be sticky? Hard to say, but it does suggest that, again, this question of communication, education, taking the opportunity, maybe just changing it up again and saying, hey, you tried some new things, come on back, we've got some new things, is another opportunity. I mentioned perceptions and claims. Let's talk about this a little bit. For me, this is always one of the more interesting aspects of the research that we do. I've highlighted a couple of boxes here. Coffee wakes me up and gets me going. So perceptions and claims. How do people feel? What are they thinking about their coffee? And as you can see, from 2019 to 2020 to 2021, very, very little change here, right? If you think back to the top of this presentation, I mentioned that the margin of error was 2.5 percentage points. On this item in particular, these fluctuations year to year are within the margin of error. But what I thought was interesting is if you come down a little bit and you look at the mental focus question, you can see a marked increase in the number of people who say they agree completely with the idea that coffee improves their mental focus. We should also look at the next two boxes about the health benefits. Not really a meaningful change in the first one, a bit more in the second one. What's interesting here is this is an effort that we all continue to struggle with, and that is there is an overwhelming amount of information, independent, and I want to stress independent, on industry research about the health benefits of drinking coffee. Yet no matter how often we talk to the media, we talk to consumers, we get the word out, the headlines are out there continue to be, I would say, a lack of appreciation on the part of consumers about coffee and health. This may be because of consumers' conflicted relationship with caffeine. They love that caffeine in the morning. You can see at the top, coffee wakes me up and gets me going. And if they can't sleep at night because they're worried about whatever it is they're worried about, they can't shut their head off, one of the things that may pop into their head is, I shouldn't have had all that coffee today. So when I mentioned earlier that there may be opportunities for education, communication, this is the type of thing that I think would give folks an opportunity to reflect upon it. And one has to be careful in communicating health messages. You can't overpromise or overstep the FDA regulations. But I think from my perspective, this speaks to opportunity. Here's another look at this question. And as I mentioned, I find all this to be terribly interesting. What's interesting here is you've got the people saying coffee is good for my health. Okay, and this is, I agree somewhat, I agree completely. And you look at these numbers, and then you look at the number of people who disagree, and it's almost as if consumers don't know what to think. It's like almost an equal percentage. They're like, yeah, it's good for me. No, it's not good for me. Well, the evidence is really clear. Within moderation, given that you may have some sensitivities, coffee is good. So this just tells us that we all have a lot of work to do, and this may be a really good time to do some of that work. I want to talk a little bit more about these perceptions and claims, and something that is certainly top of mind for all of us right now, but especially those of us in the specialty arena, and that is farmer livelihoods. I mentioned at the top of this, we're all suffering through this, but certainly people in disadvantaged communities and developing nations, they're suffering even more than the rest of us. And what's interesting here is if you look at these numbers, you see a decrease in the number of consumers that say these things are important to them. I mean, the question in particular, you can see the question over there, right? Is this going to make you more likely, somewhat more likely, not at all likely to buy the coffee if you know that coffee is grown on farms that are treating workers well, or that's being grown in an environmentally sustainable way? I think the key thing here, from my perspective, is not that these things are less important. I think the key thing here is exactly the opposite, is that this is a moment, again, to communicate and educate about why these things are especially important. We can talk about the pandemic and connect it to coffee. The conversation, one of the conversations we're having as a country What is our responsibility, our obligation to help others in the world get access to vaccines and to address their public health situations? You know, and one perspective is, well, that's not here. We don't have a lot of responsibility. But here's what the epidemiologists would say. Of course we do, because an unchecked epidemic anywhere leads to further variations in the virus, and it threatens us here. So there's a lot of reasons to say that this does not mean that these things are less important, but they're more important. And engage in a conversation with your customers and to make clear why these are your core values and you're sticking with them. I do want to drop to the bottom of this, and I want to make sure you don't miss this. I don't want anyone to be upset. Robusta certainly has its place in the world, and we know that, and we love it. But I think it's interesting that when we ask consumers, how much more likely would you be to buy a coffee if you knew it was made with 100% Robusta beans? There's a bunch of people that say they'd be more likely to buy that coffee. And I suspect here too, there's an opportunity for communication and education. So this is the big picture in terms of perceptions, claims, things that we have tracked over the years. But as I said at the top of this presentation, the real tough question that we're going to be faced with is how do we get that 30% of the population back? The chunk of coffee drinkers who said, not until after the pandemic am I going to be ready to come back to a coffee shop and drink coffee. And I mean, is there ever going to be after the pandemic? So let's look at some of these numbers and what people are telling us about this. And let's go more deeply into specifically this question of a retail reboot in coffee after COVID or in the age of COVID. This is the baseline, right? This is the baseline question, and this is how we get to the 32, 31%. There's a slight decrease if you look at the bottom overall from 32% to 31%. That's not really statistically meaningful, but we are seeing more people saying the next couple of months, I'd be willing to come back. And if you look at in the next 2 to 3 months, in the next 4 months, the dark green bar, that's the more recent data. And you see between the two of those, they've gone up about 5 points or so. Now, of course, we're asking questions. Well, what exactly is it that will get you back? What can you do to come back? So as you see in the green box up there, I think what's interesting is in a lot of these areas, you see a decrease in the interest on the part of respondents. So let's just take the first question as an example. 48% of respondents back in September said that if food servers were wearing gloves or masks, I'd be more likely to come back. That's dropped 5 percentage points, right? So if you look down the responses here, if they make everybody wear a mask, if they follow sanitation protocols, drop. In just about every one of these cases, the respondents are saying, man, that's not so much of an issue anymore. I think what is interesting is if you look at the other, the famous other response, about a third from the bottom, that's up 3 points. Now, again, not wildly significant here, but perhaps it's an indication that the other could be what? Vaccinations, changes in the overall environment in my community. So it's not particularly easy to interpret exactly what we're seeing here with respect to the changes, but it does give you a lot of indication of the types of things people are looking for. I mean, let's face it, 43% of consumers, that's still a big chunk of folks to be thinking about in terms of coaxing people back. Now, here's the really good news. I mean, the really, really good news. People miss their coffee shops, 35%. I miss somewhat, strongly somewhat, I miss being there. I miss treating myself. I've remained loyal. Things aren't quite the same. I can't get what I want. So there's a lot of reason here to be speaking to this cohort and saying, hey, we know you've missed us. We've missed you too. come on back. And then maybe connecting that to some of the other things that we saw earlier. That's really the snapshot into this state. I wanted to take just about 2 minutes and talk a little more about the data generally and some resources that we have available for you in case they might be of use as you think about this retail reboot. One of the things that we've done with this research this year is we've developed a new online dashboard. So if you subscribe to the research, you get all this information on the reports, but you also get access to an online database and you can cut your own reports. You can jump in to pre-established reports. You can select certain kinds of slicers, if you will, or qualifiers. One of the interesting things about the data, we actually collect data not just on adults over the age of 18, but people between the ages of 13 and 17. We do not include that in the overall research for a number of reasons that don't matter right now, but that's something that you're interested in. That's in the research as well. You can drop into the special modules. You can instantly get returns that cut things by region, by age, by income, by gender, and you can really go crazy with that tool. This is just one aspect of what we do. As I mentioned, and as Peter touched on, one of the things we have available for you, and I encourage you to visit the website, take these resources. We have a reopening guide. Even if you are open, this is something you can download. There's a guide to best practices. This is based on CDC guidance. We had an industrial hygienist look at this. There are some posters you can put up in your retail environment. You do have to register, but then you can download everything. It won't cost you anything because after all, we're all interested in seeing this reboot go well, and everyone from the farmers that we rely upon to our entire community getting back in gear and finding whatever our new normal looks like. So that's all I've got in terms of preparation. I do think we have a little time. Once again, I want to thank all of you. There is one more thank you. We do this research through an outside research company. They're called Dig Research, as in dig into the numbers. The lead researcher is a woman named Chèrmelle, and she's just absolutely incredible. So I don't think she's here with us, but a big shout out to Chèrmelle and the people at Dig for their hard work to make my job look easy. So thank you all.
Thank you. Speaking of making it look easy, thank you, Bill, for that. That was a wonderful, sort of 35-minute tour de force of like some really complex things. So thank you for communicating it so clearly. And I just wanted to say that, I've been able to look through more deeply through the data. The report that you all publish is, of course, immense and full of stuff, as well as the database that you just referred to. And really, it's I would really recommend to everybody. You can go to the National Coffee Association website and see how to purchase that and gain access to all those other things that Bill just talked about. One of the things that you touched on in the report is that you spend a little bit more time documenting this increase in at-home consumption of coffee, and you guys have done a fantastic job, really showing that despite our worst fears, overall coffee consumption has stayed very stable this year. It's just that the venue of consumption has shifted. And largely, of course, to the home. And you showed in your report increase in purchases of home coffee brewing equipment, for example. That's really interesting as we start to imagine people making that 30% of people that you kept going back to who are making decisions about coming back to the coffee shops. Do you have any intuitions about consumer behaviors around that. They've bought a new coffee maker during the pandemic. They've found a source of beans. What do you feel like, and these are people that might have been 7-day-a-week coffee shop patrons, in 2019. So what's your intuition about how that'll sort of play out?
Yeah. I think there's a couple of things. I think there is the potential to bring consumption back up. I mean, when we look on a global basis, we know, first of all, consumption is off slightly in this country. So we have the opportunity to get back up to where we are. And then we always like to compare ourselves to certain places in Scandinavia. Like, oh my gosh, we could all be drinking 6 more cups of coffee a day. Mm-hmm. And the reason I mention this is what I would like to think is the people that have brought these very fancy machines into their homes, that this helps take them deeper into coffee. It drives a deeper appreciation for the origin of their coffee, for the flavor notes in their coffee, and it becomes complementary to the rest of the experience. If you look at what people are telling us about what they're missing that social interaction and in a coffee context. And what I would like to think is that somebody who puts in that cool machine is still going to go to their coffee shop and talk to their barista and say, hey, I've got that machine at home. I couldn't make it exactly like you, or I'm doing this. And it ends up at the end of the day with a customer who's drinking more in different places. I don't necessarily see it as permanently displacing anything, quite frankly.
Okay, very good. We've got a question from the chat. How has the pandemic impacted preferred methods of preparation? I saw the slide about consumers trying new things, but how has preparation shifted? More or less espresso, more or less brewed drip, more or less cold brew, cold coffee, etc.
Yeah, the great question. This is going to be fun because there's like 200 pages of data in there, and it's going to be sort of like stump the guy. I should look through my report. Here's what I can tell you. Perhaps unsurprisingly, when you think about things overall, the type of beverage and related to the preparation is fewer espresso-based beverages. And I think this is directly related, Peter, to what you just said a moment ago. People tend not to have espresso machines at home. And so you see this move away from the cappuccinos and lattes because they don't have the equipment. They're reverting to ground coffee or a pod or a single. And I think there's a direct correlation between the equipment or the lack of equipment, the change in the preparations, the opportunity for equipment manufacturers to sell more high-end machines. And that takes us back to where you were a second ago, Peter. What's the long-term impact on it? I do think once people are back in their coffee shops, they're going to be back to their espresso-based beverages. And this also, would be a motivating factor to get people back into the shop. Haven't you missed your latte? We've missed you a latte too. Sorry.
You should be in marketing. They mentioned cold coffee. You all have been really good, I think, about documenting consumer interest in cold coffee and cold brewed coffee. You guys have done a number of reports around that. And then, you also mentioned that this idea about doing multiple research projects per year. And I know one of the motivations for that is to capture some of the interest in cold brewed coffee that happens during the summertime. Can you talk about that? I mean, it seems like cold coffee and cold brewed coffee are a trend that precedes COVID, but may sort of be engaged with it in some way too.
Yes.
Any thoughts about that?
Yeah. I tell you, my first thought, Peter, is I love the questions because you're really getting to core issues here. So the answer to the first half of your question is yes. In other words, we traditionally have put this research in the field in January. And one of the things that we're hoping to capture by doing a second wave in August is to see the impact on cold coffee, cold drinks, related beverages, and to see how those numbers might be different given the seasonality and what we might be thinking. I mean, I will say, and this is just a bit of personal trivia, you know, I worked my way through college working in a convenience store on the overnight shift in Pennsylvania. And it was so weird, like people would come in and buy ice cream, like 2 scoops of ice cream, like in the dead of winter. And I just never understood it personally. So I think that's what's cool about the research, is the research takes us away from personal anecdotes like I just gave, and it takes us into what's really happening. But I think there's a second part to the question here, and that's perhaps the most perceptive part. You're absolutely right. That building wave of cold brew predated the pandemic, but here's how it related to the pandemic. So much of that was in a grab and go type of environment. You're in the convenience store, you're on, speaking of convenience stores, and you're on the way from here to there, and you pick up a couple of bottles and you toss them in your backpack and you take them with you. Well, if you're locked up in your house, you're not grabbing and going on the run ready to drink beverages that you can enjoy at any point during your day. We certainly saw in this research report, you know, we start out, I didn't show this, but we start out overall looking at all types of beverages, sodas and juices and tea, and we put that in a big grid, and then we drill into coffee. So really the baseline is, did you drink something yesterday other than tap water? And if you did, then you qualify as a consumer for this research. So if you go back and you look into the pandemic, very steep declines in soda consumption, in juice consumption, and separate and apart from overall historical trends that people have been concerned about those types of beverages. And so we attribute it to the lockdown. You're not out, you can't grab it, you can't go it. Conversely, right, if people get out on their way and grabbing or popping in their shop more easily, I would expect we'll see those numbers go right back up to pre-pandemic levels.
Another thing that this conversation brings to mind that we saw in some research that we did with Square early in the pandemic was the innovation of the cold brew growler. Like, you know, a big glass bottle full of cold coffee. And that's something that doesn't work as well. I mean, it's possible to do a bulk kind of hot coffee thing, but it reminded that major pivot that a lot of retailers did reminded me that if you're doing cold curbside or delivery, they're sort of cold beverages are more, it's easier to deal with a cold beverage sometimes than a hot one. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I can imagine getting a cold beverage home and it still being in the right temperature to enjoy it than maybe a hot one because it cools off, you know, and there may be something there. So, you know, and anyway, it's something this way that pre-existing trends interacted with the major disruptive event of the COVID thing is, I think, going to be interesting.
You know, Peter, I think you're exactly right. And one of the other things that I love about coffee is how it connects us to so many different things all over the world and the interconnectivity between things. And here's what I mean. On the one hand, we're hyper aware of sustainability issues, of environmental issues, of climate change issues. And as a community, we want to be part of the solution. On the other hand, we're looking at a moment, and you're mentioning refillable growlers. We're looking at a moment where personal safety and hygiene and disposability and individual serving packets of ketchup are now something that are topmost in consumers' minds because they're concerned about their personal safety. I don't think we know enough to see how these issues resolve. But I think for me, the key here is, like the issue about farmer livelihoods, consumers may shift their focus to personal safety versus a disposability. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't stay focused and try to rebalance these things, either because from a business perspective we're interested, but more importantly because our core values connect these things and they're important to who we are and who we want to be as a sector.
There's another question in the chat about switching brands, willingness to switch brands. Is there any, do you have any indication about consumers' willingness to switch brands? And if so, is that driven by trying to kind of trading down and trying to, you know, be more economical, or is it driven by people wanting to try new things?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the latter. To be honest, we did run the cross tabs, and I think that would be a really interesting way to look at this data. In other words, what I would want to do is take that subset of people who said that their financial situation is much worse than it was. That was 24% of respondents, right? And then I would want to look at that against a number of people who see that they tried something new, and see if the majority of those people were self-reporting as worse off or better. But we have not done that analysis. So while I apologize for not answering your question, I appreciate the idea and the thought, and we'll look at that and see.
And that's the sort of stuff that you could get into the database and kind of do yourself, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's certain preset areas, but a lot of this you can just jump into and start to tweak some of that stuff. You can ask the question and then re-ask the question based upon a subset of cross indicators. So.
That's really powerful, and that's a new innovation for this year. That's an amazingly powerful way to answer some of these questions that people have. This may be another one of those questions, but I'll ask it anyway. Is there any price group of coffee that seems to be disproportionately affected, for better or for worse? I think what they're getting at is like super expensive coffees where they, you know, or inexpensive coffees. Does there seem to be a disproportionate effect on these price groups?
Yeah, we don't ask any information about pricing at all. There are researchers that are out there that do that, but we don't ask people how much they pay or the averages or anything. We simply ask about their economic situation. You know, and really, I guess it's a philosophical perspective here at the association. There's a lot of companies in our community, and pricing strategy, you know, it has both legal implications, antitrust concerns, as well as really strong competitive undertones, which is a long way of saying we don't look at it. I don't know, but there's a reason we don't look at it. So.
Okay. One last question here, and it is consumer interest in organic versus non-organic, and the willingness to pay a premium for organic. What's your sense of the interest in organic coffee over time?
Yeah, my sense that in the most recent research, and I don't want to go back and double check, is like these other equities or perceptions or claims, there's generally been a reduction in consumers saying this thing or that thing or the other thing are important to me. It's not been statistically really meaningful. So it's probably more people just focus on other things right now. And I don't think it's a disruption of the trend. Overall, we have seen this growing interest in organic, and I do think it's still got future potential. Again, I can't stress enough on each of these things. There are these educational opportunities. I mean, the questions we get at the association from consumers, they surprise you sometimes. You know, people just asking things, and you can tell by the type of question they're asking, they don't have a real good sense of where coffee comes from or what's involved. So slight reduction, big potential, strong interest, educational opportunity.
Great. Well, thanks again for the insights and the deep dive into this. This is like super valuable, and I appreciate your time and in sharing it with us. And furthermore, I think I can speak for the whole coffee community in thanking the NCA for being so persistent about this. I mean, the longitude of this study, the length of time that this has been happening, gives us these amazing insights over time into trends, and that's something that's just so unique in the coffee industry, and I'm just so grateful for it.
Peter,
So
you've been a great partner over the years. We didn't end up on a RICO stage together like we have in prior years, but it's always great to work with you. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Bill. Okay, well, that is it for this issue. Bill just mentioned RICO, that we're going to be starting to discuss many of these shifts that will happen in the coffee market because of COVID and other things. At RICO, we'd like to invite you to join us. Bill, we'd love to invite you as well to join us, and we're looking forward to that. Meanwhile, I'll log off now and give you a chance to grab a cup of coffee or a snack before the next session starts at 1 p.m. Pacific. So thank you again to Bill and the National Coffee Association, and thank you all of the sponsors that you see here for their support, and we look forward to engaging you the rest of the day. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
any third wave since. Cafes are known for providing drinking experiences where offering new coffees and fun profiles and single origin espressos and try this new seasonal beverage, which is all well and good. But I think a role that a cafe really plays in the community is being a source where people can be known, like somewhere for people to go and experience kindness and love and service, and it be part of a daily ritual that people get that experience. And I think that that does so much because it falls into that category of paying it forward. Like, you experience that and that completely shifts someone's day, which then influences and impacts someone else's day. And I don't know, I think it just sets the tone for the community as a whole.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mansi, and I'm the Regional Community Director at SCA. I'm very happy to host and moderate this panel discussion. I've got Andrew, Sarina, and Deb all waiting behind the scenes. Just letting you all know that we're going to have a few minutes where they're going to present first, and then we're going to get into questions and answers from all of you. So just so we can set the stage, we're talking about the external focus. And so coffee retail businesses, they've always been central to all of our community activities. Whether you're like celebrating something, you might go to a cafe, or maybe community organizers are utilizing this space because it's so central and focused to that community and to kick off their projects. The pandemic, unfortunately changed that. It limited the types of ways that we can gather at our cafes. But we're going to hear from our three speakers, and we're going to discuss how, even though that happened, it didn't, remove or crush coffee's participation in community-led efforts. That actually has morphed and changed and shaped into different ways. And we're going to discuss how these businesses, who are all very different, prioritize the community just like they did before, and what has changed with the pandemic and how they are going to adapt some of these things even into the future. So our first speaker is actually Andrew. Andrew co-founded Reverie Coffee Roasters in 2013. He's since grown this business into just award-winning coffee wholesaler, 2 cafes, a bakery, a full-on caterer. He had over 30 coffee professionals, which changed a bit, because of the pandemic, but still definitely 16 coffee professionals still working under him. He's got a massive team. He's got a big business. And I think the first thing that comes to mind is, wow, Andrew must be so busy. And he probably is, but he's prioritizing community work and doing things that are involvement with the local governments, the local organizations. And, one of the things that I kind of hear about is that coffee business owners are always so busy in the business. And Andrew's really promoting how he's working on the business by working in the community. So I'd like to invite Andrew to turn on his camera and join us here. We're just looking forward to getting your advice and, for business owners to really learn about how to do this working on the business versus just in it, So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera here and let you present first, and I'll turn back on in a few minutes after you're done.
Awesome. Thanks. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who's here. And for me, I'm super excited to hear my own voice on the internet. So that's always a good day for me. In all seriousness, though, I've been really impressed with the content of these meetings. In 2016, I first entered RECO in the World Coffee Expo in Atlanta and realized how much effort goes into producing content for the value chain of coffee, but how little was actually being directed towards business literacy and running businesses. So I attend events to find answers to questions as an operator, but yet, and like everybody there has some sort of responsibility to make that work and make businesses work. So I'm really happy to be here as an attendee and participate. Thanks to Mansi and to Heather Ward for your continued interest in these subjects. And please do not stop this kind of content. We appreciate it. From this first slide, you can tell I have taken a concept of just a small roaster retailer and tried to expand it into many different businesses over the last 8 years. In retail location, we've improved our food programs. We've expanded, to multiple locations. We created a service company to help service our own company needs, and as well as our customers in the wholesale roasting business. Most recently, we added an incubator-style shared use kitchen to help make good use of unused kitchen space that lay dormant during the last year. We now have 6 food startups inside of our business that work on a calendar to produce all kinds of different food items, and they're all licensed businesses contributing to our community. So that's pretty exciting. I came into the coffee industry as an education coordinator for a retirement planning business, and I guess you could characterize my role as being an advocate for those employees of those businesses that I served. And my goal was to empathize with them on their struggles financially, and then work with them to make really big life choices to help impact their financial futures for the rest of their lives and into retirement. And as a coffee business owner, I've taken a similar approach to my role, but in this case, I'm an advocate for the coffee business owners. Because I was an employee in my past role, I'm an owner in my current role. I feel it's my duty to work with customers in the industry to create stronger, more sustainable businesses. So at Reverie, our stated purpose is to precipitate positive changes within our communities. And our niche is a little bit abstract, and I'll let you think about it, but it has been for a number of years: to better coffee. That's that. In everything we do, our purpose is to leave things better than when we started. And most of us know this through service that we provide face-to-face with our customers. Most of us do this in solidarity with the communities we serve, but we primarily focus on supporting ideas that improve the quality of life for the people in our community. But like many owners I interact with, we had struggled to find out where our contributions actually made meaningful impact. And what I mean by this is, if we donated product or raised money and gave to a cause, or the time that we actually that we gave, do we actually make measurable changes in our space? So could our team feel like we did anything tangible to improve the communities that we serve? So keeping that in mind, we made the conscious decision to choose to narrow our giving focus to one major idea. And we landed on this idea that we wanted to make Wichita, Kansas, the literacy capital of the United States. Childhood literacy has a direct correlation to the size of how we design prisons in the future. Third grade reading aptitude is the key right there. And so we wanted to narrow our focus to one area so that we're able to help improve opportunities for future generations and their families. So there's so much to share on this topic, and that's really for another day. But the point of this is to narrow our giving focus to fewer challenges and doubling down on them. We're able to make an impact and really see that impact that we're doing good, or at least we're able to look and know how we can make the difference or how to measure the difference. This goes back to an idea that I fell onto a while back about reciprocating value and finding reciprocating value in everything we do. So if we could do good for our community, the community will likely support us and allow us to continue to do our work through coffee. So I help business owners because I know that this may help me meet my bottom line. They have to buy coffee, they have to buy equipment. And this is a major sticking point for me to determine where we can offer our time and our experience. I also spend time teaching our version of this intro to specialty coffee class for the local university through their continuing education department. I get big value out of that personally because I love to share my love for coffee with people who love to learn. And it's also nice to get paid to do something. They actually pay you for this. It's such an easy way to test my knowledge on our subject and to promote our industry and our business within our own space. So I encourage anybody listening today, if you can, please become your local expert in your business. And this is going to pay you dividends like you'll never imagine. Another idea that we've instituted in our physical and virtual space is the idea that you can kind of connect visually with the people around you, with your neighborhood or your community. There's a photo up on the screen with the words that are in the windows of our cafe. It says, "We run for Thomas." And it was a simple statement that over 4,000 runners and in our annual marathon read as they ran by our business. It gained national attention in the spotlight through all sports media outlets because it was a reflection of a friend and fan of ours, an insanely talented endurance runner who was killed by lightning during an ultra marathon. That little gesture was just an idea that we threw up in the windows, created a huge amount of buzz, and led me to personally connecting with hundreds of people who remembered our friend for the kind and compassionate person that he was. That's just a thing that we can do, real simply, and just in the windows of our businesses. So because of my background in business, though, I'm a natural connector, and I chose to be involved in a few organizations that I felt were connected to our industry somehow, and as well as really the greater community here in our community in Wichita, Kansas. I'm a member of the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association, and I was invited to sit on a board of advisors for a 3-year term that just ended a month ago. I was able to connect with other restaurant operators to get to know, not only how to run a business better, lots of tenure in the room. It was really interesting to learn, but also how to learn about politics in the business community. We lobbied for laws that affected our businesses in the state, and I was given really close access to learn about the process of governance on a statewide level. It was not really a visible position I took, but one that allowed me to make personal connections with people and politicians that took time to hear our concerns. And I know I advocated for things that affected businesses in our state, some of which will never be known by the non-members. For example, the Blueprint for Restaurant Safety was created by our organization and was adopted by our state as the best practices for how to operate safely during the pandemic. And we also advocated for liquor laws to allow liquor to go, which a lot of businesses took advantage of, helped keep them alive. And that's just a couple of examples. I served on an advisory council to one of the existing culinary arts program, and also one that was being developed at the same time, a new program. And being in a unique part of the food industry, the coffee business, gained us some attention from their leaders of both those organizations. And so I was able to serve for several terms to be able to help shape the future of our culinary education in our community. And, being at that table has absolutely been able to help me achieve additional customer relationships. And I'm very grateful for that opportunity. So in 2020, we welcomed a new mayor in our community, which probably was the worst time to become a mayor. Although he's done a really wonderful job, his intention was to create advisory groups to all different types of industries for him to learn about our community. And a few months into managing this epidemic, he started seeking interest from business owners to be a part of these biweekly Zoom meetings and to discuss issues that are related to small business. Clearly, the first topic we talked about was how to survive COVID. I tossed my name into the ring via email, stated why I might be a good fit, and a few months later, I was nominated to join, and have been so now for over 5 months. We're being part of the solution, and it's really gratifying. I get to seek insights from other people that are in the same position I am, and I also feel like I get to play a small role in some of the future plans that our city is putting together right now to grow. We've discussed everything from promotional events and activities to help rebound our economy and get the vibe going again after COVID, to creating better policy and procedures for the city and the business operators to use to help create a better way of starting and operating businesses. They just rolled out a new tool, announced it yesterday, for licensing procedures and how simple it's going to be for us going forward, which is great. So these various forms of community engagement that I've taken time to be a part of has proven to really raise our business profile in our community to the point where we often get called upon by the media to share our points of view on things not just coffee related, but things surrounding various forms of financial support to how we view rules and regulations that affect our industry. We are really deeply connected, and we're able to react fast because we understand how these groups work, and I highly encourage anybody in their community in their business to do everything they can to get involved in these organizations. It's actually a lot simpler probably than you would imagine. And these have all been ways of raising our profile and have absolutely translated opportunities to grow our business. And so I'm really excited for new connections that keep coming every day. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'll turn it back over to Mansi.
Thank you, Andrew. And I hope everyone caught some of the key nuggets that you mentioned right there. That, if people are looking for the reason to why, like, your examples all kind of show, look at all this involvement that you're doing. But if someone's out there in a kind of a similar position as a retail owner operator, you mentioned something that I want to highlight. It pays off, and we'll kind of go into some Q&A on that, but I hope that people heard that from you because you definitely mentioned it once or twice there, and I want to highlight that. And I'm going to invite our next speaker, but keep those questions ready, or you can put them in the chat and we will come back, and Andrew will be back here to answer those. Thank you so much, Andrew. I'm going to go to Sarina next. Sarina is the founder of Booney Coffee out of New York, a company focused on Ethiopian coffee. She kind of owns the company with her husband, and they founded under the banner of coffee and community, which you might see that theme throughout the different speakers here, and it's remained true to their business, even through the pandemic. And so we're going to hear from Sarina now on how, the business, what they did before the pandemic, especially being the central hub for a lot of the community activities, but then how that shaped after the pandemic. I think many coffee businesses will be able to relate to Sarina's story on, really wanting to be there for the community because you were this major meeting spot, and then that being completely, flipped over, and having to come up with something different. So I think this is going to be a great story for you all to hear, and we're excited to have you, Sarina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansi, and thanks so much for having me. Hi, everyone that we can't see. I wish we could all see each other. So I'll start with when my husband and I moved from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia to New York City. We brought the ethos of Ethiopian coffee culture with us. And what does that really mean? Like, what did that mean to us? It means that we thought about coffee in relation to each other, to nature, to climate, to the harvest, to rain, but most visibly and upfront in relation to people. So our extended family, neighbors, coworkers. And we knew that we couldn't just cut and paste that ethos into a New York City cafe. But it was with us, and it was within us as we started Booney, as we started going through the process. That was sort of kind of what we knew. And I was thinking about our topic today, and I think, very much in alignment with Andrew, who spoke before, it's really clear to me that we don't do any of the work that I'm going to talk about as community service necessarily, or any sort of charitable sense of that, but really, of course, we want to be in service to our community, and because that's our purpose. And we want to be relevant. But this is really a relationship, and it's being in community and in solidarity with our neighbors and building community together. And it's been really beneficial to us because as newcomers and new Americans, it gave us a way to create a sense of home for ourselves by getting to know our neighbors and building community with them together. And sometimes the tables have turned in unexpected ways. So here's an example. In 2017, I was ready to close our cafe for a day. We wanted the full team to go to the beach. Most of you in retail will know it's very hard for everybody to take off at the same time. So we hardly ever get the full team together. So we wanted the full team together. And I was saying this, probably, one day we're going to close the shop and we're all going to take off. And one of my regular customers said, well, wait a minute. Maybe we could watch the shop for you, our group, which is like the regular ones. And that little seed of an idea, it really sparked, and it happened. We went to the beach and our customers ran our coffee shop for a day, and they did a great job. And we gained quite a bit of notoriety for this, even though that wasn't really the purpose, but we did get quite a lot of media attention about that. And it actually even was in Reasons to Love New York in New York Magazine, because customers gave our employees and ourselves a beach day. But so much more, right? Like the art, we really embraced the arts, and not just us, but local organizations, community organizations, arts organizations. And in some ways we went sort of full old school coffee house. We had, performers and panel discussions and spoken word. And we were also really supported by our community in that. There was a Kickstarter campaign that was successfully, where our community raised money for us to change one of our cafes into a performance space so that it could be also accommodate performances in the evenings after hours as well. And there's just like some nice visuals here I'll share with you of just some of what it looked like. And of course, all of these are pre-COVID, so you can see that. Look at how we used to be, this crowded room, how close we used to stand to each other. But it was all of this was happening. And we also had some decisions to make. Like, I remember really clearly thinking, okay, there's a decision here to make about how far are we going to go in the stances that we take? How political are we going to get? What's the role of a business versus what's the role of activism? And being a little bit worried about that, like, where are the lines here? And, this is clearly still a very live discussion today, including with our big companies and corporations, but it's equally a live issue for small businesses like us. We took the leap, and there was no looking back, really. We got involved in sort of the issues that were important to us. Healthcare was a big one. And here we are advocating at our state capitol that's about small businesses and, all kinds of events and topics, and a really full agenda, full calendar. And then, within a matter of days, we were closed. And we were at the epicenter of the first wave of COVID in the US. And I know a lot of you will remember those days where we were scrambling to take care of our staff, scrambling to figure out how we were going to stay safe. And for Buni, it felt like our whole identity was about being a community space, a gathering place. So, I mean, to be honest, we really felt a little lost at that time. Like, if we couldn't be that, then what were we? Like, what was our purpose? So at the height of the crisis in New York City, I mean, exactly a year ago, the spring and summer of 2020, while our shops were closed, we launched a Pay It Forward campaign, where our customers bought carafes of coffee and we delivered it to frontline workers. And so that was, in the larger scheme of what was happening in New York at the time, this is like a tiny, tiny act. but it really kept us going. It gave us a sense of purpose, and it kept us afloat. It also gave our community a sense of like doing something when we were all feeling quite helpless, and it did keep us afloat. Then we started cooking, quite literally started cooking food. We started making home-style Ethiopian meals made from scratch, that our customers could eat at home. And we delivered the meals, we delivered retail bags of coffee while most people were quarantining at home. And that's actually continued. We've continued this even now. A bit later, we started the virtual coffee tastings. Everybody, misses hanging out in the coffee shop, but also there are a lot of people who are making coffee at home now that weren't making coffee at home before, that were getting coffee at Butni. And so now they were making coffee at home. And this was a way to connect with them and sort of keep that sense of being in touch with each other and some sense of connection. We do the guided tastings, but we also talk a lot about sort of the coffee culture and that ethos that I was talking about earlier. And it was another way to keep in touch. And we continue to look for ways to pay it forward, to stay relevant. Who knows what the next year will bring. But for me, the main thing is to be responsive and to be relevant and to meet the moment. And I think I'm going to stop here for now. I know we'll have time for questions later, but thank you.
Thank you, Sarina. That was awesome. Yes, we are going to have time for questions, and I want people to, kind of think about some of the gems of how you have essentially pivoted. I know that's a big buzzword, and I don't mean to use it in the wrong way, but you had to, you had to do some things to change it up. And I'm just, this is great. I'm so glad that you're sharing this with us. And yes, there are going to be some questions. I have some as well for you. So we'll kind of meet you back here in just a few minutes. I'm going to invite Deb to join us next. Honestly, I feel like if you've been to a coffee competition in the United States, Deb needs no introduction. She's the director of food service marketing at Pacific Foods, well known in our US coffee community. She's the actual director that, sits in a high position at the company, but also is there meeting us at the coffee competitions. She is, I can't remember a competition where she's not always present and supporting. And, back when, before COVID, she's been, I always have a visual of Deb just hugging everybody, and she's just overall just very dedicated to barista professionals. And, I look up to Deb because of just all the different ways that she's grown in our community, but also just her career path, as a person that also aspires to have a big career and do big things. I think it's really remarkable that we have Deb, supporting all of us and through just conversations. Every conversation feels like a mentorship. So Deb's going to discuss specifically how programs at Pacific, impact community. I bet you're going to be inspired by just her passions and how they come through in her work. But, Deb, I hope you're going to give us some pointers also on how to, first of all, cultivate your passion and not just do that, but then also apply that to work and how you're able to kind of show that in your workplace. So I'm looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you, Mansi. And hello, everyone. I'm so humbled, actually, by the opportunity to be here with everyone. And gosh, Andrew and Sarina, I'm just so blown away by what you're doing. I would love to be able to spend more time with you to talk about it. Mansi, this isn't actually my first slide. I don't know if there is an earlier slide. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. And again, I'm so honored to be here with all of you. And I don't feel like, Mansi, I deserved your introduction because this community has given so much to me. And what a perfect opportunity for me to be able to talk about community. But I want to share with you a little bit about Pacific and where we're coming from and why I've enjoyed being part of Pacific for 10 years. I've worked for Pacific for 10 years, and it's where we start, and it's with our nourishment ideals. We're a food company, and so it is all about nourishment. And when we look at our list of ideals, we start, of course, with food, the food we make and put in the community, and about our employees. We care, but right there in our list of key objectives is being all about community. And so honored to be here to talk about that. And when we talk about community, I do want to mention the things that we've done in the community. When we talk about coffee community, yeah, we've done sponsorships, and that has been key to us, and our opportunity to be able to lift people up has been so exciting for us to watch. We started at Pacific in a very small space when our business was very small. And the first things that we did were baristas came up to me who were working and evaluating products we were developing and said, "Can you sponsor me? I want to compete." And that's where it started. It was sponsoring individuals, and that has grown to a bigger presence in the coffee community because it has been so inspirational to watch all of you grow, and you inspire us so much, and we're going to stay committed to you. But I want you to get a sense of what is right in the mission and the vision for Pacific, and it is our nourishment ideals. And then, Mansi, when we look at the next slide and we really consider what the definition is of community, I'm going to touch on both community defined as a place, but also the definition of characteristics of people in common and brought together that way. So, and we're going to start with the local definition in the next slide. It is all about the Oregon Food Bank for us, and we've had a theme around that of nourishing everybody. And we have been committed to the Oregon Food Bank from the very start of Pacific 30 years ago. And our founder and his family personally delivered products to those in need in our local Oregon community. And it's been a passion of ours to pack product specifically for donation to the Oregon Food Bank, as well as to donate our regular products. It's just something we're so proud of, and it's something that we have always done. And then we started to learn in the next program, in the next slide, we started to learn more about the need of kids in our community. Kids, I don't know how many of you are aware, who are in need. They love being in school because there's food made available to them. Then on weekends, they, unlike many children, are sad to have weekend come because that means no food on the weekend. And then even accelerating it even beyond that, when you consider holidays, kids go hungry on holidays. That just seems just so wrong, and had bothered all of us so much that we as employees started to pack boxes of food for donation to kids to be able to have food on weekends, and we would deliver it to their schools. And then they would take it home on the weekend. So that started with one school, and that expanded, and that continued to expand. And we were so proud in our Oregon community to be able to do that we looked for an opportunity to partner with coffee people who have such great hearts. And that's in the next slide. We developed a Nourish Every Kid program on the road. And what we did is we were already attending coffee events. So we asked coffee people in local communities if they wanted to partner with us. We brought food, and the coffee people who attended these events participated with us to build boxes to be donated to children and others in need in their communities. And it was a way then to take our Oregon community and combine it with our coffee community in the best of all possible ways. So we're so proud of this program, and we had planned prior to COVID to do a lot more of this year. So please, if you're hearing me now about this, when we're out of COVID, let's talk about partnerships in your community and what we can do together to feed those in need in your community. And then when we then start talking about COVID and what we could do during COVID, it was devastating to us. Again, we're people who love to feed people, and we started hearing about our family, our coffee family, being in need during the time period, and shops, especially in the initial phases, not being open, with employees being out of work, and the people we love being so significantly impacted. So we started to work within our company to find ways that we could help feed people. And we called it Project Nourishment. And I will tell you, my team members, Nathaniel May and Mila Heller, were my inspiration to keep us going, to figure out ways we could make this happen. And we had 10 locations where we found coffee people in their communities who were willing to do the work to feed others in the community. We're so proud to have been part of this and to have been able to take care of some of the people who we love the most, we work most closely with, and to be able to help out in this way. So again, I'm so proud of our work and our working with all of you to be able to feed those in need during especially the first stressful months of COVID. And, we like to say hunger ends where community begins. It was everybody coming together. It was people raising their hand in their community saying, I will do the work to take care of others in our community. And I'm so proud of all the good work and so inspired by all of you who participated in this program with us. So then when you look at, okay, what did Pacific? We talked about all the Oregon Food Bank work. We talked about Nourish Every Kid. And you might be wondering, well, kids weren't in school. What were you doing to feed people during this time? Well, what Pacific did is we pivoted and we worked with some new programs. We worked with additional programs that were supportive of Oregon Food Bank. We participated in the local TV station, the NBC affiliate KGW, and we did a food drive for the past month, all about making more significant donations to the Oregon Food Bank. We've been so proud in our community to have been able to do that. And so taking care of our coffee community, taking care again of our local community is where our heart is, especially in this time of need. So again, so inspired by all of you. And then when we look, what our intent is that as Pacific and our coffee business grows, the more we intend to give, the more opportunities to give, the more opportunities to partner with all of you. So again, this is a starting point for all of us to collaborate. And again, I'm so honored, Mansi, Andrew, Sarina, to be part of this panel with all of you.
Thank you, Deb. That was amazing. And it's so great. Like, right, like we have, you can keep your camera on, Deb, and I'm going to invite Andrew and yeah, I'm going to invite Andrew and Sarina to kind of pop up again. There they are, coming in. And, you know, we can, Deb, I just want to, while they're getting their cameras ready and things like that, it's great, right? We have these examples of how people can do things in their local community, but then the impact and the scale that a larger corporation and how that can work to benefit. And I think it's, you know, we don't have to feel like we're so siloed into, we're going to just do our little thing. We're all working together on this. And, you know, the themes of like literacy that Andrew brought up, your, you know, companies like focus on like nourishing everybody and making sure that we're tackling this hunger problem with especially kids. Sarina kind of looking at healthcare and prioritizing that. I just really feel like these are huge issues, right? Like bigger than small coffee shops and even bigger than, you know, companies like a Pacific. How do you encourage folks that are maybe watching this from, you know, maybe they're an employee at a company, maybe they're other business owners, you know, retail owner operators. How do you connect yourself to one of these types of huge missions, you know, and how do you integrate that into your work? And this is for all of you, if you want to just speak a little bit, because this is just overall super inspiring. And I can understand maybe how it's also very overwhelming because they're very big topics that you all are engaged in.
The thing I would just say is don't wait for a pandemic to start the work. That's the thing. You have to be talking about mission when it's a good time so that you're ready and that the views are aligned. And I know with us, it was a matter of finding the right places to draw funding in to do these kinds of things. So I would just say start before a pandemic comes up or another emergency.
I was lucky in 2016 to be a part of what's called Leadership Wichita. Our Chamber of Commerce has an annual class. We go through about 13 weeks of sessions that range from all aspects of our community, from the nonprofit sector, schools, police, fire, government, and the list goes on. And my takeaway, one of my big takeaways from that was when we got to the school side of things, and it was that thing that they said, that I said earlier, which was the size of prison population, or this design of prisons is determined by third grade reading levels. And I had a first and second grader, or I had a preschooler and a kindergartner at the time. And it like really hit hard to me that we need to teach our kids to read, because I don't want that to be an issue. So that's when we made the shift from everything, you know, giving money to everybody, to figuring that out. So getting involved in that type of an event is huge opportunity. And those things happen all over cities for people to just got to let them know you want to be a part of it.
Yeah, I agree. I would add that, you know, pick something that you're passionate about. Pick something that you and your team can really get behind, because as overwhelming as it can be, that if you pick the right thing for your company and for yourself, it can also be really energizing, and it can be very motivating and encouraging. And also the other thing, I would say, I used to be a nonprofit executive in a different career. So with my nonprofit hat on, I would say, there are plenty of people doing the work. So go and find them first. Don't reinvent the wheel.
Oh, yeah.
You had a great idea. You decided you wanted to work on this topic. Well, there have been people who have been doing the work for decades. Find them, you know, listen to them, talk to them, and collaborate. And I think that also makes it less lonely. It makes it less overwhelming. It makes it more rewarding. And it just expands and amplifies the work. And you just keep building together.
Oh, that's great. I love that. All of you had such great takeaways right there. And I like repeating some of these, like, what you said, Sarina, like really speaks to some of the earlier conversations that we heard today on being authentic and just making it about yourself. And, and as somebody who also sits on a nonprofit board, I get that. Like, there are other groups that are working on this. And I think that that's so important, that we need to understand that there's a lot more we can do with bringing people together and working on a problem together versus trying to do it alone. I really love that. And the continuing education and those leadership classes, Andrew, yes, absolutely. Deb, I have a question specifically for you. I think of folks that might be at a company and, maybe their company is not focused on this, but they kind of see a connection to the company values. What would you, how would you give them advice on how to proceed with coming up with something that a company executive might, what would make a presentation to a company executive successful in this? I know connecting it to values is one thing that the company kind of seeks out for, but how do you make that happen? What has been your experience in that?
I've been so impressed by people who've come to us with proposals for things and how well thought out and how much of a business plan they brought to us. I think the preparation and having thought about this and understanding that companies want to do good things, and at least the majority of the places I've worked, people want to do good things. They don't want to be connected with those that don't. And it's just having the preparation, having a well thought out idea, and find a mentor within an organization. I would say if people want to get connected within coffee or wanted to work with us, start with me or Nathaniel or Mila, somebody in our team, and we will help you and guide you along the way. And you find somebody within a company to be your advocate throughout that organization. And I think that's a lot less intimidating than thinking, okay, you have to write to the president of the company or somebody you don't know. I think just starting with that mentor within the company you want to work with.
Yeah, use your local resources, right? Okay. I do see some questions from the chat, so I have some questions, but I'll include these as well. I want to make sure the audience gets their questions asked. So the question from the chat is, how do you remain mission-driven and philanthropic when you're pre-revenue? And I'm assuming that kind of goes into something that Andrew was touching on, and I wanted to come back to this anyways. Like, how do you make this work business-wise? I think this is a great question. Thank you for asking. Who wants to?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to start, but everybody can chime in. Yeah.
You could be pre-funded or in the beginning, or you could also just not be making money and still kind of feel like you're expected to give. And that's a really tough position to be put in. And I'll be honest, I'll tell you, we had to stop at one point, and that was one of the hardest things we had to do. But it turned out the world kept moving, and it also made us realize that our little bits that we offer sometimes don't add up to enough to change the world, and we need to really focus on. That's why we made our original change. But if I was building a new business right now, I would try to work into my budget as quick as I can, something, but also don't underestimate the value of time. Because if you're a business owner listening in right now, I've already assumed that you've not valued your time at all. That's why you started a business. So therefore, you probably can offer some time. And that goes a long ways. Honestly, I give a lot of time to meet with people, to sit with groups. And I feel like people want to hear your opinion because they value your opinion. You are a leader in the community, whether you believe it or not. And that has a lot of value that you probably can't, give a $50 basket and get the same reciprocating value back on that. So if it's not money, give time, and give insight and wisdom to other people who are, trying to fundraise. Lend a handle on your social media, for example. If you can get the word out to 10,000 people pretty quickly, that has a lot of value. And those are ways you can give, right now.
Yeah, I remember seeing something, I think it was on social media, and it was during the pandemic. Like, even if you can't donate, you can share something, you can encourage your friends, kind of talk about the programs, right? So this doesn't have to be about personal donations. It kind of comes back to that type of sentiment, that there are things you can do without having it be a hit on your finances. But then, when you kind of look at that, you can't just only do that forever. If you're looking for some type of impact, there is going to be, there needs to be a plan to kind of scale that, right? So start small, but kind of grow is what I'm hearing from you all. I didn't know if you wanted to add something, Sarina.
Sure, I'll just add. I agree with what Andrew just said. I think sometimes these things are really about the relationship. It is mutual benefit, and if you can figure out that mutual benefit, then it can also be a lot more sustainable, and it can be a long-term relationship, a long-term partnership. And the bottom line, it may be beneficial to the business financially. And many times it is. In many times it is beneficial financially. And other times it could be just so much positive goodwill. And I think that sometimes these other maybe more time intensive ways of working together, where you really have to put a lot of thought and energy into it up front, they have a longer shelf life than writing a check or giving. It's that I think it's a lot of, in my experience, a lot of it is about the relationship and how you can get to that mutual benefit place. And it might take a while to figure out, and it's not always the right timing or the right fit, but when you can get there, I think that is it. Then it's not only about the financial.
I have a question for all of you on, thinking about some advice on, I just find it very, it's like lessons learned are kind of the best way that I know I learned. So, and I didn't really prep you guys for this one, but I'm just wondering, what are things that didn't work out for you when you tried to do this type of work in the community? And what are some things that you can advise on, again, the audience kind of maybe looking at trying to do something like this, and get involved in their local community, or get involved in these councils, like you were saying, Andrew, and committees and things like that. What are some lessons learned from maybe things that didn't go quite as planned, and tips that you can turn into a tip for somebody?
For us, I would say the lesson we learned with doing events and trying to maybe do something that was going to be good for a community without having a community advocate in that location. Right. So we did try to do a regional event, and we hadn't had a champion within that community. So what we learned then in subsequent programs was we needed a champion to draw other people in the coffee community to the event to help us make it successful.
Yeah, and once again, you're involving others into your project, so this becomes more than just one company's perspective. Mm-hmm. That's great, Deb. Thank you.
I would also say, I think some of the early mistakes we made were to scatter our efforts too much. As a small business, you have limited time and energy and money, and so really thinking about what are the priorities for you and your team, and trying to, and I think that's been mentioned before, it's really trying to be very intentional and impactful. And it's hard because that means saying no to a lot of stuff. and none of us like to say no. But we have to, and so really like not trying to focus is probably the hardest thing that we had to do, and I can see the results when our efforts are more focused and when it's more strategic and long term. Whereas when these short term, like give to this, give to that, and you get a lot of asks and you want to respond to all of them, but they're not necessarily part of a strategy or not necessarily fitting into your priorities, and not necessarily giving energy also to the team and to yourself. I think those are some of the. It's still difficult. It's not something that we've solved, but I think we're getting better at it.
Yeah, and I'll just add. I'll just add kind of what Sabrina said, and I like putting it in dollars and cents. In 2014 or 15, we looked at the end of the year on our balance sheet, our profit and loss statement, and saw that we gave away over $10,000 worth of tradable value. And that's when we sat down and said, do you feel like we got $10,000 worth of impact out of this? And we went back and looked, it was like $35 and $50 little nuggets of transactions. And that's when we just said, well, this doesn't make sense. And I'm sure it's grown every year after that, and probably still have to work on it even a little bit more every year. But now we feel better that we have an idea in mind that we're supporting, and it guides us. It doesn't prove that everything's perfect, but at least we know kind of like what we say yes to and what we don't. It forced us to create community standards. A real powerful thing that we did on our website that I probably don't talk about enough is we created a portal for giving, and it kind of weeds out the people that are just out there to get a free basket with no real value added. And so that's been really good for us. Streamlines the process for sure.
That's great. Well, I do want to be conscious of time. I think we've got a couple minutes here. Any closing thoughts from any of you? And maybe what I would ask you is to maybe frame it as like, what's next? Maybe share with us something that you're excited about that's coming up. I know COVID's not done, but there is some sunshine out there that we're looking forward to. What are you all looking at?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Nope, you go first.
I'm just going to say I'm looking to coming into your communities. If you guys want to partner, and we'll do a Nourish Every Kid box building. So, we look forward to more participation in everybody's communities.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward, even though you said we all get this, but I'm really looking forward to our businesses being back closer to the way they used to be. We only recently reopened our cafe for dine-in services, and it's made a tremendous impact on our bottom line. And I'm really lucky to be in a community that we were able to get vaccinations so early that I truly feel like it's going to work out. So I'm looking forward to that, and then what comes with that, which is a resurgence of business that we've lost. We've lost so much in the last year, but we've also gained a lot. So all the lessons that we've learned, it's allowed us to be able to quickly turn new ideas faster, which is a really cool byproduct of a pandemic. And that's what I'm looking most forward to seeing, like what's next.
Yeah, I also am very curious about what's next. I think that some of the things that we started, Mansi, you called them our pivots. I think those we will continue to grow and evolve, and they're not things that we're going to drop right now. So I think we will emerge out of this a different business than we were. And it's still sort of being created. And to me personally, that side of things is exciting. I like the creative process, and I like shaping things. And so it's kind of funny to look at your own business and be curious about it again, to say, oh, well, I wonder there's a sense of newness that I think we haven't felt since the very early days.
Yeah, embracing that redesign process. It's so great. Well, I want to thank each of you. Thank you so much. This was great. I personally really enjoyed it. I hope that others found value out of it. I hope each of you found some value just to share this. I know there's been some information shared on how to access this later, but it is recorded and we are going to make it available. So thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to pass it back to our team so that they could take it on. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monsi, Deb, Sarina, Andrew. That was awesome. A great way to end Retail Summit. We're at that time, so I guess just going to kind of wrap it up and conclude. This is the live portion. Thank you to all of our speakers over the last 2 days. Also, quite a few speakers that we had with a lot of great content. We explored themes of business of coffee, business planning models, trends in coffee, navigating COVID-19 presentations on real estate, and the market and how that's shifting, technology and retail, impact of COVID-19 on the community and consumer behaviors, building your brand with marketing plans, brand purpose, customer loyalty. I feel like this has just been such a really great and diverse 2 days of content. So, and then ending on such inspiration with this panel on how your business exists in the community and how to think about community. So don't worry if you've missed any of the talks. We'll be uploading the recordings for these on the next couple of days on this Retail Summit site. Also, the resource library is available for you to catch up on articles, research, talks. We hope that you've enjoyed the summit and will continue to use the resource library. It will stay alive. Special thanks to our sponsors, title sponsor, Pacific Foods Barista Series, lead sponsor, BWT, San Remo, Brewista, and Baratza, and our supporting sponsors, Nutrimilk and La Marzocco. So, and also huge thanks to SCA staff. There were quite a few staff in the back end and instrumental in planning. And what is this right now? All right, I guess this is the last slide. A little bit of a surprise. Thank you so much. See, this is our great staff here jumping on with showing this slide. So thank you so much. And hope everybody has a great day. And hope you to come back on the summit site. Thank you.
Heather, you don't get off that easy. We just want to say thank you to you. You are just the central focus for us. And I don't know if everybody knows this, but Heather has been with us for numerous years, and this is her last week here. And so we just want to say thank you. She was just casually trying to brush it off and leave right there. So we won't let that happen. But we love you, Heather. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm a little speechless. Like I didn't prepare anything, but just a thank you to all of you too. I'm really proud of this team and the work that we do. So
Thank you, Heather.
thanks. Everybody's coming on.
Thanks, Heather.
That's awesome.
You're the best.
Oh, you guys are the best. Virtual applause.
We're gonna miss you. All the best.
I'll miss all of you. Appreciate it. I'm all blushy. Like I don't know if I'm supposed to have this huge speech. I'm just very grateful.
Thank you so much, Heather.
Everybody keeps popping on. Awesome. Okay. All right. Talk to you all later. Have a great day. Thank you for coming.
That's a wrap.
Summit. That's a wrap. I wish we had like a song to play, like a lead out song. Didn't really plan that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.